Shakespeare's Insomnia, and the Causes thereof. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey Samuel. Shakespeare's Insomnia, and the Causes thereof, by Franklin H. Head. Part 1. Insomnia, the lack of tired nature's sweet restorer, is rapidly becoming the chronic terror of all men of active life who have passed the age of 35 or 40 years. In early life, while yet he wears the rose of youth upon him, man rarely, except in sickness, knows the want of sound, undreaming sleep. But as early manhood is left behind, and the cares and perplexities of life weigh upon him, making far more needful than ever the rest which comes only through unbroken sleep, this remedial agent cannot longer be wooed and won. Youth would fain encounter darkness as a bride and hug it in his arms. To those of riper years, the blanket of the dark often ushers in a season of terrors, a time of fitful snatches of broken sleep and of tormenting dreams, of long stretches of wakefulness, of hours when all things perplexing and troublesome in one's affairs march before him in sombre procession, in endless disorder, in labyrinths of confusion, in countless new phases of disagreeableness, and at length the morning summons him to labour, far more racked and weary than when he sought repose. It has been of late years much the fashion in the literature of this subject to attribute sleeplessness to the rapid growth of facilities for activities of every kind. The practical annihilation of time and space by our telegraphs and railroads, the compressing thereby of the labours of months into hours or even minutes, the terrific competition in all kinds of business thereby made possible and inevitable, the intense mental activity engendered in the mad race for fame or wealth, where the nervous and mental force of man is measured against steam and lightning. These are usually credited with having developed what is considered a modern and even an almost distinctively American disease. As the maxim, "there is nothing new under the sun," is of general application, it may be of interest to investigate if an exception occurs in the case of sleeplessness, if it be true that among our ancestors, before the days of working steam and electricity, the glorious sleep of youth was prolonged through all one's 3 or 4 score years. Medical books and literature throw no light upon this subject 300 years ago. We must therefore turn to Shakespeare, human nature's universal solvent, for light on this as we would on any other question of his time. Was he troubled with insomnia then, is the first problem to be solved. Dr. Holmes, our genial and many-sided poet laureate, who is also a philosopher, in his Life of Emerson, has finally worked out the theory that no man writes other than his own experience, that consciously or otherwise an author describes himself in the characters he draws, that when he loves the character he delineates, it is in some measure his own, or at least one of which he feels its tendencies and possibilities belong to himself. Emerson, too, says of Shakespeare that all his poetry was first experience. When we seek to analyse what we mean by the term Shakespeare, to endeavour to define wherein he was distinct from all others and easily preeminent, to know why to us he ever grows wiser as we grow wise, we find that his especial characteristic was an unequalled power of observation and an ability accurately to chronicle his impressions. He was the only man ever born who lived and wrote absolutely without bias or prejudice. Emerson says of him that he reported all things with impartiality, that he tells the great greatly, the small subordinately. He is as strong as nature is strong, who lifts the land into mountain slopes without effort, and by the same rule as she floats a bubble in the air, and likes as well to do one as the other. Says he further, "Give a man of talents a story to tell, and his partiality will presently appear. He has certain opinions, which he disposes other things to bring into prominence. He crams this part, and starves the other part, consulting not the fitness of the thing, but his fitness and strength. But Shakespeare has no peculiarity. All is duly given. Thus it is that his dramas are the book of human life. He was an accurate observer of nature. He notes the markings of the violet and the daisy, the haunts of the honeysuckle, the mistletoe, and the woodbine. He marks the fealty of the marigold to its god the sun, and even touches the freaks of fashion, condemning in some woman of his time a usage, long obsolete, in accordance with which she adorned her head with the golden tresses of the dead. But it was as an observer and a delineator of man in all his moods that he was the bright consummate flower of humanity. His experiences were wide and varied. He had absorbed into himself and made his own the pith and wisdom of his day. As the fittest survives, each age embodies in itself all worthy of preservation in the ages gone before. In Shakespeare's pages we find a reflection, perfect and absolute, of the age of Elizabeth, and therefore of all not transient in the foregone times, of all which is fixed and permanent in our own. He held the mirror up to nature. So his eternal summer shall not fade, because he sang of the earth as it will be when the years have passed away. If, therefore, insomnia had prevailed in or before his time, in his pages shall we find it duly set forth. If he had suffered, if the fringed curtains of his eyes were all the night undrawn, we shall find his dreary experiences, his hours of pathetic misery, his nights of desolation, voiced by the tongues of his men and women. Shakespeare speaks often of the time in life when men have left behind them the dreamless sleep of youth. Friar Lawrence says, "Care keeps his watch in every old man's eye, and where care lodges, sleep can never lie. But where unbruised youth with unstuffed brain doth couch his limbs, there golden sleep doth reign." Shakespeare describes too, with lifelike fidelity, the causes of insomnia, which are not weariness or physical pain, but undue mental anxiety. He constantly contrasts the troubled sleep of those burdened with anxieties and cares with the happy lot of the labourer whose physical weariness ensures him a tranquil night's repose. Henry VI says, "And to conclude, the shepherd's homely curds, his cold thin drink out of his leather bottle, his wonted sleep under a fresh tree's shade, all which secure and sweetly he enjoys, are far beyond a prince's delicates." And Henry V says, "'Tis not the balm, the sceptre and the ball, the sword, the mace, the crown imperial, the intertissued robe of gold and pearl, the farsed title running for the king, the throne he sits on, nor the tide of pomp that beats upon the high shore of this world. No, not all these, thrice gorgeous ceremony, not all these, laid in bed majestical, can sleep so soundly as the wretched slave, who, with a body filled and vacant mind, gets him to rest, crammed with distressful bread, never sees horrid night, that child of hell, but, like a lackey from the rise to the set, sweats in the eye of Phoebus, and all night sleeps in Elysium. And, but for ceremony, such a wretch, winding up days with toil and nights with sleep, hath the forehand and vantage of a king." Prince Henry says, in Henry IV, "O polished perturbation, golden care, that keep'st the ports of slumber open wide, to many a watchful night, sleep with it now, yet not so sound and half so deeply sweet, as he whose brow with homely biggin bound snores out the watch of night." In this same play, too, is found the familiar and marvellous soliloquy of Henry IV. "How many thousand of my poorest subjects are at this hour asleep! O sleep, O gentle sleep, nature's soft nurse, how have I frighted thee, that thou no more wilt weigh my eyelids down, and steep my senses in forgetfulness? Why rather, Sleep, liest thou in smoky cribs, upon uneasy pallets stretching thee, and hushed with buzzing night flies to thy slumber, than in the perfumed chambers of the great, under the canopies of costly state, and lulled with sounds of sweetest melody? O thou dull god, why liest thou with the vile in loathsome beds, and leavest the kingly couch a watch case or a common larum bell? Wilt thou upon the high and giddy mast seal up the ship boy's eyes, and rock his brains, in cradle of the rude imperious surge, and in the visitation of the winds, who take the ruffian billows by the top, curling their monstrous heads, and hanging them with deafening clamour in the slippery shrouds, that with the hurly death itself awakes? Canst thou, O partial Sleep, give thy repose to the wet sea boy in an hour so rude, and in the calmest and most stillest night, with all appliances and means to boot, deny it to a king? Then, happy low, lie down, uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. Caesar, whom Shakespeare characterises as the foremost man of all this world, says, "Let me have men about me that are fat, sleek-headed men, and such as sleep o' nights." And again, it is not an old man broken with the storms of state, whom he describes when he says, "Thou hast no figures, nor no fantasies, which busy care draws in the brains of men, therefore thou sleep'st so sound." The poet also in various passages expresses his emphatic belief as to what is the brightest blessing or the deadliest calamity which can be laid upon our frail humanity. Rarely is a blessing invoked which does not include the wish for tranquil sleep, and this too as the best and greatest boon of all. His gracious benediction may compass honours and wealth and happiness and fame, that one's name may dwell forever in the mouths of men, but "the earth hath bubbles as the water hath, and these are of them," as compared with the royal benison, "Sleep give thee all his rest." The spectres of the princes and Queen Anne, in Richard III., invoking every good upon Richmond, say, "Sleep, Richmond, sleep in peace and wake in joy." And again, "Thou quiet soul, sleep thou a quiet sleep." Romeo's dearest wish to Juliet is, "Sleep dwell upon thine eyes, peace in thy breast." The crowning promise of Lady Mortimer in Henry IV. is that "she will sing the song that pleaseth thee, and on thy eyelids crown the god of sleep." Titania promises her fantastic lover, "I'll give thee fairies to attend on thee, and they shall fetch thee jewels from the deep, and sing while thou on pressed flowers dost sleep." Titus, welcoming again to Rome the victorious legions, says of the heroes who have fallen, "There greet in silence as the dead are wont, and sleep in peace, slain in your country's wars," promising them that in the land of the blest are no more storms, no noise, but silence and eternal sleep. Constantly also in anathemas throughout the plays are invoked, as the deadliest of curses, broken rest and its usual accompaniment of troublous dreams. Thus note the climax in Queen Margaret's curse upon the traitorous Gloucester: "If heaven have any grievous plague in store, exceeding those that I can wish upon thee, O let them keep it till thy sins be ripe, and then hurl down their indignation on thee, the troubler of the poor world's peace. The worm of conscience still begnaw thy soul, thy friends suspect for traitors while thou liv'st, and take deep traitors for thy dearest friends. No sleep close up that deadly eye of thine, unless it be while some tormenting dream affrights thee with a hell of ugly devils." The witch, in Macbeth, cataloguing the calamities in store for the ambitious Thane, says, "Sleep shall neither night nor day hang upon his penthouse lid, he shall live a man forbid." It It is curious also to remark, in the various lists of griefs which make life a burden and a sorrow, how often the climax of these woes is the lack of sleep, or the troubled dreams, bearing their train of Gorgons, Hydras, and Chimeras dire, which come with broken rest. Lady Percy says to Hotspur, "Why hast thou lost the fresh blood in thy cheeks, and given my treasures and my rights of thee to thick-eyed musing and cursed melancholy? Tell me, sweet lord, what is't that takes from thee thy stomach, pleasure, and thy golden sleep?" Macbeth says, "But let the frame of things disjoint, both the worlds suffer, ere we will eat our meal in fear, and sleep in the affliction of these terrible dreams that shake us nightly, better be with the dead." In Othello is a striking picture of the sudden change, in the direction we are considering, which comes over a tranquil mind from the commission of a great crime. Iago says to Othello, after he has wrought the deed without a name, "Not poppy, nor mandragora, nor all the drowsy syrups of the world, shall ever medicine thee to that sweet sleep which thou own'dst yesterday." The greatest punishment which comes to Macbeth after the murder of Duncan is lack of sleep. Nowhere in the language in the same space can be found so many pictures of the blessedness of repose as in the familiar lines: "Methought I heard a voice cry, 'Sleep no more, Macbeth does murder sleep,' the innocent sleep, sleep that knits up the ravelled sleeve of care, the death of each day's life, sore labour's bath, balm of hurt minds, great nature's second course, chief nourisher in life's feast." And the principal reason which deters Hamlet from suicide is the fear that, even if he does sleep well, after life's fitful fever is over, still that sleep may be full of troubled dreams. To sleep, perchance to dream, aye, there's the rub, for in that sleep of death what dreams may come, when we have shuffled off this mortal coil, must give us pause. Richard III. says, when the catalogue of his crimes is full, and when he sees as in a map the end of all, "The sons of Edward sleep in Abraham's bosom, and Anne, my queen, hath bid the world good night." In addition to the fuller phrases, wherein are shown the blessedness of sleep, or the remediless nature of its loss, many brief sentences occur scattered throughout the plays, and emphasizing the same great lesson. For instance, "Now o'er one half the world nature seems dead, and wicked dreams abuse the curtained sleep. With him above to ratify our work, we may again give to our tables meat, sleep to our nights. You lack the season of all natures, sleep. My soul is heavy, and I fain would sleep. For never yet 1 hour in his bed have I enjoyed the golden dew of sleep. For some must watch, and some must sleep, so runs the world away. How sweet the moonlight sleeps upon that bank! The best of rest is sleep. Our little lives are rounded with a sleep." The various passages cited above prove and illustrate that no author has written so feelingly, so appreciatingly, as Shakespeare on the subject of sleep and its loss. The diligent commentators on his works have investigated laboriously the sources from which he drew his plots and many of the very lines of his poems. He was a great borrower, absorbing, digesting, and making his own much of the material of his predecessors. But it is a noteworthy fact that none of the exquisite lines in praise of sleep, that gift which the psalmist says the Lord giveth to his beloved, can be traced to other source than the master. These are jewels of his own, transcripts from his own mournful experience. In middle life he remembered hopelessly the tranquil sleep of his lost youth, as "he that is stricken blind cannot forget the precious treasure of his eyesight lost." He had suffered from insomnia, and he writes of this, not as "imagination bodies forth the forms of things unknown," but as one who, in words burning with indestructible life, lays open to us the sombre record of what was experience before it was song, who makes us a sharer of his griefs, who would awaken in the similarly afflicted of all time that compassionate sympathy which goes out to those whose burdens are almost greater than they can bear. Part 2. The meagre information we have as to the life and habits of Shakespeare would seem to make it an almost hopeless task now to discover the causes of his insomnia. He wrote a marvellous body of literature, and it might be thought this labour itself would suffice as an explanation, that the furnace heat in which the conceptions of Hamlet and Macbeth and Lear were wrought in the crucible of his brain would be fatal to repose. But his contemporaries speak of him as an easy and rapid writer, one whose imagination is only paralleled by the ease, the force, and beauty of the phrase in which it is embodied. We are told, too, by Dr. H.A. Johnson, an eminent medical authority, in the second volume of his treatise on the pathology of the optic nerve, that it is not work, even heavy and continuous, but worry over this work, which drives away repose and shortens life. I had observed in collating the many passages in Shakespeare concerning sleep, that the greater number, and those bearing evidence of deepest earnestness, occurred in 6 plays: Richard III, Macbeth, 1st Henry IV, Hamlet, 2nd Henry IV, and Henry V. The chronology of Shakespeare's plays seems almost hopeless, scarcely any 2 writers agreeing as to the order of the plays, or the years in which they were written. Several of the most critical authorities, however, Dyce, White, Furnivall, and Halliwell Phillips, are agreed that 2 of the plays above named were written in 1593, 3 in 1602, and 1 in 1609. This would seem to indicate that during those 3 years unusual perplexities or anxieties had surrounded our author, and on noting this, it occurred to me that on these points the series of papers recently discovered and called the Southampton manuscripts, which are not yet published, might give light. I accordingly addressed a letter to the Director of the British Museum, where the manuscripts are placed for safe keeping, and received the following reply: British Museum, Office of Chief Curator, Department of Manuscripts, London, February 14th, 1886. Sir, I am directed by the Curator to acknowledge the receipt of your valued favour of February 1st, transmitting for preservation and reference in the library of this institution the manuscript of the farewell address of Dr. Charles Gilman Smith on his retirement to private life from the presidency of the Chicago Literary Club. 2. The manuscript of the inaugural address of his successor in the office, which is a public trust, James S. Norton, Esquire. 3. An affidavit of Dr. W. F. Poole that both manuscripts are originals and in the handwriting of their eminent authors. The Curator further instructs me to convey to you the thanks of the Board of Governors for these highly important papers, and to state to you that they may be found on file in sub-compartment number 113,280 of Contemporary Documents. I am further instructed by the Curator to inform you that compliance with your request that this institution reciprocate your kindness by loaning to you all papers from the recently discovered Southampton Shakespeare collection, bearing date in the years 1593, 1602, and 1609, is contrary to the regulations of this institution. If you cannot visit London to examine these interesting manuscripts, copies will be made and transmitted to you for 3 halfpence per folio, payment by our rules invariably in advance. I note that you are evidently in error upon one point. The collection contains no letters or manuscripts of Shakespeare. It is composed principally of letters written to Shakespeare by various people, and which, after his death, in some way came into the possession of the Earl of Southampton. His death so soon after that of Shakespeare doubtless caused these letters to be lost sight of, and they were but last year discovered in the dungeon of the castle. I have examined the letters for the years you name, and find that copies of the same can be made for £3 3s, exclusive of postage. Very respectfully yours, John Barnacle, 10th Assistant Sub-Secretary. The money having been forwarded, I received in due time the copies. At the first date, 1593, Shakespeare was a young dramatist and actor struggling for recognition, poor and almost unknown. In 1602 he had won an assured position among his fellows, and, with the thrift which characterised him, had secured an interest in the Globe Theatre, where his plays were performed. In 1609 he was in the fulness of his contemporary fame, had bought valuable property in Stratford, and was contemplating retirement to his country home. The following are the letters from the Southampton Collection, which serve to throw light upon the insomnia of Shakespeare. They are given in their chronological order, and verbatim, but not literatim, the orthography having been modernised. The first of the letters, dated in 1593, is from a firm of lawyers, Messrs. Shallow and Slender, and is as follows: Inner Temple, London, February 15th, 1593. To William Shakespeare. Mr. Moses Solomons, an honoured client of our firm, has placed with us, that payment may be straightway enforced, a bill drawn by John Hemming for £10, due in 2 months from the date thereof, and the payment of which was assured by you in writing. This bill has been for some days overdue, and Mr. Solomons is constrained to call upon you for payment at once. Your prompt attention to this will save the costs and annoyance of an arrest. The second letter is from the same parties, and bears date 4 days later than the first. Inner Temple, February 19th, 1593. Mr. William Shakespeare. Recurring to certain statements made by yourself at our chambers yesterday, we have considered the same, and have likewise the opinion thereon of our client Mr. Solomons. As we do now recall them, you nominated 3 principal grounds why you should not be pressed to pay the bill drawn by Mr. Hemming. First, that you received no value therefor, having put your name to the bill upon the assurance that it was a matter of form and to oblige a friend. To this we rejoin, that by the law of estoppel you are precluded to deny the consideration after the bill hath passed into the holding of a discounter unnotified of the facts. Second, that as our client paid but £1 for the bill, he should not exact £10 thereon. To the which we reply, that, so a valuable consideration was passed for the bill, the law looketh not to its exact amount. It is also asserted by our client, that beyond actual coin given for the bill, he did further release to John Hemming certain tinsel crowns, swords, and apparel appurtenant to the representation of royalty, which had before then, to wit 2 weeks before, been pledged to him for the sum of 8 shillings, borrowed by the said Hemming. Third, that it was impossible for you to pay the bill, you having no money, and receiving no greater income than 22 shillings per week, all of which was necessary to the maintenance of yourself and family. We regret again to call to your notice the statute of 16 Elizabeth, entitled Concerning the Imprisonment of Insolvent Debtors, which we trust you will not oblige us to invoke in aid of our suffering client's rights. To be lenient and merciful is his inclination, and we are happy to communicate to you this most favourable tender for an acquittance of his claim. You shall render to us an order on the steward of the Globe Theatre for 20 shillings per week of your stipend therein. This will leave to you yet 2 shillings per week, which with prudence will yield to you the comforts, if not the luxuries, of subsistence. In 10 weeks the face of the bill will thus be repaid. For his forbearance in the matter of time, which hath most seriously inconvenienced him, he requires that you shall pay him the further sum of £2 as usury, and likewise that you do liquidate and save him harmless from the charges of us, his solicitors, which charges, from the number of grave and complicated questions which have become a part of this case and demanded solution, we are unable to make less than £4. We should say guineas, but your evident distress hath moved us to gentleness and mercy. These added sums are to be likewise embraced in the steward's order, and paid at the same rate as the substance of the bill, and should you embrace this compassionate tender, in the brief period of 16 weeks you will be at the end of this indebtedness. The next letter is dated the following month, and is from Henry Howard, an apparent pawnbroker. Queer Street, London, 10th of March, 1593. To William Shakespeare, actor. These presents are to warn you that the time has 6 days since passed in which you were to repay me 8 shillings, and thereby redeem the property in pledge to me, namely 1 Henry VIII shirt of mail and visor, and Portia's law book, and the green bag therefor. Be warned that unless the 8 shillings and the usance thereof be forthcoming, the town crier shall notify the sale of the sundry articles named. The next letter, and the last in this period of the poet's career, 1593, is from Mordecai Shylock. Fleet Street, near the sign of the Hog in Armour, November 22nd, 1593. To William Shakespeare. I have been active in the way you some time since besought me, namely, the procuring for you of a loan of £5, that you might retire a bill upon which you were a guarantor. As I then told you, I have no money myself, being very poor, but I have a friend who has money with which I can persuade him to relieve your wants. Had I myself the money, I should gladly meet your needs at a moderate usance, not more than 25 in the 100, but my friend is a hard man, who exacts large returns for his means, and will be very urgent that repayment be made on the day named in the bill. He hath empowered me to take your bill at 2 months, for him, mind you, for £10, the payment be assured, as you wished, by the pledge of your 2 new plays in manuscript, Midsummer Night's Dream and Romeo and Juliet, for which bill he will, at my strong insistence, and because you are a friend to me, give £5. My charge for services in this behalf, which hath consumed much time, will be £1, which I shall straightway pay out in a purchase of a new gown, much needed by my little daughter Jessica, who loves you, and recalls often the pleasant tales you do repeat for her diversion. The letters in the second period, 1602, are 9 years later than those just read. The first is from the same Mordecai Shylock, who, with the poet, seems to have prospered in worldly affairs, as his letters are dated in a more reputable part of the city. Threadneedle Street, London, April 17th, 1602. To William Shakespeare. In January last past you purchased of Richard Burbage 4 shares of the stock of the Globe Theatre for £100, and inasmuch as you had not available the whole means to pay therefor, borrowed from me the £60 wanting, paying yourself £40 of such purchase price, and giving me, in pledge for my £60, such 4 shares of stock. Owing to special attractions at Blackfriars Theatre, the stock of the Globe hath greatly declined in value, and I fear these 4 shares may not longer be saleable at the price of even £60, and I therefore must importune that you forthwith do make payment of £20 on your said bill, or the 4 shares of stock will be sold at public vendue. The next letter is from the same writer, and is dated 9 days later. Threadneedle Street, April 26th, 1602. To William Shakespeare. I acknowledge to have received from you, by the hand of Henry Condell, £5, and 2 of your own shares in the stock of the Globe Theatre, in further pledge of your bill of £60, as was engaged between us yesterday. It pains me to make known to you that, owing to the great demands recently made upon the goldsmiths by her Sacred Majesty, money hath become very dear, and as it was not my own lent you, I have been obliged to pay above the usance expected a further premium of 17 in the 100, which I pray you to presently repay me. I am told that shares in the Globe can now be bought at £15, and inasmuch as yours were bought at 25, should you acquire other shares at £15, it would serve to equate your havings. The next letter from the same broker is written but a few days later. Threadneedle Street, May 12th, 1602. To William Shakespeare. Acting as requested by you, I did 1 week ago buy for you 3 shares in the Globe Theatre for £15 each, using in such purchase the £15 given me by you, and £30, not of mine own, but which was furnished me by a goldsmith of repute. Yesterday I learned that shares were offered at £10 each, perchance from the efforts of forestallers, as also from the preaching of a dissenter, who fulminates that the end of the world is but 3 weeks away, which hath induced great seriousness among the people. Unless you can pay me therefore as much as £40, on the morrow I shall be constrained to offer such shares to the highest bidder at the meeting of the Guild. The next letter is also from the same Mordecai Shylock, and is dated 4 days later. Threadneedle Street, May 16th, 1602. To William Shakespeare. My earnest epistle to thee of 4 days since having elicited no response, I did on the following day offer at the meeting of the Brokers' Guild some of the shares of stock in the Globe pledged to me, and 3 shares were bidden at £9 each by my brother Nehemiah Shylock. As I offered next all the rest, one Henry Wriothesley, Earl of Southampton, did ask to whom the shares belonged, and when he was enlightened, did straightway take all the shares, and pay me the whole balance owing, and called me divers opprobrious names. I answered not his railing with railing, for sufferance is the badge of all our tribe, but such slander is illy bestowed on one who has been your friend for long, and who was but striving to avert his own destruction. The next letter in order is from one William Kemp, who would seem to be the business manager of the Globe Theatre, or the person having in charge the unskilled labour connected with the playhouse. Globe Playhouse, Employment Bureau, May 25th, 1602. William Shakespeare. In much tribulation do I write thee, as to the contention which hath arisen among our stock actors and supes of the Globe. Nicholas Bottom, whom you bought from the parish workhouse in Stratford, is in ill humour with thee in especial. He says, when he played with you in Ben Jonson's comedy, Every Man in his Humour, he was by far the better actor, and did receive the plaudits of all, despite which he now receives but 6 shillings each week, while you are become a man of great wealth, having gotten, as he verily believes, as much as £100. Vainly did I oppose to him that the reason you had money when he had none was, in verity, that you had laboured when he was drunken, and that this was to his profit, since, had not you and the other holders of shares in the Globe saved somewhat of money, unthrifty groundlings of his ilk would starve, as there would be none to hire them at wages. But he avers that he is ground in the dust by the greed of capital, and hath so much prated of this that he hath much following, and accounteth himself a martyr. I said to him that at your especial order he was paid 6 shillings a week, which was double his worth, and that he should go elsewhere if he was not content, as I could daily get a better man for half his wages. But he will not go hence, nor will he perform, and hath persuaded others to join with him, his very worthlessness having made him their leader, and they threaten, unless they may receive additional 4 shillings per week, and a groat each night for sack, they will have no plays performed, nor will they allow others to be hired in their stead. They do further demand that you shall write shorter plays, that you shall write no tragedies requiring them to labour more than 3 hours in the rendition, that you shall cut out as much as 12 pages each in Richard III and Othello, and 15 pages from Hamlet, that they may not labour to weariness, and may have more hours to recreation and improvement at the alehouse. I know not what to do. If I yield them their demands, nothing will be left for the owners of shares in the Globe, and if I do not, I fear mobs and riots. Fain would I receive thy counsel, which shall have good heed. The next letter is the last in the period under review, and bears date 4 days later than the one just quoted from William Kemp. At the Elephant and Magpie Inn, London, May 29th, 1602. To William Shakespeare. This is written to thee by John Lely, a clerk, in behalf of Nicholas Bottom, who useth not the pen, and who says to me to tell William Shakespeare, fie upon him, that he did order the aforesaid Bottom to be locked out of the Globe Playhouse. Hath he forgotten the first play he, William Shakespeare, did ever write, to wit, Pyramus and Thisbe, when a boy at Stratford, which was played by himself and Nicholas Bottom and Peter Quince and others in a barn, for the delectation of the townsmen? And is not this same play a part of his Midsummer Night's Dream, which beggarly play he did sell for £10? And hath not Nicholas Bottom first and always been an ass therein? Doth he refuse to render to Nicholas Bottom 10 shillings per week, when he can get £10 or even £11 for a beggarly play, which is naught unless it be acted? Many a time hath he paid me from a sponging house. Often hath he given me groats for sack, and for purges when sack hath undone me, and did I ever insult him to offer to repay him a penny? Say to him, remembereth he not when the horses ridden by Duncan and Macbeth upon the stage did break through the floor, who affrighted did run howling away, whereby Burbage was aroused, and did pick him, William Shakespeare, from among the horses' feet, and save his life? And now, sweet Will, fie upon thee that thou didst frown upon thy townsman. Delay not to send me sundry shillings for the publican, who believes you will discharge, as often before, my reckoning. This, and much more of like tenor, said Nicholas Bottom to William Shakespeare, by your worship's humble servant, John Lely. The letters in the third period bear date in 1609, 7 years later than those last quoted. The first is from Reverend Walter Blaise, who appears to be the clergyman at Stratford-on-Avon. Stratford, February 23rd, 1609. To William Shakespeare. John Naps, of Greece, who did recently return to his home there from London, safely has delivered to Anne, your wife, the package entrusted to him for carriage. As your wife hath not the gift of writing, she does desire that I convey to you her thanks for the sundry contents of the hamper. She hath also confided to me as her spiritual adviser, that she did diligently ply John Naps with questions as to his visit to you in London, and that said John Naps, under her interrogatories, has revealed to her much that doth make her sick at heart and weary of life. Item. He doth report that you do pass among men as a bachelor, and, with sundry players and men of that ilk, do frequent a house of entertainment kept by one Doll Tearsheet, and do kiss the barmaid and call her your sweetheart. Item. He doth also report that you did give to the daughter of the publican, at whose house you do now abide, a ring of fine gold, and did also write to her a sonnet in praise of her eyebrows and her lips, and did otherwise wickedly disport with the said damsel. Item. He doth further report of you that you did visit, with one Ben Jonson, on the Sabbath day, a place of disrepute, where were cockfights and the baiting of a bear, and that with you were 2 brazen women, falsely called by you the wife and sister of Ben Jonson. These things do overmuch grieve Anne, who hath been to you a loyal wife and a true, and she desires that you do forthwith renounce your evil ways, and return to the new house at Stratford, and in ashes and sackcloth repent of your wanderings from the straight and narrow way. Thus far have I spoken to you as the mouthpiece and vicegerent of Anne, your wife, who is in sore affliction and deep grief by reason of your transgressions. But, beloved lamb of my flock, I should be unworthy my high and sacred calling, did I not lift up also my rebuking voice as a pelican in the wilderness, and adjure you to beware of concupiscence and fleshly lust, which unceasingly do war upon the human soul. Thinkest thou to touch pitch and remain undefiled? The next letter is from the firm of Coke and Dogberry, lawyers in London. Inner Temple, March 8th, 1609. To William Shakespeare. We have been retained by Mistress Anne Page as her solicitors to bring against you an action, for that you have not fulfilled and in sooth cannot fulfil with her a contract of marriage, and to seek against you under the laws of this realm heavy damages and an imprisonment of the body, in that you have in unholy ways trifled with her affections, contrary to the statute in such cases provided. She especially avers that you did, 2 days before Michaelmas, swear to her on a parcel gilt goblet that you did love her alone, and did then give to her a bracelet of price. But yesterday, as she was bargaining with a yeoman named Christopher Sly from Stratford for the purchase of a spotted pig of his own fattening, the said Sly did reveal to her that you were his friend, and that you had wife and children in your native town where he dwelt. We beg you to straightway name to us your solicitors, that we may confer with them and attend to the issuance of writs. I have aimed to select from the letters sent me only those bearing on some trouble tending to cause sleeplessness on the part of the poet, but make an exception in the case of a letter of Sir Walter Raleigh, next in chronological order, which refers to matters of general interest. The Mermaid, March 20th, 1609. To William Shakespeare. Full well do I know, my dearest Will, that often hast thou wondered of the fate of thy £50, which, with 100 times as much of mine own, was adventured to found an empire in America. Great were our hopes, both of glory and of gold, in the kingdom of Powhatan, but it grieves me much to say that all hath resulted in infelicity, misfortune, and an unhappy end. Our ships were wrecked, or captured by the knavish Spaniards, our brave sailors are perished. As I was blameworthy for thy risk, I send by the messenger your £50, which you shall not lose by my over-hopeful vision. For its usance, I send a package of a new herb from the Chesapeake, called by the natives tobacco. Make it not into tea, as did one of my kinsmen, but kindle and smoke it in the little tube the messenger will bestow. Be not deterred if thy gorge at first rises against it, for when thou art wanted, it is a balm for all sorrows and griefs, and as a dream of paradise. And now, my sweet Will, whom my soul loveth, why comest thou not, as of yore, to the Mermaid, that I may have speech with thee? Thou knowest that from my youth up I have adventured all for the welfare and glory of our Queen Elizabeth. On sea and on land, and in many climes, have I fought the accursed Spaniards, and am honoured to recognise thy supreme merit, for daily and hourly are sung to her the praises of this loveliness, until the story is as a tale that is told, and a weariness to the understanding. But thy commendations of her wisdom will be as fresh and fragrant incense, nor will their truthfulness be too closely scanned. Thou knowest that I have taken all knowledge to be my province, and therefore have I oft and longingly gazed into the flowery fields of that divine art, where to-day in our much-loved England thou art disporting thyself supremely and alone. But when I consider thy tragedies, throughout which is diffused the inmost soul of poesy, my crude yet laboured metres seem to me as the body of a maiden, not indeed devoid of a certain comeliness and grace, yet into whose waiting bosom hath not yet been breathed the spirit of life. In thy tragedies thou hast the majestic grace which in the Attic ages belonged to Sophocles alone. Thou hast the stately march and music of Aeschylus, without in thy themes his ceaseless iteration of predestined woe, which ranks his heroes outside humanity. Yet the sombre hand of fate hath not more inflexibly driven the gentle Iphigenia to her doom than it hath followed Macbeth to his foreshadowed crime and end. But in thy canticles it is not an overshadowing, mysterious and tragic fate, but gracious and loving Providence, which, as thyself hath phrased it, holds in his hands the shears of destiny, and has commandment on the pulse of life. In comedy Aristophanes is not thy master, yet must I greatly choose thy tragedies as monuments of thy abiding fame. Funeral dollars, rather than bridal carols, inspire even the harp of David, beloved of the Lord, and the pencil of the Holy Ghost toucheth ever the shadowed phases of our earthly lives. I am minded to now advert to another topic from the tale told to me by Southampton. Thou wert presently to publish a volume of thy sugared sonnets. May I pray thee that this collection compass not the 2 sonnets written by thee for me in laud of our Queen Elizabeth, and the one of this morning? As thou knowest, these first were presented to our gracious Sovereign as mine own, and did so pleasure her as to chiefly prosper my advancement. Were the true author now known, it might sadly mar my fortunes. In the vastness of thy riches, the absence of these gems shall not be noted. The loss of a star dims not the splendour of the constellations. The glorious sun seeks not to reclaim the lustre his rays have given to the tiny dewdrop. Withal I have rendered to thee somewhat of recompense, as I have spoken at sundry times to her gracious Majesty, and to our present anointed Sovereign, of thy dramas, and fostered as best I might thy interests when they crossed not mine own. So I trust this boon may be awarded me, and that my borrowed splendours may not be stripped away. Thy immeasurable superiority, as again evidenced in the sonnet to the Lady Mary, has fixed anew my resolve as to my predestined field of labour. Not for my brow shall be woven the poet's garland of bays. Yet abundant self-confidence is mine, and I augur that in the great work for which I would fain believe the ages are waiting, will be made clear my award to be the high priest of nature. Exact sciences not yet born shall be my servitors and the augmenters of my fame. By the methods I have discerned shall mankind discover and apply those beneficent innovations which are the chiefest births of time. Yet even this hope hath its flavour of bitterness, as thus guided my pupils may far overpass me, and my memory be lost. But the love of beauty and melody and poesy is of perennial life, and thy memory shall survive the mutations of time. and shall be the nation's heritage, while fancy and imagination dwell in the souls of men. Anew do I now discern that the meditation of nature and her laws, mysterious yet exact, consorteth not with the airy fancies of the poet's vision, and that our paths are diverse, yet each guiding to what is useful and divine. Farewell, and until the dollars of death are mine, shall I remember thy sweet loving kindness, and admire thy shining genius, where wit and wisdom guide the flight of a sovereign imagination. Ever thy friend, Francis Bacon. One special point is notable in this letter from Bacon. His ordinary correspondence is thickly sprinkled with quotations in the ancient tongues. As he was well acquainted with Shakespeare, this omission of his customary Latin phrases would indicate that he recognised Shakespeare's lack of a thorough classical education. The next and the last letter in the collection which seems to have a bearing upon the sleeplessness of Shakespeare is also from Reverend Walter Blaise. Stratford, April 3rd, 1609. To William Shakespeare. Sir Thomas Lucy, who is in Her Majesty's commission as a Justice of the Peace in this bailiwick, yesterday did inform me that he had been questioned from London if you were a married man, and if yes, when and to whom you were wedded. As the parish records are in my keeping, I could but bestow the information sought, though with great sinking of heart, as a well-wisher to you, who, though given overmuch to worldly frivolities and revels, yet are a worthy citizen, and a charitable and a just. Greatly did I fear this knowledge was sought to thy injury. Hast thou led a blameless life, the gates of hell shall not prevail against thee, but the wicked stand on slippery ways. Anne, thy wife, to whom I did unbosom my fears, is in much tribulation, lest thou art unfaithful to thy marriage vows, and again beseeches me to urge thee to come forth from wicked Babylon, and dwell in thy pleasant home in Stratford. Thou art become a man of substance, and hast money at usury. I have read of thy verses and plays, which, albeit somewhat given to lewdness, and addressed to gain the favour of the baser sort, yet reveal thee to be a man of understanding. I cannot, as it is rumoured do some of thy town associates, award thee the title of poet, which title is reserved for the shining ones, but thou hast parts. There are many parish clerks, and even some curates in this realm, scarcely more liberally endowed in mind than thou. But greatly do I fear that thou art little better than one of the wicked. How hast thou put to use this talent entrusted thee by the master of the vineyard? In the maintenance of the things which profit not, in seeking the applause of the unworthy, in the writing of vain plays, which, if of the follies of youth, may be forgiven and remembered not against thee, provided in riper years you put behind you these frivolities, and atone for the mischief thou hast wrought, by rendering acceptable service to the master, by coming to the help of the Lord against the mighty. Gladly would I take thy training in charge, and guide thy tottering feet along the flowery paths of homiletics. Who knoweth into what vessels the all-seeing one may elect to pour his spirit? Perchance in mercy I may be spared to behold thee a faithful, though humble, preacher of the word. Anne, thy wife, often hath likened me to a great light upon a hilltop, shining in the darkness far away. I would not magnify my powers, but not to all is it given to be mighty captains of a host. Yet, according to thy gifts might thy work be, and a little candle shining in a darkened valley hath its place. In the light of these letters, some passages in Richard III and the Comedy of Errors, written in the same year, 1609, have an added significance. In Richard III, Gloucester says to Anne, "Your beauty was the cause of that effect, your beauty that did haunt me in my sleep, to undertake the death of all the world, so I might live 1 hour in thy sweet bosom." In the Comedy of Errors, the abbess says to Adriana, "The venom clamours of a jealous woman poison more deadly than a mud dog's tooth. It seems his sleep was hindered by thy railing." In food, in sport, and life-preserving rest, to be disturbed would mad or man or beast. The consequence is then thy jealous fits have scared thy husband from the use of wits. Note too the kindred thought, "Love hath chased sleep from my enthralled eyes." And again this passage, called forth possibly by the letters of the Reverend Walter Blaise. Slander, whose edge is sharper than the sword, whose tongue outvenoms all the worms of Nile, whose breath rides on the posting winds, and doth belie all corners of the world. As also this: do not, as some ungracious pastors do, show me the steep and thorny way to heaven, whiles, like a puffed and reckless libertine, himself the primrose path of dalliance treads, and recks not his own reed. From these several letters sufficiently appear the causes for the insomnia of Shakespeare, which are some of the same causes resulting in its prevalence today. They illustrate anew that history repeats itself for ever, that humanity is always the same, that like temptations and errors come to men with like results in all the centuries, that the sleeplessness of Shakespeare came because, merely as a matter of form, he had endorsed for a friend, because he had bought more stocks than he could pay for, and when his margins were absorbed came forth the shorn and shivering lamb, because of the turbulence of labour, because, alas, he too had been dazzled and bewildered by the light that lies in woman's eyes. Marvellous as were the endowments of the master, yet was he human, and as one of us. Chicago, 1886. End of Shakespeare's Insomnia, and the causes thereof.
Reincarnation from Vedanta Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Barnhart. Vedanta Philosophy by Swami Abhayadananda. Lecture 1. Reincarnation. The visible phenomena of the universe are bound by the universal law of cause and effect. The effect is visible or perceptible, while the cause is invisible or imperceptible. The falling of an apple from a tree is the effect of a certain invisible force called gravitation. Although the force cannot be perceived by the senses, its expression is visible. All perceptible phenomena are but the various expressions of different forces which act as invisible agents upon the subtle and imperceptible forms of matter. These invisible agents or forces, together with the imperceptible participles of matter, make up the subtle states of the phenomenal universe. When a subtle force becomes objectified, it appears as a gross object. Therefore, we can say that every gross form is an expression of some subtle force acting upon the subtle particles of matter. The minute particles of hydrogen and oxygen, when combined by chemical force, appear in the gross form of water. Water can never be separated from hydrogen and oxygen, which are its subtle component parts. Its existence depends upon that of its component parts, or in other words, upon its subtle form. If the subtle state changes, the gross manifestation will also change. The peculiarity in the gross form of a plant depends upon the peculiar nature of its subtle form, the seed. The peculiar nature of the gross forms in the animal kingdom depends upon the subtle forms, which manifest variously in each of the intermediate stages between the microscopic unit of living matter and the highest man. The gross human body is closely related to its subtle body. Not only this, but every movement or change in the physical form is caused by the activity and change of the subtle body. If the subtle body be affected or changed a little, the gross body will also be affected similarly. The material body being the expression of the subtle body, its birth, growth, decay, and death depend upon the changes of the subtle body. As long as the subtle body remains, it will continue to express itself in a corresponding gross form. Now let us understand clearly what we mean by a subtle body. It is nothing but a minute germ of a living substance. It contains the invisible particles of matter which are held together by vital force, and it also possesses mind or thought force in a potential state, just as the seed of a plant contains in it the life force and the power of growth. According to Vedanta, the subtle body consists of antahkaranam, that is, the internal organ or the mind substance with its various modifications, mind, intellect, egoism, memory, the 5 instruments of perception, the powers of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and touching, the 5 instruments of acting, such as the powers of seizing, moving, speaking, evacuating, and generating, and the 5 pranas. Prana is a Sanskrit word which means vital energy or the life-sustaining power in us. Although prana is one, it takes 5 different names on account of the 5 different functions it performs. The word prana includes the 5 manifestations of the vital force. First, that power which moves the lungs and draws the atmospheric air from outside into the system. This is also called prana. Second, that power which throws out of the system such things as are not wanted. It is called in Sanskrit apana. Third, it takes the name of semana, as performing digestive functions and carrying the extract of food to every part of the body. It is called udana, when it is the cause of bringing down food from the mouth, from the alimentary canal to the stomach, and also when it is the cause of the power of speech. The 5th power of prana is that which works in every part of the nervous system from head to foot, through every canal, which keeps the shape of the body, preserves it from petrification, and gives health and life to every cell and organ. These are the various manifestations of the vital force of prana. These subtle powers, together with the non-composite elements of the gross body, or the ethereal particles of subtle matter, and also the potentialities of all the impressions, ideas, and tendencies which each individual gathers in one life, make up his subtle body. As a resultant of all the different actions of mind and body which an individual performs in his present life will be the tendencies and desires in his future life. Nothing will be lost. Every action of body or mind which we do, every thought which we think becomes fine and is stored up in the form of samskara, or impression in our minds. It remains latent for some time, and then it rises up in the form of a mental wave and produces new desires. These desires are called in Vedanta vasanas. Vasanas, or strong desires, are the manufacturers of new bodies. If vasanas, or longing for worldly pleasures and objects, remains in anybody even after hundreds of births, that person will be born again. Nothing can prevent the course of strong desires. Desires must be fulfilled sooner or later. Every voluntary or involuntary action of the body, sense, or mind must correspond to the dormant impressions stored up in the subtle body. Although growth, the process of nourishment, and all the changes of the gross physical body take place according to the necessarily acting causes, yet the whole series of action, and consequently every individual act, the condition of the body which accomplishes it, nay, the whole process in and through which the body exists, are nothing but the outward expressions of the latent impressions stored up in the subtle body. Upon these rests the perfect sustainable suitableness of the animal or human body to the animal or human nature of one's impressions. The organs of the senses must therefore completely correspond to the principal desires which are the strongest and most ready to manifest. They are the visible expressions of these desires. If there be no hunger or desire to eat, teeth, throat, and bowels will be of no use. If there be no desire for grasping and moving, hands and legs will be useless. Similarly, it can be shown that the desire for seeing, hearing, etc., has produced the eye, ear, etc. If I have no desire to use my hand, and if I do not use it at all, within a few months it will wither away and die. In India there are some religious fanatics who hold up their arms and do not use them at all. After a few months their arms wither and become stiff and dead. A person who lies on his back for 6 months loses the power of walking. There are many such instances which prove the injurious effects of the disuse of our limbs and organs. As the human form generally corresponds to the human will generally, so the individual body's structure corresponds to the character, desires, will, and thought of the individual. Therefore, the outer nature is nothing but the expression of the inner nature. This inner nature of each individual is what reincarnates or expresses itself successfully in various forms. one after another. When a man dies, the individual ego, or jiva, as it is called in Sanskrit, which means the germ of life or the living soul of man, is not destroyed, but it continues to exist in an invisible form. It remains like a permanent thread stringing together the separate lives by the law of cause and effect. The subtle body is like a water globule which sprang in the beginningless past from the eternal ocean of reality, and it contains the reflection of the unchangeable light of intelligence. As a water globule remains sometimes in an invisible vapory state in a cloud, then in rain or snow or ice, and again as steam or in mud, but is never destroyed, so the subtle body sometimes remains unmanifested and sometimes expresses itself in gross forms of animal or human beings, according to the desires and tendencies that are ready to manifest. It may go to heaven, that is, to some other planet, or it may be born again on this earth. It depends on the nature and strength of one's lifelong tendency and bent of mind. This idea is clearly expressed in Vedanta. The thought, will, or desire which is extremely strong during lifetime will become predominant at the time of death and will mold the inner nature of the dying person. The newly molded inner nature will express in a new form. The thought, will, or desire which molds the inner nature has the power of selecting or attracting such conditions or environments as will help it in its way of manifestation. This process corresponds in some respects to the law of natural selection. We shall be better able to understand that process by studying how the seeds of different trees select from the common environments different materials and absorb and assimilate different quantities of elements. Suppose two seeds, one of an oak and the other of a chestnut, are planted in a pot. The power of growth in both the seeds is of the same nature. The environments, earth, water, heat, and light are the same, but still there is some peculiarity in each of the seeds, which will absorb from the common environments different quantities of elements and other properties which are fit to help the growth of the peculiar nature and form of the fruit, flower, leaves of each tree. Suppose the chestnut is a horse chestnut. If, under different conditions, the peculiar nature of the horse chestnut changes into that of a sweet chestnut, then, along with the changes in the seed, the whole nature of the tree, leaves, fruits will also be changed. It will no more attract, absorb, or assimilate those substances and qualities of the environments which it did when it was a horse chestnut. Similarly, through the law of natural selection, the newly molded thought body of the dying person will choose and attract such parts from the common environments as are helpful to its proper expression or manifestation. Parents are nothing but the principal parts of the environment of the reincarnating individual. The newly molded inner nature or subtle body of the individual will by the law of natural selection involuntarily choose or be unconsciously drawn to, as it were, its suitable parents and will be born of them. As, for instance, if I have a strong desire to become an artist, and if after a lifelong struggle I do not succeed in being the greatest, after the death of the body I will be born in such parents and with such environments as will help me to become the best artist. The whole process is expressed in Eastern philosophy by the doctrine of the reincarnation of the individual soul. Although this doctrine is commonly rejected in the West, it is unreservedly accepted by the vast majority of mankind of the present day, as it was in past centuries. The scientific explanation of this theory we find nowhere except in the writings of the Hindus. Still we know that from very ancient times it was believed by the philosophers, sages, and prophets of different countries. The ancient civilization of Egypt was built upon a crude form of the doctrine of reincarnation. Herodotus says, the Egyptians propounded the theory that the human soul is imperishable, and that where the body of anyone dies, it enters into some other creature that may be ready to receive it. Pythagoras and his disciples spread it through Greece and Italy. Pythagoras says, all has soul, all is soul wandering in the organic world and obeying eternal will or law. In Dryden's Ovid we read, death has no power the immortal soul to slay, that, when its present body turns to clay, seeks a fresh home and with unlessened might inspires another frame with life and light. It was the keynote of Plato's philosophy. Plato says soul is older than body. Souls are continually born over again into this life. The idea of reincarnation was spread widely in Greece and Italy by Pythagoras, Empedocles, Plato, Virgil, and Ovid. It was known to the Neoplatonists and Proclus. Plotinus says, the soul leaving the body becomes that power which it has most developed. Let us fly then from here below and rise to the intellectual world, that we may not fall into a purely sensible life by allowing ourselves to follow sensible images. It was the fundamental principle of the religion of the Persian Magi. Alexander the Great accepted this idea after coming in contact with the Hindu philosophers. Julius Caesar found that the Gauls had some belief regarding the pre-existence of the human soul. The Druids of Old Gaul believed that the souls of men transmigrate into those bodies whose habits and characters they most resemble. Celts and Britons were impressed with this idea. It was a favorite theme of the Arab philosophers and many Mohammed Sufis. The Jews adapted it after the Babylonian captivity. Philo of Alexandria, who was a contemporary of Christ, preached amongst the Hebrews the Platonic idea of the pre-existence and rebirth of human souls. Philo says the company of disembodied souls is distributed in various orders. The law of some of them is to enter mortal bodies and after certain prescribed periods be again set free. John the Baptist was, according to the Jews, a second Elijah. Jesus was believed by many to be the reappearance of some other prophet. Solomon says in his Book of Wisdom, I was a child of good nature, and a good soul came to me, or rather because I was good I came into an undefiled. The Talmud and Kabbalah teach the same thing. In the Talmud it is said that Abel's soul passed into the body of Seth and then into that of Moses. Along with the spread of the Kabbalah, this doctrine, which was known as transmigration and metaphysics, began to take root in Judaism, and then it gained believers even among men who were little inclined towards mysticism. Judah ben Asher, for instance, discussing this doctrine in a letter to his father, endeavored to place it upon a philosophical basis. We also read, the Kabbalists eagerly adopted the doctrine on account of the vast field it offered to mystic speculations. Moreover, it was almost a necessary corollary of their psychological system. The absolute condition of the soul is, according to them, its return, after developing all those perfections, the germs of which are eternally implanted in it, to the infinite source from which it emanated. Another term of life must therefore be vouchsafed to those souls which have not fulfilled their destiny here below, and have not been sufficiently purified for the state of union with the primordial cause. Hence, if the soul, on its first assumption of a human body and sojourn on earth, fails to acquire that experience for which it descended from heaven and becomes contaminated by that which is polluting, it must re-inhabit a body till it is able to ascend in a purified state through repeated trials. This is the theory of the Zohar, which says, all souls are subject to transmigration, and men do not know the ways of the Holy One. Blessed be He! They do not know that they are brought before the tribunal both before they enter into this world and after they leave it. They are ignorant of the many transmigrations and secret probations which they have to undergo, and of the number of souls and spirits which enter into this world and which do not return to the palace of the heavenly King. Men do not know how the souls revolve like a stone which is thrown from a sling, but the time is at hand when these mysteries will be disclosed. Like many of the Church Fathers, the Kabbalists used as their main argument in favor of the doctrine of metaphysics the justice of God. But for the brief in metaphysics, they maintained the question why God often permits the wicked to lead a happy life while many righteous are miserable would be unanswerable. Then, too, the infliction of pain upon children would be an act of cruelty unless it is imposed in punishment of sin committed by the soul in a previous state. Isaac Abranville sees in the commandment of the Levirate a proof of the doctrine of metaphysics, for which he gives the following reasons. God, in His mercy, willed that another trial should be given to the soul, which having yielded to the sanguine temperament of the body had committed a capital sin, such as murder, adultery, etc. 2. It is only just that when a man dies young, a chance should be given to his soul to execute in another body the good deeds which it had not time to perform in the first body. 3. The soul of the wicked sometimes passes into another body in order to receive its deserved punishment here below instead of in the other world, where it would be more severe. Christianity is not exempt from this idea. Origen and other church fathers believed in it. Origen says, "For God, justly disposing of his creatures according to their desert, united the diversities of minds in one congruous world, that he might, as it were, adorn his mansion, in which ought to be not only vases of gold and silver, but of wood also and clay, and some to honor and some to dishonor. With these diverse vases, minds or souls, to these causes the world owes its diversity, while divine providence disposes each according to his tendency, mind, and disposition." He also says, "I think this is a question how it happens that the human mind is influenced now by the good, now by the evil. The causes of this I suspect to be more ancient than his corporeal birth. The idea of reincarnation spread so fast amongst the early Christians that Justinian was obliged to suppress it by passing a law in the Council of Constantinople in 538 A.D. The law was this: whoever shall support the mythical presentation of the pre-existence of the soul and the consequently wonderful opinion of its return, let him be anathema. The Gnostics and Manichaeans propagated the tenets of reincarnation amongst the medieval sects such as the Bogomiles and Puritans. Some of the followers of this so-called erroneous belief were cruelly persecuted in 385 A.D. In the 17th century, some of the Cambridge Platonists, as Dr. Henry Moore and others, accepted the idea of rebirth. Most of the German philosophers of the Middle Ages and of recent days have advocated and upheld this doctrine. Many quotations can be given from the writings of great thinkers like Kant, Scotus, Schelling, Fritz, Leibniz, Schopenhauer, Giando, Bruno, Goethe, Lessing, Herder, and a host of others. The great skeptic Hume says in his posthumous essay on the immortality of the soul, "The metaphysicist is therefore the only system of this kind that philosophy can hearken to." Scientists like Flammarion and Huxley have supported this doctrine of reincarnation. Professor Huxley says, "None but hasty thinkers will reject it on the ground of inherent absurdity, like the doctrine of evolution itself, that of transmigration has its roots in the world of reality." Some of the theological leaders have preached it. The eminent German theologian Dr. Julius Müller supports this theory in his work on the Christian doctrine of sin. Prominent theologians such as Dr. Dorner, Ernesti Ruckert, Edward Beecher, Henry Ward Beecher, Phillips Brooks preached many a time touching the question of the pre-existence and rebirth of the individual soul. Swedenborg and Emerson maintained it. Emerson says in his essay on experience, "We wake and find ourselves on a stair. There are stairs below us which we seem to have ascended. There are stairs above us, many a one, which go upward and out of sight." Almost all the poets, ancient or modern, profess it. William Wordsworth says in Intimations of Immortality, "The soul that rises with us, our life's star, hath had elsewhere its setting, and cometh from afar." Tennyson writes in the Two Voices, "Or if through lower lives I came, though all experience past became, consolidate in mind and frame, I might forget my weaker lot, for is not our first year forgot? The haunts of memory echo not." Walt Whitman says in Leaves of Grass, "As to you, life, I reckon you are the leavings of many deaths. No doubt I have died myself 10,000 times before." Similar passages can be quoted from almost all of the poets of different countries. Even amongst the aboriginal tribes of Africa, Asia, North and South America, traces of this belief in the rebirth of souls is to be found. Nearly 3/4 of the population of Asia believe in the doctrine of reincarnation, and through it they find a satisfactory explanation of the problem of life. There is no religion which denies the continuity of the individual soul after death. Those who do not believe in reincarnation try to explain the world of inequalities and diversities either by the one-birth theory or by the theory of hereditary transmission. Neither of these theories, however, is sufficient to explain the inequalities that we meet with in our everyday life. Those who believe in the one-birth theory, that we have come here for the first and last time, do not understand that the acquirement of wisdom and experience is the purpose of human life. Nor can they explain why children who die young should come into existence and pass away without getting the opportunity to learn anything, or what purpose is served by their coming thus for a few days, remaining in utter ignorance, and then passing away without gaining anything whatsoever. The Christian dogma, based on the one-birth theory, tells us that the child which dies soon after its birth is sure to be saved and will enjoy eternal life and everlasting happiness in heaven. The Christians who really believe in this dogma ought to pray to their Heavenly Father for the death of their children immediately after their birth, and ought to thank the merciful Father when the grave closes over their little forms. Thus the one-birth theory of Christianity theologically does not remove any difficulty. Two great religions, Judaism with its two offspring, Christianity and Mohammedanism, and Zoroastrianism, still uphold the one-birth theory. The followers of these, shutting their eyes to the absurdity and unreasonableness of such a theory, believe that human souls are created out of nothing at the time of birth of their bodies, and that they continue to exist throughout eternity, either to suffer or to enjoy because of the deeds performed during this short period of their earthly existence. Here the question arises, why should a man be held responsible throughout eternity for the works which he was forced or predestined to perform by the will of the Lord of the universe? The theory of predestination and grace, instead of explaining the difficulty, makes God partial and unjust. If the omnipotent, personal God created human souls out of nothing, could he not make all souls equally good and happy? Why does he make one to enjoy all the blessings of life and another to suffer all miseries throughout eternity? Why is one born with good tendencies and another with evil ones? Why is one man virtuous throughout his life and another bestial? Why is one born intelligent and another idiotic? If God out of his own will made all these inequalities, or in other words, if God created one man to suffer and another to enjoy, then how partial and unjust must he be? He must be worse than a tyrant. How can we worship him? How call him just and merciful? Some people try to save God from this charge of partiality and injustice by saying that all good things of this universe are the work of God, and all things are the work of a demon or Satan. God created everything good, but it was Satan who brought evil into this world and made everything bad. Now let us see how far such a statement is logically correct. Good and evil are two relative terms. The existence of one depends upon that of the other. Good cannot exist without evil, and evil cannot exist without being related to good. When God created what we call good, he must have created evil at the same time. Otherwise, he could not create good alone. If the creator of evil, call him whatever name you like, had brought evil into this world, he must have created it simultaneously with God. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for God to create good, which can exist only as related to evil. As such, they will have to admit that the creators of good and evil sat together at the same time to create this world, which is a mixture of good and evil. Consequently, both of them are equally powerful and limited by each other. Therefore, neither of them is infinite in powers or omnipotent, so we cannot say that the Almighty God of the universe created good alone and not the evil. Another argument which the Vedantists advance in support of the theory of reincarnation is that nothing is destroyed in the universe. Destruction in the sense of annihilation of a thing is unknown to the Vedantic philosophers, just as it is unknown to the modern scientists. They say non-existence can never become existence, and existence can never become non-existence. Or in other words, that which did not exist can never exist, and conversely, that which exists in any form can never become non-existent. This is the law of nature, and such the impressions or ideas which we now have, together with the powers which we possess, will not destroy, but will remain with us in some form or other. Our bodies may change, but the powers, karma, samskaras, or impressions, and the materials which manufactured our bodies must remain in us in an unmanifested form. They will never be destroyed. Again, science tells us that which remains in an unmanifested or potential state must at some time or other be manifested in a kinetic or actual form. Therefore, we shall get other bodies sooner or later. It is for this reason said in the Bhagavad Gita, birth must be followed by death, and death must be followed by birth. Such a continuously recurring series of births and deaths each germ of life must go through. Another consideration is that the beginning, ending, and continuing are concepts of the human mind. Their significance depends entirely upon our conception of time. For we all know that time has no absolute existence. It is merely a form of our knowledge of our own existence in relation of that of nature. The conception of time vanishes at the sleep of death, just as it does every night when we are in sound sleep. Death resembles the state of our sound sleep. The soul wakes up in the sleep of death just in the same manner as the insects awake in spring after leaving the long and rigid winter sleep, as a chrysalis in the bed of a cocoon spun by itself in autumn. Nature teaches us the great lesson of rebirth and similarity between sleep and death by the rejuvenation of the chrysalis in the spring. After death, the soul wakes up and puts on or manufactures the garment of a new body, just in the same manner as we put on new clothes after throwing away the old and worn-out ones. Thus the soul continues to manifest itself over and over again, either on the human or any other plane of existence, being bound by the law of karma, or of cause and sequence. Death, so called, is but older matter dressed in some new form and in a varied vest. From tenement to tenement, though tossed, the soul is still the same, the figure only lost. Here it may be asked, if we exist before our birth, why do we not remember? This is one of the strongest objections often raised against the belief in pre-existence. Some people deny the existence of the soul in the past simply because they cannot remember the events of their past. Others, again, who hold memory as the standard of existence, say, if our memory of the present ceases to exist at the time of death, with it we shall also cease to be. We cannot be immortal because they hold that memory in the standard of life, and if we do not remember, then we are not the same beings. Vedanta answers these questions by saying that it is possible for us to remember our previous existence. Those who have read Yaja Yoga will recall that in the 18th aphorism of the 3rd chapter it is said, by perceiving the samskaras, one acquires the knowledge of past lives. Here the samskaras means the impressions of the past experience which lie dormant in our subliminal self and are never lost. Memory is nothing but the awakening and rising of latent impressions among the threshold of consciousness. A Raja Yogi, through powerful concentration upon these dormant impressions of the subconscious mind, can remember all the events of his past lives. There have been many instances in India of yogis who could know not only their own past lives, but correctly tell those of others. It is said that Buddha remembered 500 of his previous births. Our subliminal self, or the conscious mind, is the storehouse of all the impressions that we gather through our experiences during our lifetime. They are stored up, pigeonholed there in the chitta, as it is called in Vedanta. Chitta means the same subconscious mind or subliminal self which is the storehouse of all impressions and experiences, and these impressions remain latent until favorable conditions rouse them and bring them out on the plane of consciousness. Here let us take an illustration. In a dark room, pictures are thrown on a screen by lantern slides. The room is absolutely dark. We are looking at the pictures. Suppose we open a window and allow the rays of midday sun to fall upon the screen. Would we be able to see those pictures? No. Why? Because the more powerful flood of light will subdue the light of the lantern and the pictures. But although they are invisible to our eyes, we cannot deny their existence on the screen. Similarly, the pictures of the events of our previous lives upon the screen of the subliminal self may be invisible to us at present, but they exist there. Why are they invisible to us now? Because the more powerful light of sense consciousness has subdued them. If we close the windows and doors of our senses from outside contact and darken the inner chamber of our self, then focusing the light of consciousness and concentrating the mental rays, we shall be able to know and remember our past lives, and all the events and experiences thereof. Those who wish, therefore, to develop their memory and remember their past should practice Raja Yoga and learn the method of acquiring the power of concentration by shutting the doors and windows of their senses. And that power of concentration must be helped by the power of self-control, that is, by controlling the doors and windows of our own senses. These dormant impressions, whether we remember them or not, are the chief factors in molding our individual characters with which we are born. And they are the causes of inequalities and diversities which we find around us. When we study the characters of and powers of geniuses and prodigies, we cannot deny the pre-existence of the soul. Whatever the soul has mastered in a previous life manifests in the present. The memory of particular events is not so important. If we possess the wisdom and knowledge which we gathered in our previous lives, then it matters very little whether or not we remember the particular events or the struggles which we went through in order to gain that knowledge. Those particular things may not come to us in our memory, but we have not lost the wisdom. Now study your own present life, and you will see that in this life you have gained some experience. The particular events and the struggles which you went through are passing out of your memory, but the experience, the knowledge which you have gained through that experience, has molded your character, has shaped you in a different manner. You will not have to go through those different events again to remember. How you acquire that experience is not necessary. The wisdom gained is quite enough. Then again, we find among ourselves persons who are born with some wonderful powers. Take, for instance, the power of self-control. One is born with the power of self-control highly developed, and that self-control may not be acquired by another after years of hard struggle. Why is there this difference? Bhagavan Sri Ramakrishna was born with God consciousness, and he went into the highest state of samadhi when he was 4 years old. But this state is very difficult for other yogis to acquire. There was a yogi who came to see Ramakrishna, who was an old man and possessed wonderful powers, and he said, "I have struggled for 40 years to acquire that state which is natural with you." There are many such instances which show that pre-existence is a fact, and that these latent or dormant impressions of previous lives are the chief factors in molding the individual character without depending upon the memory of the past. Because we cannot remember our past, because of the loss of memory of the particular events, the soul's progress is not arrested. The soul will continue to progress further and further, even though the memory may be weak. Each individual soul possesses this storehouse of previous experiences in the background, in the subconscious mind. Take the instance of two lovers. What is love? It is the attraction between two souls. This love does not die with the death of the body. True love survives death and continues to grow, to become stronger and stronger. Eventually brings the two souls together and makes them one. The theory of pre-existence alone can explain why two souls at first sight know each other and become attracted to each other by the tie of friendship. This mutual love will continue to grow and will become stronger, and in the end will bring these lovers together, no matter where they go. Therefore, Vedanta does not say that the death of the body will end the attraction or the attachment of two souls, but as the souls are immortal, so their relation will continue forever. The yogis know how to develop memory and how to read past lives. They say time and space exist in relation to our present mental condition. If we can rise above this plane, our higher mind sees the past and future just as we see things before our eyes. Those who wish to satisfy the idle curiosity of their minds may spend their energy by trying to recollect their past lives. But I think it will be much more helpful to us if we devote our time and energy in molding our future and in trying to be better than we are now, because the recollection of our former condition would only force us to make a bad use of the present. How unhappy he must be who knows that The wicked deeds of his past life will surely react on him and will bring distress, misery, unhappiness, or suffering within a few days or a few months. Such a man would be so restless and unhappy that he would not be able to do any work properly. He would constantly think in what form misery would appear to him. He would not be able to eat or even sleep. He would be most miserable. Therefore, we ought to regard it as a blessing that we do not recollect our past lives and past deeds. Vedanta says, do not waste your valuable time in thinking of your past lives. Do not look backward during the tiresome journey through the different stages of evolution. Always look forward and try first to attain the highest point of spiritual development. Then, if you want to know your past lives, you will recollect them all. Nothing will remain unknown to you, the knower of the universe. When the all-knowing divine self will manifest through you, time and space will vanish, and past and future will be changed into the eternal present. Then you will say, as Sri Krishna said to Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita, both you and I have passed through many lives. You do not recollect any, but I know them all.
End of recording.
English Walnuts, compiled by Walter Fox Allen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read and recorded by Betsy Bush, Marquette, Michigan, February 2006. English Walnuts, what you need to know about planting, cultivating, and harvesting this most delicious of nuts. Compiled by Walter Fox Allen. Copyright 1912. Foreword. Realizing the tremendous interest that is now being directed by owners of country estates everywhere to the culture of the Persian or English walnut, I have compiled this little book with the idea of supplying the instruction needed on the planting, cultivation, and harvesting of this most delicious of all nuts. I have gathered the material herein presented from a large number of trustworthy sources, using only such portions of each as would seem to be of prime importance to the intending grower. I am indebted to the United States Department of Agriculture and to numerous cultivators of the nut in all sections of the country. I am aimed at accuracy and brevity, and hope the following pages will furnish just that practical information which I have felt has long been desired. The Compiler. English Walnuts. Viewed as a comparatively new industry, the culture of the Persian or English walnut is making remarkable strides in this country. Owners of farms and suburban estates everywhere are becoming interested in the raising of this delicious article of food, thousands of trees being set out every year. There are two important reasons for the rapidly growing enthusiasm that is being manifested toward the English walnut. First, its exceptional value as a food property is becoming widely recognized. 1 pound of walnut meat being equal in nutriment to 8 pounds of steak. Secondly, its superior worth as an ornamental shade tree is admitted by everyone who knows the first thing about trees. For this purpose there is nothing more beautiful. With their wide-spreading branches and dark green foliage, they are a delight to the eye. Unlike the leaves of some of our shade trees, those of this variety do not drop during the summer, but adhere until late in the fall, thus making an unusually clean tree for lawn or garden. In addition to all this, the walnut is particularly free from scale and other pests. Up to the present time, the English walnut has been more largely in demand as a shade tree than as a commercial proposition. In fact, so little attention has been given to the nuts themselves that there are, comparatively speaking, few large producing orchards in the United States, the greater portion of the total yield of walnuts being procured from scattered field and roadside trees. It is a little difficult to understand why they should have been so neglected, when there are records of single trees bearing as much as 800 pounds of nuts in one year. In 1895, this country produced about 4 million pounds, and more than 16 million pounds of English walnuts in 1907, with a proportionate annual increase each year to the present. But when it is known that the United States is consuming yearly about 50 million pounds of nuts, with the demand constantly increasing, thereby necessitating the importation annually of something more than 25 million pounds, the wonderful possibilities of the industry in this country from a purely business viewpoint will readily be appreciated. And of course the market price of the walnut is keeping step with the consumption, having advanced from 15 to 20 cents a pound in the past few years. Arrival of the orange. In California, the nut industry is becoming a formidable rival of the orange. In fact, there are more dollars worth of nuts, all varieties, shipped from the state now per year than oranges. One grower is shipping $136,000 worth of English walnuts a year, while another man, with an orchard just beginning to bear, is getting about $200 an acre for his crop. No standard estimate can at present be placed on the yield per acre of orchards in full bearing, but the growers are confident that they will soon be deriving from $800 to $1,600 per acre, this figure being based on the number of individual trees which are already producing from $90 to $120 a year. The success with the nut in California can be duplicated in the East, providing certain hardy varieties are planted. And in the few instances where orchards have been started in the East, great things have already been done, and still greater are expected in the next few years. Origin of the English walnut. But where did this walnut originate? What is its history? Juglans regia, nut of the gods, Persian walnut, called also Madeira nut and English walnut, is a native of western, central, and probably eastern Asia, the home of the peach and the apricot. It was known to the Greeks, who introduced it from Persia into Europe at an early day, as persicon or Persian nut, and brasilicon or royal nut. Carried from Greece to Rome, it became juglans, name derived from Jovis and glans, an acorn, literally Jupiter's acorn, or the nut of the gods. From Rome it was distributed throughout continental Europe, and according to Loudon, it reached England prior to 1562. In England it is generally known as the walnut, a term of Anglo-Saxon derivation signifying foreign nut. It has been called Madeira nut, presumably because the fruit was formerly imported into England from the Madeira Islands, where it is yet grown to some extent. In America it has commonly been known as English walnut to distinguish it from our native species. From the fact that all of the names applied to this nut, Persian seems to have been the first in common use, and that it indicates approximately the home of the species, the name Persian walnut is regarded as most suitable, but inasmuch as English walnut is better known here, we shall use that name in this treatise. As a material for the manufacture of gun stocks and furniture, the timber of the nut was long in great demand throughout Europe, and high prices were paid for it. Early in the last century, as much as $3,000 was paid for a single large tree for the making of gun stocks. Planting and cultivation. Everything depends upon the planting and cultivation of English walnuts, as indeed it does of all other fruits from which the very best results are desired. The following general rules should be thoroughly mastered. Plant English walnut trees on any well-drained land where the subsoil moisture is not more than 10 or 12 feet from the surface. Wherever oaks, black walnuts, or other taproot nut trees will grow, 40 to 60 feet apart, in holes 18 inches in diameter and 30 inches deep. 2 inches deeper than the earth mark showing on the tree. And remember that the trees need plenty of good, rich soil about their roots, that the trees should be inclined slightly toward prevailing winds, that the trees should not be cut back, that the ground cannot be packed too hard around the roots and the tree, that the trees should be mulched in the fall, that the ground should be kept cultivated around the trees during the spring and summer, that English walnut trees should be transplanted while young, as they will often double in size the year the taproot reaches the subsoil moisture, that is, the moist earth. That taproot trees are the easiest of all to transplant if the work is done while the trees are young and small. That trees sometimes bear the 3rd year after transplanting 3-year-old trees where the subsoil moisture is within 6 or 8 feet of the surface. That the age of bearing depends largely on the distance the taproot has to grow to reach the subsoil moisture. Peculiarities of growth. The growth of the English walnut is different from that of most fruit trees. The small trees grow about 6 inches the first year, taproot the same. The second year they grow about 12 inches, taproot the same. The third year they grow about 18 inches, taproot nearly as much. For the first 3 years the taproot seems to gain most of the nourishment, and at the end of the 3rd year, or about that time, the tree itself starts its real growth. After the taproot reaches the subsoil moisture, the tree often grows as much in 1 year as it has in the preceding 3 or 4. If the trees are transplanted previous to the time that the taproot reaches this moisture, and before the tree starts its rapid growth, very few young trees are lost in the process of transplanting. Orchard planting. For orchard planting, the trees should be placed from 40 to 60 feet apart, and by staggering the rows, a greater distance is gained between individual trees. Any other small fruits may be planted in the orchard between the walnut trees, or any cultivated crop can be raised satisfactorily on the same land, many orchardists gaining triple use of the soil in this way. Besides, the cultivation of the earth in proximity to the walnuts proves of great benefit to the trees. Before trees are planted, the taproot should be trimmed or cut back, and most, if not all, the lateral branches trimmed from the tree. The tree itself should not be cut back as is customary with either fruit trees, but by leaving the terminal bud intact, a much better shaped tree is developed. It is not necessary to prune English walnut trees, except in cases where some of the lower branches interfere with cultivation. Cultivation in the north should be stopped about the 1st of August, thus halting the growth of the trees and giving them a chance to harden their wood for winter. This is a good plan to follow in the cultivation of nearly all the smaller fruit trees. When planting on the lawn for ornamental purposes, a ring about 2 to 3 feet in diameter should be cultivated about the base of the tree. Selection of varieties. The tender varieties that have been used in Southern California must not be experimented with in the North, as they bloom too early and are almost certain to be caught by the frost. These varieties have been tried in Northern California without success, and the venture is quite likely to be disastrous in any but the warmest climates. The uncertainty of a crop is often due to the very early blooming of the kinds planted. These start to grow at the first warm spell in the latter part of the winter or at the first blush of spring, and almost invariably become victims of frost and consequently produce no fruit. Planting in the Northwest and the East until recently has been limited to an extremely narrow area. There was need of a variety possessing strong, distinct characteristics, hardy, late to start growth, and with the pistillate and staminate blossoms maturing at the same time and bearing a nut of good quality and flavor, with a full rich meat. This variety has now been found, as will later be shown. English walnuts grown in the North command from 3 to 5 cents more a pound than the other nuts in the markets, as the meat is plumper and the flavor better. Most fruit is at its best at the northern limit of its range. One experienced grower, in reference to transplanting, has said, "I have transplanted all the way from a year to 6, and the trees have grown and done well, but so far as my experience goes, I prefer to move them at 3 years of age, or about that time. The best trees I have were transplanted at this age." Fall or Spring Planting. The following extract on tree planting in general, pertaining to all kinds of trees, is contributed by O.K. White of the Michigan Experiment Station. The advisability of fall or spring planting depends upon several conditions. Fall planting has the advantage over spring planting in that the trees become firmly established in the soil before winter sets in, and are able to start growth in the spring before the ground can be marked and put in condition for planting. This is important because the trees get a good growth in the early part of the season before the summer droughts occur. On the other hand, there is more or less danger from winter injury during a severe season, or from the drying out of the trees if the winter is long and dry. Fall planting is much more successful with the hardy apples and pears than it is with the tender plums, cherries, and peaches. The convenience of the season will determine in a majority of cases whether or not the planting shall be done in the fall or spring. Very often the rush of the spring work induces the grower to hurry his planting, or to do it carelessly, and as a result a poor start is secured with crooked rows. Others have large crops to harvest in the fall and would find it more convenient to do the planting in the spring. If there is any doubt as to the best time to plant, let it be in the spring. Fertilizing. We now come to the subject of fertilization. Up to the time when the young trees come into bearing, cultivation and fertilization will help them enormously, the cultivation keeping the soil in condition to hold the moisture of the tree. In fertilizing, a mulch of stable manure in the fall is considered by most growers to be the best, but the following preparation is thought to be exceptionally good for all young orchards. Dried blood 1,000 pounds, bone meal 550 pounds, sulfate of potash 350 pounds, total 2,000 pounds. This should be applied close up and about the tree, extending out each year in a circle somewhat beyond the spread of the branches. This provides a quickly available plant food rich in nitrogen and especially recommended for rapid growth. After the taproot reaches the subsoil moisture, it is well able to take care of the tree, and both cultivation and fertilization may then be stopped. In fact, by this time practically no further care is needed in the nut orchard with the exception of that required at the harvesting time, and this is a pleasant and easy occupation, especially in the northern and eastern states where the frost opens the shuck and the nuts drop free upon the ground, where they may be picked up and put into sacks of 110 to 120 pounds each, ready for the market. Just before the first frost, it is a very good idea to remove all leaves from the ground, so that when the nuts fall they can be readily seen and gathered. An excellent method of accomplishing this is by means of a horse and rake. The nuts may be left on the ground to dry, or may be removed to any convenient place for that purpose. The different kinds. There are 3 distinct kinds of English walnuts: hard shell, soft shell, and paper shell, the soft shell being the best. Each of these 3 is divided into a number of varieties, the names of some of the more popular ones being the Barthere, Chabert, Cluster, Drew, Ford, Franquette, Gaunt or Bijou, Grand Noblesse, Lanfray, Mammoth, Mayette, Wilts Mayette, Misang, Melan, Mission, Parisienne, Poor Man, Proeparteriens, Santa Barbara, Pomeroy, Serotina, Sexton, Vourey, Concord, Chase, and the Eureka. The question of the best varieties for planting in the North, as well as in the South, is somewhat open to discussion, due largely to a lack of sufficient information in regard to some of the more promising kinds. There is but little question that the best proven variety for the Northwest is the Franquette, and for the East and Northeast the Pomeroy. Both of these are good producers, bearing a fine nut, well filled with a white meat of excellent flavor and of good shape, and commanding the highest market prices. The two varieties are also very late in starting in the spring, making them safe against the late frosts. Their pistillate and staminate blossoms mature at the same time. The white-meated nut is far superior to any other. The browning or staining is caused by the extremely dry heat and sun in the far south. In the north, or where the tree has an abundant thick foliage, the meat is invariably whiter. The Mission Nut. The mission nut was introduced by the priests of Los Angeles and is the pioneer Persian nut of California. Most of the bearing orchards of the state are composed of seedling trees of this type. The nut is medium-sized with a hard shell of ordinary thickness. It succeeds admirably in a few favored districts of Southern California, but fails in productiveness farther north. Its most prominent faults are early blooming, in consequence of which it is often caught by the late frosts; the irregular and unequal blooming of its pistillate and staminate blossoms, and the consequent failure of the former to be fertilized and to develop nuts; and lateness in ripening its wood in the fall, and consequent liability to injury by frost at that time. The Santa Barbara Nut. The Santa Barbara English Walnut, soft shell variety, is about 10 days later than the Mission in starting growth and in blooming in the spring. It fruits from 4 to 6 years from seed, and usually produces a full crop every year. It is not as strong a grower as the Mission, and more trees can be grown to the acre. The shells are thin and easily broken, therefore the nuts are sometimes damaged in long shipment. The kernel is white and of very fine quality. The Pomeroy Nut. The Pomeroy variety was started in a most peculiar and interesting way. The late Norman Pomeroy of Lockport, New York, made the discovery quite by accident. When he was in Philadelphia in 1876, visiting the Centennial Exposition, he awoke one morning to be greeted by the leaves of a gorgeous tree, which just touched his window and through which the sun shone brightly. He soon was examining a magnificent English walnut tree. On the ground directly under he found the nuts, which had fallen during the night. Their flavor was more delicious and the meat fuller than any he had ever before tasted. The shell was unusually thin, and Mr. Pomeroy was astonished, for he never believed the English walnut grew in the East. Knowing the varieties grown in California could not be raised in the East or North, he questioned his landlord and found that this particular tree had been brought from Northern Europe. Mr. Pomeroy determined at once that possibly this variety would be hardy enough for cultivation in New York State. He procured some of the nuts and put them in his satchel, which he entrusted to a neighbor who was about to start home. The neighbor reached home all right, and so did the nuts, but the neighbor's children found the rare delicacies and ate all but 7. They would doubtless have eaten those too, but fortunately they had slipped into the lining of the satchel, where Mr. Pomeroy found them on his return to Lockport. These 7 nuts, which had so narrow an escape from oblivion, are now 7 beautiful English walnut trees 60 or more feet high, and the progenitors of the Pomeroy orchards, all of which are now producing nuts like the originals, a very fine quality. Some uses of English walnuts. English walnuts to be used for making pickles, ketchup, oil, and other culinary products are gathered when the fruit is about half mature, or when the shell is soft enough to yield to the influence of cooking. The proper stage can be determined by piercing the nut with a needle, a certain degree of hardness being desired. The nut is often utilized for olive oil in some parts of Europe. It takes 100 pounds of nuts to make 18 pounds of oil. In England the nuts are preserved fresh for the table, where they are served with wine. They are buried deep in dry soil or sand so as not to be reached by frost, the sun's rays, or rain, or by placing them in dry cellars and covering with straw. Others seal them in tin cans filled with sand. Examples of hardiness. As an illustration of the hardiness of the English walnut, there is a tree at Red Hill, Virginia, which was brought from Edinburgh, Scotland, when 6 months old, planted in New York, where it remained 3 years, then removed to Staunton, Virginia, and after 2 years taken to Red Hill. In consequence of so many changes, the tree at first died back, but is now thrifty, 20 feet high, trunk 8 inches in diameter at the ground. During several severe winters the thermometer fell so low that some peach trees and grapevines growing near English walnuts on the Pomeroy farm near Lockport, New York, were killed, while the nut trees were not in the least injured. The English walnut at its best. A smooth, soft-shelled nut. Meat full with sweet hickory nut flavor. Nuts fall clean and free from outside shuck. Frosts harvest the nuts in October. They are self-pruning. Require no care after arrival at bearing age. An alkali sap keeps scales and pests from the trees. Blossoms immune from late frosts as they start late. Pistillate and staminate blossoms mature at same time in the best varieties, ensuring perfect fertilization and productivity. Bears more regularly than other nut trees. Bears heavier crops the older it becomes, unlike other fruit trees, the size and quality of which fruit degenerates with age. Interesting figures about the English walnut. In Spain and southern France there are trees believed to be more than 300 years old, which bear from 15 to 18 bushels of nuts each annually. In Whittier, California, is a famous tree which has been leased for a term of years at $500. Orchards 7 and 8 years old bring all the way from $1,000 to $2,000 per acre and are a fine investment, yielding from 15 to 125% according to age. The total cost of producing and harvesting an English walnut crop is about 1 1/2 cents a pound. Kernels of fact about the English walnut. The United States consumes more than 50 million pounds a year. The United States imports about 27 million pounds a year. The price is advancing steadily with the demand. Besides being profitable, the English walnut is a clean, highly ornamental shade tree. The leaves remain on the tree until late in the fall, not littering up the ground during the summer. English walnuts are not only a rare table delicacy, but may be utilized for ketchup, pickles, and oil. 1 pound of walnut meat equals 8 pounds of steak in nutriment, and is a far more healthful food. What Luther Burbank has to say. When you plant another tree, why not plant the English walnut? Then, besides sentiment, shade, and leaves, you may have a perennial supply of nuts, the improved kind of which furnish the most delicious, nutritious, and healthful food which has ever been known. The consumption of nuts is probably increasing among all civilized nations today faster than that of any other food, and we should keep up with this growing demand and make it still more rapid by producing nuts of uniform good quality, with a consequent increase in the health and a permanent increase in the wealth of ourselves and neighbors. From address at Santa Rosa, California, in the fall of 1905. End of English Walnuts, compiled by Walter Fox Allen.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Nelson. An account of the extraordinary medicinal fluid called Aether by M. Turner, surgeon. The publisher of the following short account of the Aether, having prepared and successfully made use of it in his private practice for several years, has at length determined to endeavor to extend its utility by thus making it public. As he knows of no one who has ever published its medicinal virtues, or offered it to sale in its perfection, or given the criteria by which they who are unacquainted with it might distinguish the genuine from the spurious. And he doubts not but every candid person who examines it will agree with him that it carries with it the strongest marks of a valuable addition to the materia medica, and therefore ought to lie no longer in obscurity. An account of the Aether, etc. This truly extraordinary chemical preparation is not a new discovery, having been known and esteemed as a valuable curiosity by many of the greatest chemists and philosophers, both ancient and modern, particularly by Sir Isaac Newton and the Honourable Mr. Boyle, who both mention it in their works, though not by this name. And therefore, before anything is said of its virtues as a medicine, it may not be improper to explain the nature of it, and enumerate a few of its remarkable properties, considered as a curiosity in chemistry, in which light chiefly it has hitherto been viewed by those who have been acquainted with it. It is a kind of ethereal oil, produced by the decomposition of the vinous spirit by means of the vitriolic acid, and differs essentially both from vinous spirits and essential oils in several respects, though it agrees with them in some, as will appear hereafter. But as the vinous spirit may be decomposed by means of all three mineral acids, namely, the vitriolic, the nitrous, and the marine, and as these all act differently on the spirit, they will of course produce three different kinds of ether, which, from the name of the acid employed in making them, are termed marine, nitrous, or vitriolic. The last only is the kind here understood, its properties being more singular and extraordinary, and as an ether more perfect than either of the others. The reason of which seems to be that the vitriolic acid is a much stronger agent on the spirit, and more perfectly decomposes it than either the nitrous or marine. It is the most light, most volatile, and most inflammable of all known liquids. It swims upon the highest rectified spirit of wine as oil does upon water, and flies away so quickly as hardly to wet a hand it is dropped upon, from which properties it probably has obtained its name. It is so readily inflammable as to take fire at the approach of a candle before the flame touches it. Any electrified body will also produce the same effect. It is one of the most powerful solvents known in chemistry. It is neither acid nor alkaline, and therefore is perfectly free from that saline acrimony with which all the common volatile spirits abound. It has a greater affinity with gold than aqua regia has, although it will not dissolve it in the mass, or whilst in its metallic form. But if you add ether to a solution of gold in aqua regia, it presently takes all the gold from its former solvent, keeping it perfectly dissolved and suspended without the least precipitation, and becomes of a yellow color. The ether, thus saturated with the gold, does not mix with the aqua regia, but may readily be separated from it by simple decantation, and thus a true and safe aurum potable is readily prepared for those who want such a medicine. The union of these two substances is very remarkable, one being the heaviest solid body we know, the other the lightest liquid. The ether is remarkably cold when dropped upon the hand, and it affects the thermometer in an extraordinary manner. For if the ball of either a mercurial or spirituous thermometer be immersed in it, the spirit or mercury immediately sinks considerably, though both the ether and the thermometer have stood a sufficient time together to be brought to the temperature of the room before the experiment was made. The thermometers dipped into water or spirit of wine in the same manner suffer not the least alteration. They who choose to see a further account of the singular effects which this curious fluid produces may peruse what Dr. Frobenius, a German chemist, has published concerning it in the Philosophic Transactions for the years 1733 and 1741. But the most valuable qualities of the ether are its medicinal ones, it having been found by repeated experience to be an excellent remedy in most nervous diseases, particularly in fits of all sorts, whether epileptic, convulsive, hysteric, hypochondriac, or paralytic, in habitual headaches, gout, rheumatism, pains in the stomach, windy disorders of the stomach and intestines, whooping cough, asthma, pleuritic pains, and deafness, all which diseases have in a singular manner been removed by it, and that the publisher may contribute all the assistance he can in extending the use of this medicine, the following methods of applying it are given, which have been attended with success. Particular directions for using the ether. In the headache. A fit of the headache is almost instantly removed by applying the ether externally to the forehead, by means of a bit of linen rag in the manner hereafter directed for its external application. Or it may be applied to any other part of the head where the pain lies, being first shaved if necessary. If the pain is violent, a dose of it should be also taken inwardly. In stubborn cases, it will likewise be serviceable to snuff a little of the ether up the nostrils, either alone or mixed with equal parts of lavender water, Hungary water, or brandy. Or it may be more convenient to apply a bit of linen rag wetted with ether up the nostrils. Any of these means, or all of them, must be repeated if the pain is so urgent as to require it. To cure this disorder radically, when it is of long standing, and to prevent its return, the medicine must be taken inwardly for a considerable time every night at bedtime, or in violent cases, every night and morning in a small draught of cold water, according to the general direction for taking it inwardly given page 11. In some particular cases, vomits are very serviceable. A vertigo. A vertigo, giddiness, or swimming in the head will generally be removed by proceeding in the same manner as for the headache. The epilepsy. No disease is more difficult to cure than the epilepsy, or falling sickness. Yet several instances have occurred where the most violent degrees of it have been cured, even in grown persons, by taking a dose of this medicine regularly every night and morning for a considerable time. The dose must be regulated according to the age of the patient, as mentioned in the general direction, page 11. If a pain is felt in any part of the head, the ether must be applied to that part occasionally, and it must be previously shaved if necessary. It will be proper to give a small dose of tinctura sacra, or of the pill rufi, at proper intervals, as once a week or fortnight. It will also, in most cases, be necessary to give now and then a vomit. If it be suspected that the patient has worms, proper medicines to destroy them ought also to be given. In convulsions. In convulsions, or convulsive disorders, give the ether inwardly, a dose 2-3 times a day, or oftener according to the exigence of the case. And it should also be applied externally to the forehead, or any other part of the head during the fit. If the patient is full of blood, bleeding is necessary, and if costive, a dose of Medicinal or any gentle laxative or a clyster should be given. Hysteric and hypochondriac disorders. This medicine has excellent effect in hysteric fits, and in all the train of symptoms which hysteric and hypochondriac persons are subject to, such as risings in the throat threatening suffocation, difficult breathing, flutterings and palpitations of the heart, frequent fainting, lowness of spirits, violent pains in the head, languor of the whole body, dullness of the mind and senses, with constant anxieties and inquietude, etc. The dose must be repeated according to the urgency of the symptoms, and the medicine must be continued some time after the complaints disappear to prevent a relapse. It will be serviceable during the use of the ether, especially in cases of costiveness, to take at proper intervals a gentle purge, such as tinctura sacra, pilrufi, rhubarb, or Glauber's salts. Bodily exercise of all sorts contributes greatly to the cure of these complaints, especially riding on horseback. Palsy. In palsies and all paralytic complaints, the patient, if a grown person, must take the quantity of a teaspoonful of the ether every night and morning. The dose must be lessened in young people according to their age. It will also be proper to snuff a little of it up the nostrils once or twice a day, or apply a bit of rag wetted with it up the nostrils. The ether must also be applied externally to the part affected, at least once every day. It should likewise be applied now and then to the forehead or any other part of the head, especially if the tongue, eyes, or any part of the face or head be affected. If the arms or hands are paralytic, the application should be made to the lower and back part of the neck as well as to the part affected. If the disease has seized the thighs, legs, or feet, the application must not only be made to them, but likewise to the backbone at the loins. As this medicine cannot, on account of its volatility and pungency, be properly applied to the whole of a paralytic limb at once, but only to a small part of it, the application therefore may be made sometimes to one part, and sometimes to another, as shall be thought proper. This disease will require a longer or shorter continuance of these means according to the degree of it, and the time it has continued. A vomit should be given, and repeated now and then as the patient can bear it. But if vomits seem too fatiguing, a dose of tinctura sacra may be given in their room. Paralytic patients should use as much bodily exercise as possible, and the head, neck, and whole spine, as well as the parts affected, should be frequently rubbed with a hot and dry cloth till they appear red. Gout. This medicine is of singular service in the gout, not only while it continues in the limbs, but particularly when it flies inwards and attacks the head, stomach, or any of the internal parts, in which cases a few doses will not fail to give present relief. It should be taken in the quantity of a teaspoonful 2 or 3 times every day, or oftener if the case be violent, during the gouty fit. It carries off the gouty matter by urine, which it renders very thick and turbid. At any time when there is a necessity to abate the excessive pain in the part affected, the ether may be applied to it externally according to the method given, page 12. It will be proper to continue taking the ether once or twice a day for some time after the fit is gone, and to begin taking it again about the time of its expected return, by which means, though it may not prevent the return of the fit, which in many cases perhaps ought not to be desired, yet it will shorten its continuance and moderate the pain of it. Rheumatism. In rheumatic complaints, the patient must take a dose of this medicine every night and morning, or oftener if the pains are violent, and it must continue till the disease is removed or longer to prevent a relapse. If the pain is fixed in any particular part, the ether must be applied to it twice a day as directed hereafter. It must be observed that bleeding, very much conduces to the cure of obstinate chronic rheumatisms, must be repeated at proper intervals if necessary, the blood in this disease being generally very sizy. Disorders of the stomach and intestines. This medicine presently cures flatulent colics, removes all windy disorders of the stomach and intestines, and corrects acidities lodged there. It is also found to have excellent effect in correcting that weakness or bad habit of the stomach and intestines which studious persons, such as lead sedentary lives, are particularly subject to, and is attended with sour belchings, heartburn, windy distensions, pain and uneasiness in the stomach and bowels. It must be taken every night and morning, according to the general directions below. Care should be taken to prevent costiveness in these cases, which is best removed by chewing rhubarb or taking it any other way, or by a dose of manna or glauber salts taken occasionally. The ether is an extraordinary diuretic in dropsies. It is an excellent medicine in an asthma and the hiccup, and may be looked on as a specific in that disease of children called the whooping cough, or chin cough. In all which cases it must be taken inwardly, according to the general directions below, and the repetition of the dose must be regulated by the violence of the disease. A dose of it taken at going to bed after drinking too freely has been found to prevent the headache, sickness, etc., which usually follow next morning. It has removed deafness and hardness of hearing by moistening a little cotton with a few drops of it, putting it into the ear and holding the finger for a few minutes over it, at the same time snuffing a few drops of it, mixed with spirit of lavender, up the nostrils, or putting a bit of rag wet with the ether up the nostrils. It has frequently removed a temporary dimness of sight, attended with a swimming or uneasiness in the head, by external application to the forehead, and is a promising medicine in that sort of a blindness called a gutta serena, and in beginning cataracts, in which cases it should be taken inwardly as well as applied to the forehead and up the nostrils. It is likewise found to be of great service in removing pleuritic pains and stitches in the side, by applying it to the affected part in the manner directed for external application. The method of taking the ether inwardly. The general dose for a grown person is a common teaspoonful, and the best vehicle to take it in is a draught of cold water. If it be only stirred in the water with the spoon, and the mixture drank immediately, it strikes the nostrils by its volatility, but may be thought by some as agreeable when so taken as when the two liquors are more intimately mixed by shaking them in a phial, and from thence pouring them into a glass to be drank. For though it has but little smell in this manner, it is more warm to the palate than in the other. The patient may use the way of mixing he likes best, and if he has any objection to water, may take it in any other agreeable cold liquor. Children in the month may take 2 or 3 drops for a dose. Those of a year old may take 7 or 8 drops. Those of 5 or 6 years old may take from 20 to 25 drops, and so increasing according to their years. Or it may perhaps be better in giving it to children to mix a teaspoonful of ether with a convenient quantity of water and shaking it well. Give at a dose about 1/20th part of this mixture to a child a month old, about 1/8th part to a child 12 or 14 months old, to those about 5 years old 1/3 part of the mixture, half of the mixture to those about 7 years old, and 2/3 of it to those about 14 years old. The method of applying the ether externally. To apply it externally, you must procure a bit of linen rag, of such a dimension as to be conveniently covered by the palm of the hand. Moisten this rag with a little of the ether as it lies upon your palm, and instantly apply it to the part affected, pressing it very close so as to prevent the escape of its fumes, for 2 or 3 minutes, in which time the rag will be found dry and may be taken away. It will be more convenient on some occasions, as in applying it to paralytic parts, rheumatic pains, and the gout, to place the rag upon a piece of soft, thin bladder, and when moistened with the ether, to bind it gently upon the part. A slight redness usually appears upon the part after the application, but it quickly vanishes. But it may sometimes happen, where the skin is very tender and too much ether has been applied to the forehead or within the ears, that it may affect the skin more than the patient chooses, which is avoided by applying a less quantity for the future. This is the secret of a present famous practitioner, who, having a method sometimes of concealing his application, is said to cure the headache, fixed rheumatic pains, etc., by the touch of his hand. It is very easy to conceive, from the extreme subtlety of this medicine, that it must produce many excellent effects in such diseases as those above mentioned, as it is converted into vapor by a much less heat than the common animal one, so that being swallowed, it can hardly subsist in any part of the human body under any form but that of an extremely penetrating volatilized vapor, and it is perceptible by its smell as it passes through the pores of the skin several hours after taking, so that its stay in the body is longer and its effects are more durable than might be expected from such a subtle substance. Notwithstanding the extreme subtlety of the ether, it is perfectly innocent and safe to take, as it contains nothing that is acrimonious or corrosive, so that it may be given even to the youngest children without hesitation. It neither purges nor vomits, nor does it increase any of the sensible evacuations, except that of urine and sometimes that of sweat if taken in bed. But as it is so distinctly perceived by the smell passing through the cutaneous pores of those who take it, it is probable that it increases insensible perspiration. Another observable property in this medicine is that it does not coagulate or thicken the serum of the blood, but thins it, and therefore has direct contrary effects to all the common spirituous compositions, when either taken inwardly or externally applied, and is essentially different from the most subtilized vinous spirits, for though the spirit of wine is used in making it, yet it is so far decomposed by the process that its nature is entirely changed. In consequence of this quality in the ether, the publisher has successfully dissolved some particular obstinate tumours by applying it to them when other means have failed. This hint he hopes will not pass unnoticed by the gentlemen of the faculty, as it is evident no application whatever can equal it in subtlety and dissolving power. The medicine, so much celebrated in Germany, and so frequently commended and used in practice by the late famous Professor Hoffmann, under the title of his Liquor Mineralis Anodinus, was nearly of the same nature with the ether, but not so powerful, not so highly subtilized. Repeated experience has confirmed the efficacy of this medicine in all the diseases before mentioned, and from the consideration of its uncommon qualities, it may be presumed to be an excellent remedy in many others, if judiciously given. Hence it seems surprising that so valuable an addition to the materia medica as the ether doubtless is, should have been so much neglected or so little known. But the reasons are that the process whereby it was made was kept secret by some who rated the preparation at a very extravagant price, and not sufficiently attended to by others who considered it only as a chemical curiosity, not as a medicine. The chief merit the publisher of this account pretends to is the ascertaining the medicinal virtues of this curious preparation, by several years' experience, and making them more publicly known, the reducing its price, which has hitherto been so extravagant that had its virtues and properties been known, only a small number of the afflicted could have enjoyed the benefit of it, and the bringing to it a greater degree of perfection than any hitherto sold, what he offers being a perfectly rectified vitriolic ether. It may not be improper to give the marks by which good ether may be known. It is perfectly colorless, except it has received some accidental tinge from the cork of the phial in which it has been kept, and so volatile as to strike the nose very powerfully. Its smell is more or less sulphureous, according to the management of some part of the process. Wetting the finger with it, or dropping a little upon the hand, it vanishes instantly and leaves no moisture behind, so that the part scarcely seems to have been wet. Half a dozen drops, dropped together upon a table, will disappear in a few seconds of a minute, and leave only the appearance of a large oily ring behind. But if it leaves the least watery or spirituous moisture, or does not evaporate in much less than a minute, it is not good. The best ether will dissolve in or mix with a certain quantity of water, and that is the best which requires the largest quantity of water to dissolve it. If, therefore, to fix teaspoonsful of water in a small phial, you add one of the ether to be examined, cork up the phial, and shake them very well together, and upon standing a little while some part of the ether appears at top in the form of oil, sufficient to cover the surface of the mixture, it may be pronounced good, provided it also answers in the other methods of trial, and the more appears, the better is the ether. But if none appears, or not enough to cover the surface of the mixture, it was either adulterated or not well rectified. If to this mixture of ether and water you add a little salt of tartar, and any fermentation ensues, the ether was not well rectified. Upon shaking briskly a phial containing ether, if the bubbles, or proof as they are usually called, do not disappear in less time and in larger bubbles than any other liquor, the vinous alcohol perhaps excepted, 'tis not genuine. It is the more necessary to observe these rules of proving the quality of the ether, as the imperfect sorts have been found to disagree with the stomach and produce other bad effects, besides disappointing the patient's expectation. The ether that has the forementioned properties, for there are preparations sold by the same name which are very imperfect imitations of it, is made and sold by M. Turner, surgeon, in Liverpool. The ounce phial, 2 shillings. The half ounce, 1 shilling. The phials are square, the word ether inscribed on one side, and M. Turner on the opposite, and sealed with a lion guardant, etc. Proper abatement will be made to druggists, apothecaries, or the gentlemen of the faculty who use any considerable quantity. To prevent its escape and loss, a small quantity of water is put into each phial, which should be kept with the cork downwards, by which means the ether is prevented by the interposition of the water from evaporating. The end of an account of the extraordinary medicinal fluid called Aether, by M. Turner, surgeon. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 5 of The Concept of Nature, by Alfred North Whitehead. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Space and Motion. The topic for this lecture is the continuation of the task of explaining the construction of spaces as abstracts from the facts of nature. It was noted at the close of the previous lecture that the question of congruence had not been considered, nor had the construction of a timeless space which should correlate the successive momentary spaces of a given time system. Furthermore, it was also noted that there were many spatial abstractive elements which we had not yet defined. We will first consider the definition of some of these abstractive elements, namely the definitions of solids, of areas, and of routes. By a route I mean a linear segment, whether straight or curved. The exposition of these definitions and the preliminary explanations necessary will, I hope, serve as a general explanation of the function of event particles in the analysis of nature. We note that event particles have position in respect to each other. In the last lecture I explained that position was quality gained by a spatial element in virtue of the intersecting moments which covered it. Thus each event particle has position in this sense. The simplest mode of expressing the position in nature of an event particle is by first fixing on any definite time system. Call it α. There will be one moment of the temporal series of α which covers the given event particle. Thus the position of the event particle in the temporal series α is defined by this moment, which we will call m. The position of the particle in the space of m is then fixed in the ordinary way by three levels which intersect in it, and in it only. This procedure of fixing the position of the event particle shows that the aggregate of event particles forms a four-dimensional manifold. A finite event occupies a limited chunk of this manifold in a sense which I now proceed to explain. Let E be any given event. The manifold of event particles falls into three sets in reference to E. Each event particle is a group of equal abstractive sets, and each abstractive set towards its small end is composed of smaller and smaller finite events. When we select from these finite events which enter into the makeup of a given event particle those which are small enough, one of three cases must occur. Either 1. All of these small events are entirely separate from the given event E, or 2. All of these small events are parts of the event E, or 3. All of these small events overlap the event E but are not parts of it. In the first case the event particle will be said to lie outside the event E. In the second case the event particle will be said to lie inside the event E. And in the third case the event particle will be said to be a boundary particle of the event E. Thus there are three sets of particles, namely the set of those which lie outside the event E, the set of those which lie inside the event E, and the boundary of the event E, which is the set of the boundary particles of E. Since an event is four-dimensional, the boundary of an event is a three-dimensional manifold. For a finite event there is a continuity of boundary. For a duration the boundary consists of those event particles which are covered by either of the two bounding moments. Thus the boundary of a duration consists of two momentary three-dimensional spaces. An event will be said to occupy the aggregate of event particles which lie within it. Two events which have junction in the same sense in which junction was described in my last lecture, and yet are separated so that neither event either overlaps or is part of the other event, are said to be adjoined. This relation of adjunction issues in a peculiar relation between the boundaries of the two events. The two boundaries must have a common portion, which is in fact a continuous three-dimensional locus of event particles in the four-dimensional manifold. A three-dimensional locus of event particles which is the common portion of the boundary of two adjoined events will be called a solid. A solid may or may not lie completely in one moment. A solid which does not lie in one moment will be called a vagrant. A solid which does lie in one moment will be called a volume. A volume may be defined as the locus of the event particles in which a moment intersects an event, provided that the two do intersect. The intersection of a moment and an event will evidently consist of those event particles which are covered by the moment and lie in the event. The identity of the two definitions of a volume is evident when we remember that an intersecting moment divides the event into two adjoined events. A solid as thus defined, whether it be vagrant or be a volume, is a mere aggregate of event particles illustrating a certain quality of position. We can also define a solid as an abstractive element. In order to do so we recur to the theory of primes explained in the preceding lecture. Let the condition named sigma stand for the fact that each of the events of any abstractive set satisfying it has all the event particles of some particular solid lying in it. Then the group of all the sigma primes is the abstractive element which is associated with the given solid. I will call this abstractive element the solid as an abstractive element, and I will call the aggregate of event particles the solid as a locus. The instantaneous volumes in instantaneous space, which are the ideals of our sense perception, are volumes as abstractive elements. What we really perceive with all our efforts after exactness are small events far enough down some abstractive set belonging to the volume as an abstractive element. It is difficult to know how far we approximate to any perception of vagrant solids. We certainly do not think that we make any such approximation. But then our thoughts, in the case of people who do think about such topics, are so much under the control of the materialistic theory of nature that they hardly count for evidence. If Einstein's theory of gravitation has any truth in it, vagrant solids are of great importance in science. The whole boundary of a finite event may be looked on as a particular example of a vagrant solid as a locus. Its particular property of being closed prevents it from being definable as an abstractive element. When a moment intersects an event, it also intersects the boundary of that event. This locus, which is the portion of the boundary contained in the moment, is the bounding surface of the corresponding volume of that event contained in the moment. It is a two-dimensional locus. The fact that every volume has a bounding surface is the origin of the Dedekindian continuity of space. Another event may be cut by the same moment in another volume, and this volume will also have its boundary. These two volumes in the instantaneous space of one moment may mutually overlap in the familiar way which I need not describe in detail, and thus cut off portions from each other's surfaces. These portions of surfaces are momental areas. It is unnecessary at this stage to enter into the complexity of a definition of vagrant areas. Their definition is simple enough when the four-dimensional manifold of event particles has been more fully explored as to its properties. Momental areas can evidently be defined as abstractive elements by exactly the same method as applied to solids. We have merely to substitute area for a solid in the words of the definition already given. Also, exactly as in the analogous case of a solid, what we perceive as an approximation to our ideal of an area is a small event far enough down towards the small end of one of the equal abstractive sets which belongs to the area as an abstractive element. Two momental areas lying in the same moment can cut each other in a momental segment which is not necessarily rectilinear. Such a segment can also be defined as an abstractive element. It is then called a momental root. We will not delay over any general consideration of these momental roots, nor is it important for us to proceed to the still wider investigation of vagrant roots in general. There are, however, two simple sets of roots which are of vital importance. One is a set of momental roots, and the other of vagrant roots. Both sets can be classed together as straight roots. We proceed to define them without any reference to the definitions of volumes and surfaces. The two types of straight routes will be called rectilinear routes and stations. Rectilinear routes are momental routes, and stations are vagrant routes. Rectilinear routes are routes which in a sense lie in rects. Any two event particles on a rect define the set of event particles which lie between them on that rect. Let the satisfaction of the condition sigma by an abstractive set mean that the two given event particles and the event particles lying between them on the rect all lie in every event belonging to the abstractive set. The group of sigma primes, where sigma has this meaning, form an abstractive element. Such abstractive elements are rectilinear routes. They are the segments of instantaneous straight lines which are the ideals of exact perception. Our actual perception, however exact, will be the perception of a small event sufficiently far down one of the abstractive sets of the abstractive element. A station is a vagrant route, and no moment can intersect any station in more than one event particle. Thus a station carries with it a comparison of the positions in their respective moments of the event particles covered by it. Rects arise from the intersection of moments, but as yet no properties of events have been mentioned by which any analogous vagrant loci can be found out. The general problem for our investigation is to determine a method of comparison of position in one instantaneous space with positions in other instantaneous spaces. We may limit ourselves to the spaces of the parallel moments of one time system. How are positions in these various spaces to be compared? In other words, what do we mean by motion? It is the fundamental question to be asked of any theory of relative space, and like many other fundamental questions it is apt to be left unanswered. It is not an answer to reply that we all know what we mean by motion. Of course we do, so far as sense awareness is concerned. I am asking that your theory of space should provide nature with something to be observed. You have not settled the question by bringing forward a theory according to which there is nothing to be observed, and by then reiterating that nevertheless we do observe this non-existent fact. Unless motion is something as a fact in nature, kinetic energy and momentum, and all that depends on these physical concepts, evaporate from our list of physical realities. Even in this revolutionary age, my conservationism resolutely opposes the identification of momentum and moonshine. Accordingly, I assume it as an axiom that motion is a physical fact. It is something that we perceive as in nature. Motion presupposes rest. Until theory arose to vitiate immediate intuition, that is to say, to vitiate the uncriticized judgments which immediately arise from sense awareness, no one doubted that in motion you leave behind that which is at rest. Abraham in his wanderings left his birthplace where it had ever been. A theory of motion and a theory of rest are the same thing viewed from different aspects with altered emphasis. You cannot have a theory of rest without in some sense admitting a theory of absolute position. It is usually assumed that relative space implies that there is no absolute position. That is, according to my creed, a mistake. The assumption arises from the failure to make another distinction, namely, that there may be alternative definitions of absolute position. This possibility enters with the admission of alternative time systems. Thus the series of spaces in the parallel moments of one temporal series may have their own definition of absolute position, correlating sets of event particles in these successive spaces, so that each set consists of event particles, one from each space, all with the property of possessing the same absolute position in that series of spaces. Such a set of event particles will form a point in the timeless space of that time system. Thus a point is really an absolute position in the timeless space of a given time system. But there are alternative time systems, and each time system has its own peculiar group of points, that is to say, its own peculiar definition of absolute position. This is exactly the theory which I will elaborate. In looking to nature for evidence of absolute position, it is of no use to recur to the four-dimensional manifold of event particles. This manifold has been obtained by the extension of thought beyond the immediacy of observation. We shall find nothing in it except what we have put there to represent the ideas in thought which arise from our direct sense-awareness of nature. To find evidence of the properties which are to be found in the manifold of event particles, we must always recur to the observation of relations between events. Our problem is to determine those relations between events which issue in the property of absolute position in a timeless space. This is, in fact, the problem of the determination of the very meaning of the timeless spaces of physical science. In reviewing the factors of nature as immediately disclosed in sense-awareness, we should note the fundamental character of the precept of being here. We discern an event merely as a factor in a determinate complex in which each factor has its own peculiar share. There are two factors which are always ingredient in this complex. One is the duration which is represented in thought by the concept of all nature that is present now, and the other is the peculiar locus standi for mind involved in the sense-awareness. This locus standi in nature is what is represented in thought by the concept of here, namely of an event here. This is the concept of a definite factor in nature. This factor is an event in nature which is the focus in nature for that act of awareness, and the other events are perceived as referred to it. This event is part of the associated duration. I call it the percipient event. This event is not the mind, that is to say, not the percipient. It is in that nature from which the mind perceives. The complete foothold of the mind in nature is represented by the pair of events, namely, the present duration which marks the when of awareness, and the percipient event which marks the where of awareness and the how of awareness. This percipient event is roughly speaking the bodily life of the incarnate mind. But this identification is only a rough one, for the functions of the body shade off into those of other events in nature, so that for some purposes the percipient event is to be reckoned as merely part of the bodily life, and for other purposes it may even be reckoned as more than the bodily life. In many respects the demarcation is purely arbitrary, depending on where in a sliding scale you choose to draw the line. I have already in my previous lecture on time discussed the association of mind with nature. The difficulty of the discussion lies in the liability of constant factors to be overlooked. We never note them by contrast with their absences. The purpose of a discussion of such factors may be described as being to make obvious things look odd. We cannot envision them unless we manage to invest them with some of the freshness which is due to strangeness. It is because of this habit of letting constant factors slip from consciousness that we constantly fall into the error of thinking of the sense-awareness of a particular factor in nature as being a two-termed relation between the mind and the factor. For example, I perceive a green leaf. Language in this statement suppresses all reference to any factors other than the percipient mind and the green leaf and the relation of the sense-awareness. It discards the obvious inevitable factors which are essential elements in the perception. I am here, the leaf is there, and the event here and the event which is the life of the leaf there are both embedded in a totality of nature which is now. And within this totality there are other discriminated factors which it is irrelevant to mention. Thus language habitually sets before the mind a misleading abstract of the indefinite complexity of the fact of sense awareness. What I now want to discuss is the special relation of the percipient event which is here to the duration which is now. This relation is a fact in nature, namely the mind is aware of nature as being with these two factors in this relation. Within the short present duration of the here of the percipient event has a definite meaning of some sort. This meaning of here is the content of the special relation of the percipient event to its associated duration. I will call this relation cogredience. Accordingly, I ask for a description of the character of the relation of cogredience. The present snaps into a past and a present when the here of cogredience loses its single determinate meaning. There has been a passage of nature from the here of perception within the past duration to the different here of perception within the present duration, but the two heres of sense awareness within neighbouring durations may be indistinguishable. In this case there has been a passage from the past to the present, but a more retentive perceptive force might have retained the passing nature as one complete present instead of letting the earlier duration slip into the past. Namely, the sense of rest helps the integration of durations into a prolonged presence, and the sense of motion differentiates nature into a succession of shortened durations. As we look out of a railway carriage in an express train, the present is past before reflection can seize it. We live in snippets too quick for thought. On the other hand, the immediate present is prolonged according as nature presents itself to us in an aspect of unbroken rest. Any change in nature provides ground for a differentiation among durations so as to shorten the present. But there is a great distinction between self-change in nature and change in external nature. Self-change in nature is change in the quality of the standpoint of the percipient event. It is the break-up of the here which necessitates the break-up of the present duration. Change in external nature is compatible with a prolongation of the present of contemplation rooted in a given standpoint. What I want to bring out is that the preservation of a peculiar relation to a duration is a necessary condition for the function of that duration as a present duration for self-awareness. This peculiar relation is the relation of cogredience between the percipient event and the duration. Cogredience is the preservation of unbroken quality of standpoint within the duration. It is the continuance of identity of station within the whole of nature which is the terminus of sense awareness. The duration may comprise change within itself, but cannot, so far as it is one present duration, comprise change in the quality of its peculiar relation to the contained percipient event. In other words, perception is always here, and a duration can only be posited as present for sense awareness on condition that it affords one unbroken meaning of here in its relation to the percipient event. It is only in the past that you can have been there with a standpoint distinct from your present here. Events there and events here are facts of nature, and the qualities of being there and here are not merely qualities of awareness as a relation between nature and mind. The quality of determinate station in the duration which belongs to an event which is here in one determinate sense of here is the same kind of quality of station which belongs to an event which is there in one determinate sense of there. Thus cogredience has nothing to do with any biological character of the event which is related by it to the associated duration. This biological character is apparently a further condition for the peculiar connection of a percipient event with the percipience of mind, but it has nothing to do with the relation of the percipient event to the duration which is the present whole of nature posited as the disclosure of the percipience. Given the requisite biological character, the event in its character of a percipient event selects that duration with which the operative past of the event is practically cogredient within the limits of the exactitude of observation, namely, amid the alternative time systems which nature offers there will be one with a duration giving the best average of cogredience for all the subordinate parts of the percipient event. This duration will be the whole of nature, which is the terminus posited by sense awareness. Thus the character of the percipient event determines the time system immediately evident in nature. As the character of the percipient event changes with the passage of nature, or, in other words, as the percipient mind in its passage correlates itself with the passage of the percipient event into another percipient event, the time system correlated with the percipience of that mind may change. When the bulk of the events perceived are cogredient in a duration other than that of the percipient event, the percipience may include a double consciousness of cogredience, namely the consciousness of the whole within the observer in the train is here, and the consciousness of the whole within which the trees and bridges and telegraph posts are definitely there. Thus in perceptions under certain circumstances the events discriminated assert their own relations of cogredience. This assertion of cogredience is peculiarly evident when the duration to which the perceived event is cogredient is the same as the duration which is the present whole of nature. In other words, when the event and the percipient event are both cogredient to the same duration. We are now prepared to consider the meaning of stations in a duration, where stations are a peculiar kind of routes, which define absolute position in the associated timeless space. There are, however, some preliminary explanations. A finite event will be said to extend throughout a duration when it is part of the duration, and is intersected by any moment which lies in the duration. Such an event begins with the duration and ends with it. Furthermore, every event which begins with the duration and ends with it extends throughout the duration. This is an axiom based on the continuity of events. By beginning with a duration and ending with it, I mean (1) that the event is part of the duration, and (2) that both the initial and final boundary moments of the duration cover some event particles on the boundary of the event. Every event which is cogredient with the duration extends throughout that duration. It is not true that all the parts of an event cogredient with the duration are also cogredient with the duration. The relation of cogredience may fail in either of two ways. One reason for failure may be that the part does not extend throughout the duration. In this case the part may be cogredient with another duration which is part of the given duration, though it is not congredient with the given duration itself. Such a part would be cogredient if its existence were sufficiently prolonged in that time system. The other reason for failure arises from the four-dimensional extension of events so that there is no determinate route of transition of events in linear series. For example, the tunnel of a tube railway is an event at rest in a certain time system, that is to say, it is cogredient with a certain duration. A train travelling in it is part of that tunnel, but is not itself at rest. If an event E be cogredient with a duration d, and d' be any duration which is part of d, then d' belongs to the same time system as d. Also d' intersects E in an event E' which is part of E and is cogredient with d'. Let P be any event particle lying in a given duration d. Consider the aggregate of events in which P lies, and which are also cogredient with d. Each of these events occupies its own aggregate of event particles. These aggregates will have a common portion, namely the class of event particle lying in all of them. This class of event particles is what I call the station of the event particle P in the duration d. This is the station in the character of a locus. A station can also be defined in the character of an abstractive element. Let the property σ be the name of the property which an abstractive set possesses when (1) each of its events is cogredient with the duration d, and (2) the event particle P lies in each of its events. Then the group of σ primes, where σ has this meaning, is an abstractive element, and is the station of P in D as an abstractive element. The locus of event particles covered by the station of P in D as an abstractive element is the station of P in D as a locus. A station has accordingly the usual three characters, namely, its character of position, its extrinsic character as an abstractive element, and its intrinsic character. It follows from the peculiar properties of rest that two stations belonging to the same duration cannot intersect. Accordingly, every event particle on a station of duration has that station as its station in the duration. Also every duration which is part of a given duration intersects the stations of the given duration in loci which are its own stations. By means of these properties we can utilize the overlappings of the duration of one family, that is, of one time system, to prolong stations indefinitely backwards and forwards. Such a prolonged station will be called a point track. A point track is a locus of event particles. It is defined by reference to one particular time system, α say. Corresponding to any other time systems, these will be a different group of point tracks. Every event particle will lie on one and only one point track of the group belonging to any one time system. The group of point tracks of the time system α is the group of points of the timeless space of α. Each such point indicates a certain quality of absolute position in reference to the durations of the family associated with α, and thence in reference to the successive instantaneous spaces lying in the successive moments of α. Each moment of α will intersect a point track in one and only one event particle. This property of the unique intersection of a moment and a point track is not confined to the case when the moment and the point track belong to the same time system. Any two event particles on a point track are sequential, so that they cannot lie in the same moment. Accordingly no moment can intersect a point track more than once, and every moment intersects a point track in one event particle. Anyone who at the successive moments of α should be at the event particles where those moments intersect a given point of α will be at rest in the timeless space of time system α. But in any other timeless space belonging to another time system he will be at a different point at each succeeding moment of that time system. In other words, he will be moving. He will be moving in a straight line with uniform velocity. He might take this as the definition of a straight line, namely, a straight line in the space of time system β is the locus of those points of β, which all intersect some one point track which is a point in the space of some other time system. Thus each point in the space of a time system α is associated with one and only one straight line of the space of any other time system β. Furthermore, the set of straight lines in space β which are thus associated with points in space α form a complete family of parallel straight lines in space β. Thus there is a one-to-one correlation of points in space α with the straight lines of a certain definite family of parallel straight lines in space β. Conversely, there is an analogous one-to-one correlation of the points in space β with the straight lines of a certain family of parallel straight lines in space α. These families will be called respectively the family of parallels in β associated with α and the family of parallels in α associated with β. The direction in space of β indicated by the family of parallels in β will be called the direction of α in space β, and the family of parallels in α is the direction of β in space α. Thus a being at rest at a point of space α will be moving uniformly along a line in space β which is in the direction of α in space β, and a being at rest at a point of space β will be moving uniformly along a line in space α which is in the direction of β in space α. I have been speaking of the timeless spaces which are associated with time systems. These are the spaces of physical science and of any concept of space as eternal and unchanging. But what we actually perceive is an approximation to the instantaneous space indicated by event particles which lie within some moment of the time system associated with our awareness. The points of such an instantaneous space are event particles and the straight lines are rects. Let the time system be named α, and let the moment of time system α, to which our quick perception of nature approximates, be called M. Any straight line r in space α is a locus of points, and each point is a point track which is a locus of event particles. Thus in the four-dimensional geometry of all event particles there is a two-dimensional locus, which is the locus of all event particles on points lying on the straight line r. I will call this locus of event particles the matrix of the straight line r. A matrix intersects any moment in a rect. Thus the matrix of r intersects the moment M in a rect ρ. Thus ρ is the instantaneous rect in M which occupies at the moment M the straight line r in the space of α. Accordingly, when one sees instantaneously a moving being and its path ahead of it, what one really sees is the being at some event particle lying in the rect ρ, which is the apparent path on the assumption of uniform motion. But the actual rect ρ, which is a locus of event particles, is never traversed by the being. These event particles are the instantaneous facts which pass with the instantaneous moment. What is really traversed are other event particles which at succeeding instants occupy the same points of space α as those occupied by the event particles of the rect ρ. For example, we see a stretch of road and a lorry moving along it. The instantaneously seen road is a portion of the rect ρ, of course only an approximation to it. The lorry is the moving object, but the road as seen is never traversed. It is thought of as being traversed because the intrinsic characters of the latter events are in general so similar to those of the instantaneous road that we do not trouble to discriminate. But suppose a land mine under the road has been exploded before the lorry gets there. Then it is fairly obvious that the lorry does not traverse what we saw at first. Suppose the lorry is at rest in space β. Then the straight line r of space α is in the direction of β in space α, and the rect ρ is the representative in the moment M of the line r of space α. The direction of ρ in the instantaneous space of the moment M is the direction of β in M, where M is a moment of time system α. Again, the matrix of the line r of space α will also be the matrix of some line S of space β, which will be in the direction of α in space β. Thus, if the lorry halts at some point P of space α which lies on the line r, it is now moving along the line S of space β. This is the theory of relative motion. The common matrix is the bond which connects the motion of β in space α with the motions of α in space β. Motion is essentially a relation between some object of nature and the one timeless space of a time system. An instantaneous space is static, being related to the static nature at an instant. In perception, when we see things moving in an approximation to an instantaneous space, the future lines of motion as immediately perceived are rects which are never traversed. These approximate rects are composed of small events, namely approximate roots and event particles, which are passed away before the moving objects reach them. Assuming that our forecasts of rectilinear motion are correct, these rects occupy the straight lines in timeless space which are traversed. Thus the rects are symbols in immediate sense awareness of a future which can only be expressed in terms of timeless space. We are now in a position to explore the fundamental character of perpendicularity. Consider the two time systems alpha and beta, each with its own timeless space and its own family of instantaneous moments, with their instantaneous spaces. Let m and n be respectively a moment of alpha and a moment of beta. In m there is the direction of beta, and in n there is the direction of alpha. But m and n, being moments of different time systems, intersect in a level. Call this level lambda. Then lambda is an instantaneous plane in the instantaneous space of m, and also in the instantaneous space of n. It is the locus of all the event particles which lie both in m and in n. In the instantaneous space of m the level lambda is perpendicular to the direction of beta in m, and in the instantaneous space of n the level lambda is perpendicular to the direction of alpha in n. This is the fundamental property which forms the definition of perpendicularity. The symmetry of perpendicularity is a particular instance of the symmetry of the mutual relations between two time systems. We shall find in the next lecture that it is from this symmetry that the theory of congruence is deduced. The theory of perpendicularity in the timeless space of any time system alpha follows immediately from this theory of perpendicularity in each of its instantaneous spaces. Let ρ be any rect in the moment m of alpha, and let lambda be a level in m which is perpendicular to ρ. The locus of those points in the space of alpha which intersects m in event particles on ρ is the straight line r of space alpha, and the locus of those points of space alpha which intersects m in event particles on lambda is the plane 1 of space alpha. Then the plane 1 is perpendicular to the line r. In this way we have pointed out unique and definite properties in nature which correspond to perpendicularity. We shall find that this discovery of definite unique properties defining perpendicularity is of critical importance in the theory of congruence, which is the topic for the next lecture. I regret that it has been necessary for me in this lecture to administer such a large dose of four-dimensional geometry. I do not apologize, because I am really not responsible for the fact that nature, in its most fundamental aspect, is four-dimensional. Things are what they are, and it is useless to disguise the fact that what things are is often very difficult for our intellects to follow. It is a mere evasion of the ultimate problems to shirk such obstacles. End of chapter 5.
Reagents used in assaying. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. From A Textbook of Assaying for the Use of Those Connected with Mines by C. and J. J. Beringer, published in 1904. Chapter 6. Reagents, Acids, etc. Acetic acid, C2H4O2, specific gravity 1.044, containing 33% real acid. An organic acid forming a class of salts, acetates, which are for the most part soluble in water, and which on ignition leave the oxide or carbonate of the metal. It is almost always used in those cases where mineral acids are objectionable. To convert, for example, a solution of a substance in hydrochloric acid into a solution of the same in acetic acid, alkali should be added in excess, and then acetic acid. Many compounds are insoluble in acetic acid, which are soluble in mineral acids, such as ferric phosphate, ferric arsenate, zinc sulfide, calcium oxalate, etc., so that the use of acetic acid is valuable in some separations. The commercial acid is strong enough for most purposes, and is used without dilution. Aqua regia is a mixture of 1 part by measure of nitric acid and 3 parts of hydrochloric acid. The acids react, forming what is practically a solution of chlorine. The mixture is best made when wanted, and is chiefly used for the solution of gold and platinum, and for opening up sulphides. When solutions in aqua regia are evaporated, chlorides are left. Bromine, Br. Specific gravity 3.0. Practically pure bromine. It is a heavy reddish-brown liquid and very volatile. It boils at 60 degrees centigrade, and consequently must be kept in a cool place. It gives off brown, irritating vapours, which render its use very objectionable. Generally it answers the same purpose as aqua regia, and is employed where the addition of nitric acid to a solution has to be specially avoided. It is also used for dissolving metals only from ores which contain metallic oxides not desired in the solution. Bromine water is simply bromine shaken up with water till no more is dissolved. Carbonic acid, CO2. A heavy gas somewhat soluble in water. It is mainly used for providing an atmosphere in which substances may be dissolved, titrated, etc., without fear of oxidation. It is also used in titrating arsenic assays with iodine, when a feeble acid is required to prevent the absorption of iodine by the alkaline carbonate. It is prepared when wanted in solution by adding a gram or so of bicarbonate of soda, and then as much acid as will decompose the bicarbonate mentioned. When a quantity of the gas is wanted, it is prepared in an apparatus like that used for sulphuretted hydrogen, by acting on fragments of marble or limestone with dilute hydrochloric acid. Citric acid, C6H8O7.H2O, is an organic acid which occurs in colourless crystals, soluble in less than their weight of water. The solution must be freshly prepared, as it gets mouldy when kept. It forms a comparatively unimportant class of salts, citrates. It is used in the determination of phosphoric acid, chiefly for the purpose of preventing the precipitation of phosphates of iron and alumina by ammonia, and in a few similar cases. The commercial crystals are used. They should be free from sulphuric acid and leave no ash on ignition. Hydrochloric acid, HCl, in water. Specific gravity 1.16. It contains 32% of hydrogen chloride. It is sometimes called muriatic acid, and when impure, spirit of salt. The acid solution should be colourless, and free from arsenic, iron, and sulphuric acid. It forms an important family of salts, the chlorides. It is the best acid for dissolving metallic oxides and carbonates, and is always used by the assayer when oxidizing agents are to be avoided. The acid is used without dilution, when no directions are expressly given to dilute it. It has no action on the following metals: gold, platinum, arsenic, and mercury. It very slightly attacks antimony, bismuth, lead, silver, and copper. Tin is more soluble in it, but with difficulty, whilst iron, zinc, nickel, cobalt, cadmium, and aluminium easily dissolve with evolution of hydrogen, and the formation of the lower chloride, if the metal forms more than one class of salts. All the metallic oxides, except a few of the native and rarer oxides, are dissolved by it, with the formation of chlorides of the metal and water. Dilute hydrochloric acid is made by diluting the strong acid with an equal volume of water. This is used for dissolving precipitates obtained in the general course of analysis, and the more easily soluble metals. Hydrofluoric acid. A solution in water may be purchased in gutta percha or lead bottles. It is of variable strength and doubtful purity. It must always be examined quantitatively for the residue left on evaporation. It is used occasionally for the examination of silicates. It attacks silica, forming fluoride of silicon, which is a gas. When the introduction of another base will not interfere with the assay, the substance may be mixed in the platinum dish with fluoride of ammonium, or of potassium, or of calcium, and hydrochloric acid, instead of treating it with the commercial acid. It is only required in special work. The fumes and acid are dangerous, and, of course, glass or porcelain vessels cannot be used with it. Iodine, I. This can be obtained in commerce quite pure, and is often used for standardizing. It is very slightly soluble in water, but readily dissolves in potassium iodide solution. It closely resembles chlorine and bromine in its properties, and can be used for dissolving metals without, at the same time, attacking any oxide which may be present. It is chiefly used as an oxidizing agent in volumetric work, being sharp in its reactions, and easily detected in minute quantities. It cannot be used in alkaline solutions, since it reacts with the hydrates, and even with the carbonates, to form iodides and iodates. Iodine is soluble in alcohol. Nitric acid, HNO3. Specific gravity 1.42, boiling point 121 degrees centigrade. Contains 70% by weight of hydrogen nitrate. It is convenient to remember that 1 c.c. of this contains 1 gram of real acid. It combines the properties of an acid and of an oxidizing agent. 1 c.c. contains 0.76 gram of oxygen, most of which is very loosely held, and easily given up to metals and other oxidizable substances. Consequently it will dissolve many metals, etc., upon which hydrochloric acid has no action. All sulphides, that of mercury excepted, are attacked by it, and for the most part rendered soluble. It has no action on gold or platinum, and very little on aluminium. The strong acid at the ordinary temperature does not act on iron or tin, and in most cases it acts better when diluted. Some nitrates being insoluble in nitric acid form a protecting coat to the metal which hinders further action. Where the strong acid does act, the action is very violent, so that generally it is better to use the dilute acid. When iron has been immersed in strong nitric acid, it not only remains unacted on, but assumes a passive state, so that if, after being wiped, it is then placed in the dilute acid, it will not dissolve. Tin and antimony are converted into insoluble oxides, while other metals, with the exception of those already mentioned, dissolve as nitrates. During the solution of the metal, red fumes are given off, which mainly consist of nitrogen peroxide. The solution is often coloured brown or green because of dissolved oxides of nitrogen, which must be got rid of by boiling. Generally some ammonium nitrate is formed, especially in the cases of zinc, iron, and tin, when these are acted on by cold dilute acid. Sulphur, phosphorus, and arsenic are converted into sulphuric, phosphoric, and arsenic acids, respectively, when boiled with the strong acid. Dilute nitric acid. Dilute 1 volume of the strong acid with 2 of water. Oxalic acid, H2C2O4.2H2O. This is an organic acid in colourless crystals. It forms a family of salts, the oxalates. It is used in standardizing, being a crystallized and permanent acid. It can be readily weighed. It is also used in separations, many of the oxalates being insoluble. For general use, make a 10% solution. Use the commercially pure acid. On ignition, the acid should leave no residue. Sulphuretted hydrogen, hydrosulphuric acid, SH2. A gas largely used in assaying, since by its action it allows of the metals being conveniently classed into groups. It is soluble in water, this liquid dissolving at the ordinary temperature about 3 times its volume of the gas. The solution is only useful for testing. In separations a current of the gas must always be used. It is best prepared in an apparatus like that shown in fig. 32, by acting on ferrous sulphide with dilute hydrochloric acid. When iron has to be subsequently determined in the assay solution, the gas should be washed by bubbling it through water in the smaller bottle, but for most purposes washing can be dispensed with. The gas is very objectionable, and operations with it must be carried out in a cupboard with a good draught. When the precipitation has been completed, the apparatus should always be washed out. The effect of this acid on solutions of the metals is to form sulphides. All the metallic sulphides are insoluble in water, but some are soluble in alkaline and some acid solutions. If sulphuretted hydrogen is passed through an acid solution containing the metals till no further precipitation takes place, a precipitate will be formed containing sulphides insoluble in the acid. On filtering, adding ammonia to render the filtrate alkaline, and again passing the gas, a further precipitate will be obtained, consisting of sulphides insoluble in an alkaline solution, but not precipitable in an acid one. The filtrate may also contain sulphides not precipitable in an acid solution, which are soluble in an alkaline one. These will be thrown down on neutralizing. Again, the metals precipitated in the acid solution form sulphides which may be divided into groups, the one consisting of those which are soluble, and the other of those which are not soluble, in alkalis. This classification is shown in the following summary. 1. Precipitable in an acid solution. A. Soluble in alkalis. Sulphides of arsenic, antimony, tin, gold, platinum, iridium, molybdenum, tellurium, and selenium. B. Insoluble in alkalis. Sulphides of silver, lead, mercury, bismuth, copper, cadmium, palladium, rhodium, osmium, and ruthenium. 2. Not precipitated in an acid solution, but thrown down in an alkaline one. Sulphides of manganese, zinc, iron, nickel, copper, indium, tellurium, and gallium. These can again be divided into those which are dissolved by dilute acids and those which are not. 3. Not precipitated in an acid or alkaline solution, but thrown down on neutralizing the latter. Sulphides of vanadium and tungsten. Sulphuretted hydrogen is a strong reducing agent. Ferric salts are thereby quickly reduced to ferrous. In hot solutions nitric acid is decomposed. These changes are marked by a precipitation of sulphur, and the student must be careful to pass the gas sufficiently long, and not be too hasty in concluding that no sulphide will form because it does not at once make its appearance. The best indication that it has been passed long enough is the smell of the gas in the solution after shaking. Sulphurous acid, H2SO3. The reagent used may be regarded as a saturated solution of sulphur dioxide in water. It may be purchased, and keeps for a long time. It may be made by heating copper with sulphuric acid and passing the gas formed into water. The heat should be withdrawn when the gas is coming off freely. It is used as a reducing agent, and should not be diluted. Sulphuric acid, H2SO4. Specific gravity 1.84, containing 96% of real acid H2SO4. This acid forms insoluble sulphates with salts of lead, strontium, and barium. It has a high boiling point, 290 degrees centigrade, and when evaporated with salts of the more volatile acids, converts them into sulphates. When nitrates or chlorides are objectionable in a solution, evaporation with sulphuric acid removes them. In working with this acid, caution is necessary, since on mixing with water great heat is evolved, and if either the acid or water has been previously heated, a serious accident may result. In diluting the acid it should be poured into cold water. Glass vessels containing boiling sulphuric acid should be handled as little as possible, and should not be cooled under the tap. The action of diluted sulphuric acid on metals closely resembles that of dilute hydrochloric acid. Magnesium, aluminium, iron, zinc, nickel, cobalt, manganese, and cadmium dissolve, with evolution of hydrogen, in the cold acid, or when warmed. The action of hot and strong sulphuric acid is altogether different. It acts as an oxidizing agent, and is itself reduced to sulphur dioxide, or even to sulphur. The following metals are attacked in this way: copper, bismuth, mercury, silver, antimony, tin, and lead. Gold, platinum, and arsenic are not affected. This property is made use of in parting silver from gold and platinum. Metallic sulphides are similarly attacked, but this method of opening up minerals has the disadvantage of giving rise to the formation of anhydrous sulphates of iron, etc., which are not readily dissolved when afterwards diluted. The use of sulphuric acid in assaying is, for these reasons, to be avoided. Its chief use is as a drying agent, since it has a strong affinity for water. Air under a bell jar may be kept dry by means of a basin of sulphuric acid, and gases bubbled through it are freed from water vapour. Dilute sulphuric acid. This is made by diluting 1 volume of the strong acid with 4 of water. Tartaric acid, C4H6O6. A crystallized organic acid soluble in less than its own weight of water, or in less than 3 parts of alcohol. It is used for the same purpose as citric acid is. The solution is made when required. Bases, salts, etc. Alcohol, C6H6O. Commercial alcohol of specific gravity 0.838. It contains 84% by weight of alcohol. It should burn with a non-luminous flame and leave no residue. It is used for washing precipitates where water is inapplicable, and for facilitating drying. Ammonia, NH3. Commercial ammonia, a solution having a specific gravity of 0.88 to 0.89 and containing about 33% of ammonia. It is used as an alkali, more commonly than soda or potash, since an excess of it is easily removed by boiling. The salts of ammonium formed by it may be removed by igniting, or by evaporating in a porcelain dish with an excess of nitric acid. It differs in a marked way from soda or potash in its solvent action on the oxides or hydrates of the metals. Salts of the following metals are soluble in an ammoniacal solution in the presence of ammonic chloride: copper, cadmium, silver, nickel, cobalt, manganese, zinc, magnesium, sodium, potassium, and the alkaline earths. Dilute ammonia is made by diluting 1 volume of commercial ammonia with 2 of water. The dilute ammonia is always used, but in assays for copper a stronger solution, 1 of strong ammonia to 1 of water, is required. Ammonic carbonate, Am2CO3. Reader's note, Am being an abbreviation for NH4, end reader's note, is prepared by dissolving 1 part of the commercial sesquicarbonate of ammonia in 4 parts of water and adding 1 part of strong ammonia. Ammonic carbonate, HAmCO3, is prepared by saturating a solution of the sesquicarbonate of ammonia with carbon dioxide. Ammonic chloride, AmCl. Use the commercial salt in a 20% solution in water. The salt should leave no residue on ignition. Ammonic molybdate. The solution is prepared as follows: dissolve 100 grams of the powdered commercial salt in 200 c.c. of dilute ammonia, and pour the solution in a slow stream into 750 c.c. of dilute nitric acid. Make up to 1 litre, and allow the mixture to settle before using. It is used for the purpose of separating phosphoric acid from bases and from other acids, and also as a test for phosphates and arsenates. In using this solution, the substance must be dissolved in nitric acid, and a considerable excess of the reagent added. 50 c.c. is sufficient to precipitate 0.1 gram P2O5. Reader's note, phosphorus pentoxide, end reader's note. When the phosphate is in excess, no precipitate will be got. The precipitate is phosphomolybdate of ammonia. Ammonic nitrate, AmNO3, is used in the separation of phosphoric acid by the molybdate method, and occasionally for destroying organic matter. It is soluble in less than its own weight of water. The solution is made when wanted. Ammonic oxalate, Am2C2O4.2H2O, is used chiefly for the separation of lime. The solution is made by dissolving 15 grams of the salt in 100 c.c. of water. Ammonic sulphide may be purchased in the state of a strong solution. It is yellow and contains the disulphide S2Am2. It serves the same purpose as is obtained by passing a current of sulphuretted hydrogen through an ammoniacal solution, but has the disadvantage of loading the solution with sulphur, which is precipitated when the solution is subsequently acidified. It is useful for dissolving the lower sulphide of tin, SNS. Baric carbonate, BaCO3, is sometimes used for precipitating the weaker bases. It should be prepared when wanted by precipitating a solution of baric chloride with ammonic carbonate and washing. The moist precipitate is used without drying. Baric chloride, BaCl2.2H2O, a crystallized salt soluble in 2½ parts of water. It is used for the detection and separation of sulphates. Make a 10% solution. Black flux, a mixture of finely divided carbon with carbonate of potash, or with carbonates of potash and soda. It is prepared by heating tartar or Rochelle salt until no more combustible gas is given off. 1 gram will reduce about 2 grams of lead from litharge. Borax, Na2B4O7.10H2O. It is chiefly used as a flux in dry assaying, as already described. It is also used in testing before the blowpipe. Many metallic oxides impart a characteristic colour to a bead of borax in which they have been fused. Calcium chloride, The crystallized salt is CaCl2.6H2O. Dried at 200 degrees centigrade it becomes CaCl2 2H2O, and when fused it becomes dehydrated. The fused salt, broken up into small lumps, is used for drying gases. It combines with water, giving off much heat, and dissolves in a little more than its own weight of water. Strong solutions may be used in baths in which temperatures above the boiling point of water are required. 1 part of the salt and 2 of water gives a solution boiling at 112 degrees, and a solution of 2 parts of the salt in 1 of water boils at 158 degrees. The salt is very little used as a reagent. Calcium chloride, or fluorspar, CaF2. The mineral is used as a flux in dry assaying. It renders slags which are thick from the presence of phosphates, etc., very fluid. Mixed with hydrochloric acid, it may sometimes be used instead of hydrofluoric acid. Calcium carbonate, CaCO3. It is precipitated in a pure state by ammonic carbonate from a solution of calcium chloride. It is used for standardizing. In the impure state, as marble or limestone, it is used in the preparation of carbonic acid. Calcium hydrate, or lime water. This is used in testing for carbon dioxide and in estimating the amount of that gas present in air. It may be made by slaking quicklime and digesting the slaked lime with water. 100 c.c. of water at 15 degrees centigrade dissolves 0.1368 grams of the hydrate, CaH2O2, and hot water dissolves still less. Milk of lime is slaked lime suspended in water. Cobalt nitrate, CO (NO3) .6H2O, is used in a 10% solution for the detection of oxides of zinc, aluminium, etc., on ignition with which it forms characteristically coloured compounds. Copper, Cu. Pure copper, as obtained by electrolysis, can be purchased. This only should be used. Copper oxide, CuO. It occurs as a black, heavy and gritty powder, and is used for the oxidation of carbon and hydrogen in organic substances. It should be ignited and cooled out of contact with air just before using, since it is hygroscopic. Oxide of copper which has been used may be again utilised after calcination. Copper sulphate, CuSO4.5H2O, contains 25.4% of copper. It is used in the outer cell of a Daniell battery. Commercial salt is used for this purpose. The recrystallized and pure salt is used for preparing the anhydrous sulphate, which is used for detecting moisture in gases. For this purpose it is dried at 200 degrees centigrade till no trace of green or blue colour remains. It must be prepared when wanted. It may be conveniently used in the form of pumice stone saturated with a solution of the salt and dried. Traces of moisture develop a green colour. Ferric chloride, Fe2Cl6. When crystallized, Fe2Cl6.6H2O. The solution is prepared as described under iron. The commercial salt contains arsenic, and since the chief use of ferric chloride is for the determination of this substance, it must be purified. Ferric sulphate, Fe2 (SO4) times 3, is a yellowish-white deliquescent salt. It is used as an indicator in volumetric silver assaying, and for the separation of iodine from bromine. It may be purchased as iron alum, Am2Fe2 (SO4) times 4.24H2O, but it is best prepared by adding strong sulphuric acid to ferric hydrate in equivalent proportions. Use it as a solution containing 2 or 3% of iron. Ferrous sulphate, FeSO4.7H2O. The granulated form is best, and can be purchased pure. It is used for standardizing. It keeps better in crystals than in solution. It is readily soluble in water, but the solution is best made with the help of a little free acid. As a reagent, use a 10% solution. The crystals should be clear bluish green. If their colour is dark green, brown, or blue, they should be rejected. Ferrous sulphide, FeS, is used for the preparation of sulphuretted hydrogen. It may be purchased and broken in small lumps, nut size, for use. Fusion mixture, K2CO3.Na2CO3, is a mixture of potassic and sodic carbonates in the proportions of 13 of the former to 10 of the latter by weight. It is hygroscopic. A mixture of the bicarbonates is better, being purer and less apt to get damp. Gallic acid, C7H6O5.H2O, is an organic acid occurring as a pale fawn-coloured crystalline powder, soluble in 100 parts of cold water or in 3 parts of boiling water. It is used for the determination of antimony. A 10% solution in warm water is made when required. Hydrogen, H, is a gas. It is obtained by acting on zinc with dilute hydrochloric or sulphuric acid. It is used as a reducing agent, and for providing an atmosphere free from oxygen. It reduces metallic oxides at a high temperature. It must be freed from water, and special precautions should be taken to prevent an admixture with air. It is generally required in a current which can be continued for an hour or more without interruption. The preparation can be conveniently carried out in the apparatus shown, fig. 33. A quart bottle is half filled with sheet zinc, and connected with bulbs filled with sulphuric acid, and with a calcium chloride tube. The last is connected with the apparatus through which the gas has to be passed. Dilute hydrochloric acid mixed with a few cubic centimetres (20 c.c. to 1 pint) of stannous chloride solution to fix any dissolved oxygen is placed in the funnel, and let into the bottle by opening the stopcock when required. Care must be taken to let the hydrogen escape for some time before starting the reduction. Gold, Au. Gold, obtained by cupelling and parting, is for most purposes sufficiently pure. It is best kept in the shape of foil. When the purer metal is required, gold should be dissolved in aqua regia, the solution evaporated to a paste, diluted, allowed to stand, and filtered. The filtered solution is acidified with hydrochloric acid, warmed, and precipitated with sodium sulphite. The precipitate is collected, washed, and fused on charcoal. Iron, Fe. The soft wire, thin, is used for standardizing. Rods are used in dry assays as a desulphurizing agent. Steel must not be used, since it is not pure, and contains a variable amount of iron. Lead, Pb. Granulated lead or lead foil is used in the dry assay for silver and gold, and in the preparation of lead salts. It can be obtained very pure, but always contains more or less silver, 1 or 2 milligrams in 100 grams. The amount of silver it contains must be determined and recorded. Lead acetate, Pb (C2H3O2) times 2.3H2O, is used as a test, specially for the detection and estimation of sulphuretted hydrogen. Prepare a 10% solution for use. Lead nitrate, Pb (NO3) times 2, can be purchased pure. It is used for standardizing. Lead dioxide, PbO2, occurs as a dark brown powder. It is used as an oxidizing agent, and for absorbing sulphurous oxide. It can be prepared by digesting red lead with warm dilute nitric acid, washing and drying the residue. Litharge, PbO. It can be purchased as a yellow, heavy powder. It is used in dry assaying as a flux, as a desulphurizing agent, and also as a source of lead. It always contains some silver, the amount of which must be determined. Litmus. This is an organic colouring matter which is turned red by acids and blue by alkalis. For ordinary purposes it is best used as litmus paper, which may be purchased in small books. A solution is prepared by digesting 15 or 20 grams of the commercial litmus in 100 c.c. of water on the water bath. After being allowed to settle, it is filtered and made just faintly red with acetic acid. Then there is added a drop or two of a solution of soda and 10 c.c. of alcohol. It should be kept in a loosely covered bottle. Magnesia, MgO. It may be purchased as calcined magnesia. It is used for making magnesia mixture, and should be kept in a corked, wide-mouthed bottle. Magnesia mixture. Dissolve 22 grams of magnesia in about a quarter of a litre of dilute hydrochloric acid, avoiding excess. Add 5 grams of magnesia, boil and filter. Add 300 grams of ammonic chloride and 250 c.c. of strong ammonia, and dilute with water to 2 litres. It should be kept in a stoppered Winchester. Magnesium sulphate, MgSO4.7H2O. It can be purchased very pure, and is occasionally used as a standard salt. Manganese dioxide, MnO2. It is used in the preparation of chlorine. The commercial article is not pure, but is sufficiently so for this purpose. Marble, CaCO3. Fragments of the white crystalline variety only should be used. It is used as a source of lime and of carbon dioxide. Mercury, Hg. This can be purchased pure. It should have a bright surface, flow without a tail, and leave no residue on ignition. It is used as a standard, for amalgamation, and as a confining liquid in gas analysis. Mercuric chloride, HgCl2, may be purchased pure. Make a 5% solution in water. It is used for destroying an excess of stannous chloride, for removing sulphuretted hydrogen from solution, and as a test for stannous salts. Microcosmic salt, HAmNaPO4.H2O. When fused, NaPO3 is formed. It is used in testing for metallic oxides and silica before the blowpipe. The crystals are sometimes used as a standard for phosphoric acid. Nestler's solution. Mode of preparation. Dissolve 35 grams of potassium iodide in 100 c.c. of water. Dissolve 17 grams of mercuric chloride in 300 c.c. of water, and pour this solution into that of the iodide till a permanent precipitate is produced. Make up to 1 litre with a 20% solution of potash. Add mercuric chloride till a precipitate is again formed. Allow to settle and decant. It is used for detecting ammonia. Niter. This is potassium nitrate. Platinum chloride, 2HCl.PtCl4. In the crystallized form it has 6H2O. It may be made as follows. Take 5 grams of clean platinum scrap and dissolve in a flask at a gentle heat in 50 c.c. of hydrochloric acid with the occasional addition of some nitric acid. Evaporate to a paste and then dissolve in 100 c.c. of water. It is used for separating and determining potassium. Phenolphthalein is an organic compound used as an indicator, more especially in determining the weaker acids. It cannot be used in the presence of ammonia. Dissolve half a gram in 100 c.c. of dilute alcohol. Potassium bicarbonate, KHCO3. It may be purchased pure. On ignition it leaves the carbonate, K2CO3, which may be used as a standard. Potassium cyanide, KCN. It is used in the dry assay as a reducing agent. The commercial salt is very impure. Purchase that sold as potassic cyanide, open brackets, gold, close brackets. Potassium bichromate, K2Cr2O7. It may be purchased nearly pure. It is used as an oxidizing agent for determining iron, and as a test solution. For this last purpose a 10% solution is prepared. Potassium chlorate, KClO3. Can be purchased pure. It is used with hydrochloric acid as a substitute for aqua regia. Potassium ferrocyanide, K4Fe open brackets Cn close brackets times 6.3H2O, or yellow prussiate of potash, is used as a test, as an indicator, and for the determination of zinc. Make a 5% solution. Potassium ferricyanide, K6Fe2 open brackets Cn close brackets times 12, or red prussiate of potash, is used for testing and as an indicator. Make a 5% solution when wanted, as it decomposes on keeping. Potassium hydrate, KHO. Purchase that purified with alcohol. It is an alkali and is used for absorbing carbonic acid, etc. Potassium iodide, Ki. It may be purchased nearly pure. It is used as a test and for dissolving iodine. It should be used in a 10% solution freshly made. The solution decomposes on exposure to light with separation of iodine. Potassium nitrate, KNO3, can be purchased pure. It is used in the dry way as an oxidizing agent. It is very fusible. It decomposes at a low temperature into potassium nitrite, KNO2, and free oxygen, and at a higher temperature leaves potash, K2O. It oxidizes sulphur and carbon with explosive violence. This action may be moderated by mixing the niter with carbonate of soda, common salt, or some other inert body. Potassium nitrite, KNO2. The commercial article is not pure, but is sufficiently so for the purpose required. A saturated solution is used in the separation of cobalt. The solution is made when wanted. Potassium permanganate, KMnO4. This salt may be purchased sufficiently pure. It is much used as an oxidizing agent. Potassium bisulfate, KHSO4. is used as a dry reagent for opening up minerals. It fuses, and at a much higher temperature is converted into potassium sulphate with loss of sulphuric acid. Potassium sulfocyanate, KCNS, is used for the detection and determination of traces of ferric iron, as also in the separation of silver and copper from some of the other metals. Make a 10% solution. It should show no colour on the addition of hydrochloric acid. Red lead, Pb3O4, is used in the dry assay as a flux instead of litharge, from which it differs in containing a little more oxygen. When acted on by nitric acid, a brown residue of lead dioxide is left, nitrate of lead going into solution. Like litharge, it always carries silver, about 2 milligrams in 100 grams. Silver, Ag. Pure silver in foil is required as a standard. It may be prepared as follows. Dissolve scrap silver in dilute nitric acid and decant off any residue. Dilute the solution with hot water and add hydrochloric acid until there is no further precipitate. Stir. Allow the precipitate to settle. Decant and wash. Dry the precipitate, mix it with twice its bulk of carbonate of soda, and fuse the mixture in a crucible until tranquil. Clean the button and roll or hammer it into foil. Sodium acetate, NaC2H3O2.3H2O. The crystals may be purchased sufficiently pure. Make a 20% solution in water. It is used for replacing mineral acids by acetic acid. Sodium acetate and acetic acid. A solution is used in the determination of phosphates and arsenates. 100 grams of the salt is dissolved in 500 c.c. of acetic acid and diluted with water to 1 litre. Sodium bicarbonate, NaHCO3, is used as a flux in dry methods. On ignition it leaves the carbonate, Na2CO3, which is used as a standard reagent. Make a 20% solution of the carbonate for use. It should be free from chlorides or sulphates, or if impure, the amount of impurities must be determined. Sodium hydrate, NaHO. It may be purchased in sticks, which should be kept in a well-corked bottle. It is sometimes called caustic soda. It is a strong alkali. It is used for neutralizing acid solutions and for separations where ammonia is unsuitable. Make a 5% solution for use. Sodium hyposulphite, Na2S2O3.5H2O. It may be purchased pure. It is generally known as hypo. It is used as a standard. Sodium sulphite, Na2SO3.7H2O, is used as a reducing agent. Sodium phosphate, Na2HPO4.12H2O. The crystals may be purchased pure, but they effloresce in dry air with loss of water. It is used as a standard and for precipitating magnesia, etc. Make a 10% solution. Stannous chloride, SnCl2,2H2O. The crystals are best purchased. If kept dry and free from air, they are fairly permanent. A solution is made by dissolving 20 grams in 10 c.c. of hydrochloric acid and diluting to 1 litre. The solution is not permanent. It is a strong reducing agent and is chiefly used in solution for this purpose. Tin, Sn. Grain tin should be purchased. It is not pure, but contains 99.5% of the metal. The chief impurity is copper. It can be used as a standard. When acted on with hot hydrochloric acid, it slowly dissolves, more rapidly in contact with platinum, and forms stannous chloride. Uranium acetate, UO2 (open brackets) C2H3O2 (close brackets) times 2 H2O. It is best purchased in crystals. The solution is used for the determination of phosphates and arsenates. A solution of 3% strength is occasionally used as an indicator. Uranium nitrate, UO2 (open brackets) NO3 (close brackets) times 2 6H2O. This salt is very soluble in water and is sometimes used instead of the acetate, which is somewhat difficult to dissolve. Water, H2O. Spring or well water is sufficiently pure for most purposes. 100 c.c. will leave a residue of from 10 to 30 milligrams, so that where a salt has to be dissolved out, evaporated and weighed, it should be replaced by distilled water. Rain water, melted snow, etc. always leave less residue than spring water, but in other respects they are often dirtier. Distilled water is best prepared in the office, a glass or tin condenser being used. Zinc, Zn. It is sold in a granulated form or in sticks. It generally contains over 1% of lead with a little iron and arsenic. It is used for separating metals from their solutions, and generally as a reducing agent. For the preparation of hydrogen, and in most other cases, scrap sheet zinc may be used. Zinc oxide, ZnO. The commercial oxide sometimes contains carbonate. Zinc sulphate, ZnSO4.7H2O. It is occasionally used as a standard, and can be purchased nearly pure. End of Reagents, Salts, etc. from a Textbook of Assaying by C. and J. J. Beringer.
Reinforced Concrete by Edward Godfrey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Deborah Lynn. Reader's Note: this extract is the beginning of the text and contains the author's paper only. For soporific purposes, I retained the list of men whose discussion follows this extract. End of Reader's Note. American Society of Civil Engineers, instituted 1852. Transactions. Paper number 1169. Some mooted questions in reinforced concrete design. Footnote A. By Edward Godfrey, M.A.M. SOC.C.E. With discussion by Messrs. Joseph Wright, S. Bent Russell, J. R. Worcester, L. J. Mensch, Walter W. Clifford, J. C. Meem, George H. Myers, Edwin Thatcher, C. A. P. Turner, Paul Chapman, E. P. Goodrich, Alban H. Beyer, John C. Ostrop, Harry F. Porter, John Stephen Sewell, Sanford E. Thompson, and Edward Godfrey. Not many years ago, physicians had certain rules and practices by which they were guided as to when and where to bleed a patient in order to relieve or cure him. What of those rules and practices today? If they were logical, why have they been abandoned? It is the purpose of this paper to show that reinforced concrete engineers have certain rules and practices which are no more logical than those governing the bloodletting of former days. If the writer fails in this, by reason of the more weighty arguments on the other side of the questions he propounds, he will at least have brought out good reasons which will stand the test of logic for the rules and practices which he proposes to condemn, and which at the present time are quite lacking in the voluminous literature on this comparatively new subject. Destructive criticism has recently been decried in an editorial in an engineering journal. Some kinds of destructive criticism are of the highest benefit. When it succeeds in destroying error, it is reconstructive. No reform was ever accomplished without it, and no reformer ever existed who was not a destructive critic. If showing up errors and faults is destructive criticism, we cannot have too much of it. In fact, we cannot advance without it. If engineering practice is to be purged of its inconsistencies and absurdities, it will never be done by dwelling on its excellencies. Reinforced concrete engineering has fairly leaped into prominence and apparently into full growth, but it still wears some of its swaddling bands. Some of the garments which it borrowed from sister forms of construction in its short infancy still cling to it, and while these were perhaps the best makeshifts under the circumstances, they fit badly and should be discarded. It is some of these misfits and absurdities which the writer would like to bring prominently before the engineering profession. Illustration Figure 1. The first point to which attention is called is illustrated in Figure 1. It concerns sharp bends in reinforcing rods in concrete. Figure 1 shows a reinforced concrete design one held out in nearly all books on the subject as a model. The reinforcing rod is bent up at a sharp angle, and then may or may not be bent again and run parallel with the top of the beam. At the bend is a condition which resembles that of a hog chain or truss rod around a queen post. The reinforcing rod is the hog chain or the truss rod. Where is the queen post? Suppose this rod has a section of 1 square inch and an inclination of 60 degrees with the horizontal, and that its unit stress is 16,000 pounds per square inch. The forces A and B are then 16,000 pounds. The force C must also be 16,000 pounds. What is to take this force C of 16,000 pounds? There is nothing but concrete. At 500 pounds per square inch, this force would require an area of 32 square inches. Will some advocate of this type of design please state where this area can be found? It must of necessity be in contact with the rod, and for structural reasons, because of the lack of stiffness in the rod, it would have to be close to the point of bend. If analogy to the queen post fails so completely because of the almost complete absence of the post, why should not this borrowed garment be discarded? If this same rod be given a gentle curve of a radius 20 or 30 times the diameter of the rod, the side unit pressure will be from 1/20th to 1/30th of the unit stress on the steel. This being the case, and being a simple principle of mechanics which ought to be thoroughly understood, it is astounding that engineers should perpetrate the gross error of making a sharp bend in a reinforcing rod under stress. The second point to which attention is called may also be illustrated by Figure 1. The rod marked 3 is also like the truss rod of a queen post truss in appearance, because it ends over the support and has the same shape. But the analogy ends with appearance, for the function of a truss rod in a queen post truss is not performed by such a reinforcing rod in concrete, for other reasons than the absence of a post. The truss rod receives its stress by a suitable connection at the end of the rod and over the support of the beam. The reinforcing rod in this standard beam ends abruptly at the very point where it is due to receive an important element of strength, an element which would add enormously to the strength and safety of many a beam if it could be introduced. Of course, a reinforcing rod in a concrete beam receives its stress by increments imparted by the grip of the concrete, but these increments can only be imparted where the tendency of the concrete is to stretch. This tendency is greatest near the bottom of the beam, and when the rod is bent up to the top of the beam, it is taken out of the region where the concrete has the greatest tendency to stretch. The function of this rod as reinforcement of the bottom flange of the beam is interfered with by bending it up in this manner, as the beam is left without bottom flange reinforcement, as far as that rod is concerned, from the point of bend to the support. It is true that there is a shear or a diagonal tension in the beam, and the diagonal portion of the rod is apparently in a position to take this tension. This is just such a force as the truss rod in a queen post truss must take. Is this reinforcing rod equipped to perform this office? The beam is apt to fail in the line AB. In fact, it is apt to crack from shrinkage on this or almost any other line, and to leave the strength dependent on the reinforcing steel. Suppose such a crack should occur, the entire strength of the beam would be dependent on the grip of the short end of rod 3 to the right of the line AB. The grip of this short piece of rod is so small and precarious, considering the important duty it has to perform, that it is astounding that designers, having any care for the permanence of their structures, should consider for an instant such features of design, much less incorporate them in a building in which life and property depend on them. The third point to which attention is called is the feature of design just mentioned in connection with the bent-up rod. It concerns the anchorage of rods by the embedment of a few inches of their length in concrete. This most flagrant violation of common sense has its most conspicuous example in large engineering works, where of all places better judgment should prevail. Many retaining walls have been built and described in engineering journals, in papers before engineering societies of the highest order, and in books enjoying the greatest reputation, which have as an essential feature a great number of rods which cannot possibly develop their strength and might as well be of much smaller dimensions. These rods are the vertical and horizontal rods in the counterfort of the retaining wall, shown at A in Figure 2. This retaining wall consists of a front curtain wall and a horizontal slab, joined at intervals by ribs or counterforts. The manifest and only function of the rib or counterfort is to tie together the curtain wall and the horizontal slab. That it is or should be of concrete is because the steel rods which it contains need protection. It is clear that failure of the retaining wall could occur by rupture through the section AB or through BC. It is also clear that apart from the cracking of the concrete of the rib, the only thing which would produce this rupture is the pulling out of the short ends of these reinforcing rods. Writers treat the triangle ABC as a beam, but there is absolutely no analogy between this triangle and a beam. Designers seem to think that these rods take the place of so-called shear rods in a beam, and that the inclined rods are equivalent to the rods in a tension flange of a beam. It is hard to understand by what process of reasoning such results can be attained. Any clear analysis leading to these conclusions would certainly be a valuable contribution to the literature on the subject. It is scarcely possible, however, that such analysis will be brought forward, for it is the apparent policy of the reinforced concrete analyst to jump into the middle of his proposition without the encumbrance of a premise. There is positively no evading the fact that this wall could fail, as stated, by rupture along either AB or BC. It can be stated just as positively that a set of rods running from the front wall to the horizontal slab and anchored into each in such a manner as would be adopted were these slabs suspended on the rods is the only rational and the only efficient design possible. This design is illustrated at B in Figure 2. Illustration, Figure 2. The fourth point concerns shear in steel rods embedded in concrete. For decades, specifications for steel bridges have gravely given a unit shear to be allowed on bridge pins, and every bridge engineer knows or ought to know that if a bridge pin is properly proportioned for bending and bearing, there is no possibility of its being weak from shear. The centers of bearings cannot be brought close enough together to reduce the size of the pin to where its shear need be considered, because of the width required for bearing on the parts. Concrete is about 1/30 as strong as steel in bearing. There is, therefore, somewhat less than 1/30 of a reason for specifying any shear on steel rods embedded in concrete. The gravity of the situation is not so much the serious manner in which this unit of shear in steel is written in specifications and building codes for reinforced concrete work. It does not mean anything in specifications for steel work because it is ignored, but it is apparent when designers soberly use these absurd units and proportion shear rods accordingly. Many designers actually proportion shear rods for shear in the steel at units of 10,000 or 12,000 pounds per square inch, and the blame for this dangerous practice can be laid directly to the literature on reinforced concrete. Shear rods are given as standard features in the design of reinforced concrete beams. In the joint report of the committee of the various engineering societies, a method for proportioning shear members is given. The stress, or shear per shear member, is the longitudinal shear which would occur in the space from member to member. No hint is given as to whether these bars are in shear or tension. In fact, either would be absurd and impossible without greatly overstressing some other part. This is just a sample of the state of the literature on this important subject. Shear bars will be taken up more fully in subsequent paragraphs. The fifth point concerns vertical stirrups in a beam. These stirrups are conspicuous features in the designs of reinforcing concrete beams. Explanations of how they act are conspicuous in the literature on reinforced concrete by its total absence. By stirrups are meant the so-called shear rods strung along a reinforcing rod. They are usually U-shaped and looped around the rod. It is common practice to count these stirrups in the shear, taking the horizontal shear in a beam. In a plate girder, the rivets connecting the flange to the web take the horizontal shear or the increment to the flange stress. Compare two 3/4 inch rivets tightly driven into holes in a steel angle with a loose vertical rod 3/4 of an inch in diameter looped around a reinforcing rod in a concrete beam, and a correct comparison of methods of design in steel and reinforced concrete as they are commonly practiced is obtained. These stirrups can take but little hold on the reinforcing rods, and this must be through the medium of the concrete, and they can take but little shear. Some writers, however, hold the opinion that the stirrups are in tension and not in shear, and some are bold enough to compare them with the vertical tension members of a Howe truss. Imagine a Howe truss with the vertical tension members looped around the bottom cord and run up to the top cord without any connection, or hooked over the top cord. Then compare such a truss with one in which the end of the rod is upset and receives a nut and large washer bearing solidly against the cord. This gives a comparison of methods of design in wood and reinforced concrete as they are commonly practiced. Anchorage or grip in the concrete is all that can be counted on in any event to take up the tension of these stirrups, but it requires an embedment of from 30 to 50 diameters of a rod to develop its full strength. Take 30 to 50 diameters from the floating end of these shear members, and in some cases nothing or less than nothing will be left. In any case, the point at which the shear member or stirrup is good for its full value is far short of the centroid of compression of the beam where it should be. In most cases it will be nearer the bottom of the beam. In a Howe truss, the vertical tension members having their end connections near the bottom cord would be equivalent to these shear members. The sixth point concerns the division of stress into shear members. Briefly stated, the common method is to assume each shear member as taking the horizontal shear occurring in the space from member to member. As already stated, this is absurd. If stirrups could take shear, this method would give the shear per stirrup, but even advocates of this method acknowledge that they cannot. To apply the common analogy of a truss, each shear member would represent a tension web member in the truss, and each would have to take all the shear occurring in a section through it. If, for example, shear members were spaced half the depth of a beam apart, each would take half the shear by the common method. If shear members take vertical shear, or if they take tension, what is between the two members to take the other half of the shear? There is nothing in the beam but concrete and the tension rod between the two shear members. If the concrete can take the shear, why use steel members? It is not conceivable that an engineer should seriously consider a tension rod in a reinforced concrete beam as carrying the shear from stirrup to stirrup. The logical deduction from the proposition that shear rods take tension is that the tension rods must take shear, and that they must take the full shear of the beam and not only a part of it. For these shear rods are looped around or attached to the tension rods, and since tension in the shear rods would logically be imparted through the medium of this attachment, there is no escaping the conclusion that a large vertical force, the shear of the beam, must pass through the tension rod. If the shear member really relieves the concrete of the shear, it must take it all. If, as would be allowable, the shear rods take but a part of the shear, leaving the concrete to take the remainder, that carried by the rods should not be divided again, as is recommended by the common method. Bulletin number 29 of the University of Illinois Experiment Station shows by numerous experiments and reiterates again and again that shear rods do not act until the beam has cracked and partly failed. This being the case, a shear rod is an illogical element of design. Any element of a structure which cannot act until failure has started is not a proper element of design. In a steel structure, a bent plate which would straighten out under a small stress and then resist final rupture would be a menace to the rigidity and stability of the structure. This is exactly analogous to shear rods which cannot act until failure has begun. When the man who tears down by criticism fails to point out the way to build up, he is a destructive critic. If under the circumstances designing with shear rods had the virtue of being the best thing to do with the steel and concrete disposed in a beam, as far as experience and logic in their present state could decide, nothing would be gained by simply criticizing this method of design. But logic and tests have shown a far simpler, more effective, and more economical means of disposing of the steel in a reinforced concrete beam. In shallow beams there is little need of provision for taking shear by any other means than the concrete itself. The writer has seen a reinforced slab support a very heavy load by simple friction, for the slab was cracked close to the supports. In slabs, shear is seldom provided for in the steel reinforcement. It is only when beams begin to have a depth approximating 1/10 of the span that the shear in the concrete becomes excessive and provision is necessary in the steel reinforcement. Years ago the writer recommended that in such beams some of the rods be curved up toward the ends of the span and anchored over the support. Such reinforcement completely relieves the concrete of all shearing stress, for the stress in the rod will have a vertical component equal to the shear. The concrete will rest in the rod as a saddle, and the rod will be like the cable of a suspension span. The concrete should be in separate blocks with vertical joints, and still the load would be carried safely. By end anchorage is not meant an inch or two of embedment in concrete, for an iron vise would not hold a rod for its full value by such means. Neither does it mean a hook on the end of the rod. A threaded end with a bearing washer and a nut and a lock nut to hold the washer in place is about the only effective means, and it is simple and cheap. Nothing is as good for this purpose as plain round rods, for no other shape affords the same simple and effective means of end connection. In a line of beams end to end, the rods may be extended into the next beam, and there act to take the top flange tension, while at the same time finding anchorage for the principal beam stress. The simplicity of this design is shown still further by the absence of a large number of little pieces in a beam box, as these must be held in their proper places, and as they interfere with the pouring of the concrete. It is surprising that this simple and unpatented method of design has not met with more favor, and has scarcely been used even in tests. Some time ago the writer was asked by the head of an engineering department of a college for some ideas for the students to work up for theses, and suggested that they test beams of this sort. He was met by the astounding and fatuous reply that such would not be reinforced concrete beams. They would certainly be concrete beams, and just as certainly be reinforced. Bulletin 29 of the University of Illinois Experiment Station contains a record of tests of reinforced concrete beams of this sort. They failed by the crushing of the concrete, or by failure in the steel rods, and nearly all the cracks were in the middle third of the beams, whereas beams rich in shear rods cracked principally in the end thirds, that is, in the neighborhood of the shear rods. The former failures are ideal, and are easier to provide against. A crack in a beam near the middle of the span is of little consequence, whereas one near the support is a menace to safety. The seventh point of common practice to which attention is called is the manner in which bending moments in so-called continuous beams are juggled to reduce them to what the designer would like to have them. This has come to be almost a matter of taste, and is done with as much precision or reason as geologists guess at the age of a fossil in millions of years. If a line of continuous beams be loaded uniformly, the maximum moments are negative and are over the supports. Who ever heard of a line of beams in which the reinforcement over the supports was double that at mid-spans? The end support of such a line of beams cannot be said to be fixed, but is simply supported. Hence the end beam would have a negative bending moment over next to the last support equal to that of a simple span. Who ever heard of a beam being reinforced for this? The common practice is to make a reduction in the bending moment at the middle of the span to about that of a line of continuous beams, regardless of the fact that they may not be continuous or even contiguous, and in spite of the fact that the loading of only one gives quite different results, and may give results approaching those of a simple beam. If the beams be designed as simple beams, taking the clear distance between supports as the span and not the centers of bearings or the centers of supports, and if a reasonable top reinforcement be used over these supports to prevent cracks, every requirement of good engineering is met. Under extreme conditions, such construction might be heavily stressed in the steel over the supports. It might even be overstressed in this steel. But what could happen? Not failure, for the beams are capable of carrying their load individually, and even if the rods over the supports were severed, a thing impossible because they cannot stretch out sufficiently, the beams would stand. Continuous beam calculations have no place whatever in designing stringers of a steel bridge, though the end connections will often take a very large moment, and if calculated as continuous will be bound to be strained to a very much larger moment. Who ever heard of a failure because of continuous beam action in the stringers of a bridge? Why cannot reinforced concrete engineering be placed on the same sound footing as structural steel engineering? The eighth point concerns the spacing of rods in a reinforced concrete beam. It is common to see rods bunched in the bottom of such a beam, with no regard whatever for the ability of the concrete to grip the steel, or to carry the horizontal shear incident to their stress to the upper part of the beam. As an illustration of the logic and analysis applied in discussing the subject of reinforced concrete, one well-known authority, on the premise that the unit of adhesion to rod and of shear are equal, derives a rule for the spacing of rods. His reasoning is so false, and his rule is so far from being correct, that 2/3 would have to be added to the width of beam in order to make it correct. An error of 66% may seem trifling to some minds where reinforced concrete is considered, but errors of 1/10 this amount in steel design would be cause for serious concern. It is reasoning of the most elementary kind which shows that if shear and adhesion are equal, the width of a reinforced concrete beam should be equal to the sum of the peripheries of all reinforcing rods gripped by the concrete. The width of the beam is the measure of the shearing area above the rods, taking the horizontal shear to the top of the beam, and the peripheries of the rods are the measure of the gripping or adhesion area. Analysis which examines a beam to determine whether or not there is sufficient concrete to grip the steel and to carry the shear is about at the vanishing point in nearly all books on the subject. Such misleading analysis as that just cited is worse than nothing. The ninth point concerns the T-beam. Excessively elaborate formulas are worked out for the T-beam, and haphazard guesses are made as to how much of the floor slab may be considered in the compression flange. If a fraction of this mental energy were directed toward a logical analysis of the shear and gripping value of the stem of the T-beam, it would be found that when the stem is given its proper width, little if any of the floor slab will have to be counted in the compression flange, for the width of concrete which will grip the rods properly will take the compression incident to their stress. The 10th point concerns elaborate theories and formulas for beams and slabs. Formulas are commonly given with 25 or 30 constants and variables to be estimated and guessed at, and are based on assumptions which are inaccurate and untrue. One of these assumptions is that the concrete is initially unstressed. This is quite out of reason, for the shrinkage of the concrete on hardening puts stress in both concrete and steel. One of the coefficients of the formulas is that of the elasticity of the concrete. No more variable property of concrete is known than its coefficient of elasticity, which may vary from 1,000,000 to 5,000,000 or 6,000,000. It varies with the intensity of stress, with the kind of aggregate used, with the amount of water used in mixing, and with the atmospheric condition during setting. The unknown coefficient of elasticity of concrete and the non-existent condition of no initial stress vitiate entirely formulas supported by these two props. Here again destructive criticism would be vicious if these mathematical gymnasts were giving the best or only solution which present knowledge could produce, or if the critic did not point out a substitute. The substitute is so simple of application, in such agreement with experiments, and so logical in its derivation, that it is surprising that it has not been generally adopted. The neutral axis of reinforced concrete beams under safe loads is near the middle of the depth of the beams. If in all cases it be taken at the middle of the depth of the concrete beam, and if variation of intensity of stress in the concrete be taken as uniform from this neutral axis up, the formula for the resisting moment of a reinforced concrete beam becomes extremely simple and no more complex than that for a rectangular wooden beam. The 11th point concerns complex formulas for chimneys. It is a simple matter to find the tensile stress in that part of a plain concrete chimney between two radii on the windward side. If in this space there is inserted a rod which is capable of taking that tension at a proper unit, the safety of the chimney is assured as far as that tensile stress is concerned. Why should frightfully complex formulas be proposed which bring in the unknowable modulus of elasticity of concrete, and could only be solved by stages or dependence on the calculations of someone else? The 12th point concerns deflection calculations. As is well known, deflection does not play much of a part in the design of beams. Sometimes, however, the passing requirement of a certain floor construction is the amount of deflection under a given load. Professor Gaetano Lanza has given some data on recorded deflections of reinforced concrete beams. Footnote B. He has also worked out the theoretical deflections on various assumptions. An attempt to reconcile the observed deflections with one of several methods of calculating stresses led him to the conclusion that the observations made thus far are not sufficient to furnish the means for determining the actual distribution of the stresses, and hence for the deduction of reliable formula for the computation of the direct stresses, shearing stresses, diagonal stresses, deflections, position of the neutral axis, etc., under a given load. Professor Lanza might have gone further, and said that the observations made thus far are sufficient to show the hopelessness of deriving a formula that will predict accurately the deflection of a reinforced concrete beam. The wide variation shown by two beam tests cited by him, in which the beams were identical, is in itself proof of this. Taking the data of these tests and working out the modulus of elasticity from the recorded deflections, as though the beams were of plain concrete, values are found for this modulus which are not out of agreement with the value of that variable modulus as determined by other means. Therefore, if the beams be considered as plain concrete beams, and an average value be assumed for the modulus or coefficient of elasticity, a deflection may be found by a simple calculation, which is an average of that which may be expected. Here again simple theory is better than complex, because of the ease with which it may be applied, and because it gives results which are just as reliable. The 13th point concerns the elastic theory as applied to a reinforced concrete arch. This theory treats a reinforced concrete arch as a spring. In order to justify its use, the arch or spring is considered as having fixed ends. The results obtained by the intricate methods of the elastic theory and the simple method of the equilibrium polygon are too nearly identical to justify the former when the arch is taken as hinged at the ends. The assumption of fixed ends in an arch is a most extravagant one, because it means that the abutments must be rigid, that is, capable of taking bending moments. Rigidity in an abutment is only effected by a large increase in bulk, whereas strength in an arch ring is greatly augmented by the addition of a few inches to its thickness. By the elastic theory, the arch ring does not appear to need as much strength as by the other method, but additional stability is needed in the abutments in order to take the bending moments. This latter feature is not dwelt on by the elastic theorists. In the ordinary arch, the criterion by which the size of abutment is gauged is the location of the line of pressure. It is difficult and expensive to obtain depth enough in the base of the abutment to keep this line within the middle third, when only the thrust of the arch is considered. If, in addition to the thrust, there is a bending moment which, from any conditions of loading, further displaces the line of pressure toward the critical edge, the difficulty and expense are increased. It cannot be gainsaid that a few cubic yards of concrete added to the ring of an arch will go much further toward strengthening the arch than the same amount of concrete added to the two abutments. In reinforced concrete there are ample grounds for the contention that the carrying out of a nice theory based on nice assumptions and the exact determination of ideal stresses is of far less importance than the building of a structure which is in every way capable of performing its function. There are more than ample grounds for the contention that the ideal stresses worked out for a reinforced concrete structure are far from realization in this far from ideal material. Apart from the objection that the elastic theory, instead of showing economy by cutting down the thickness of the arch ring, would show the very opposite if fully carried out, there are objections of greater weight, objections which strike at the very foundation of the theory as applied to reinforced concrete. In the elastic theory, as in the intricate beam theory commonly used, there is the assumption of an initial unstressed condition of the materials. This is not true of a beam, and is still further from the truth in the case of an arch. Besides shrinkage of the concrete, which always produces unknown initial stresses, there is a still more potent cause of initial stress, namely the settlement of the arch when the forms are removed. If the initial stresses are unknown, ideal determinations of stresses can have little meaning. The elastic theory stands or falls according as one is able or unable to calculate accurately the deflection of a reinforced concrete beam, and it is an impossibility to calculate this deflection even approximately. The tests cited by Professor Lanza show the utter disagreement in the matter of deflections. Of those tested, 2 beams, which were identical, showed results almost 100% apart. A theory grounded on such a shifting foundation does not deserve serious consideration. Professor Lanza's conclusions, quoted under the 12th point, have special meaning and force when applied to a reinforced concrete arch. The actual distribution of the stresses cannot possibly be determined, and complex cloaks of arithmetic cannot cover this fact. The elastic theory, far from being a reliable formula, is false and misleading in the extreme. The 14th point refers to temperature calculations in a reinforced concrete arch. These calculations have no meaning whatever. To give the grounds for this assertion would be to reiterate much of what has been said under the subject of the elastic arch. If the unstressed shape of an arch cannot be determined because of the unknown effect of shrinkage and settlement, it is a waste of time to work out a slightly different unstressed shape due to temperature variation, and it is a further waste of time to work out the supposed stresses resulting from deflecting that arch back to its actual shape. If no other method of finding the approximate stresses in an arch existed, the elastic theory might be classed as the best available, but this is not the case. There is a method which is both simple and reliable. Accuracy is not claimed for it, and hence it is in accord with the more or less uncertain materials dealt with. Complete safety, however, is assured, for it treats the arch as a series of blocks, and the cementing of these blocks into one mass cannot weaken the arch. Reinforcement can be proportioned in the same manner as for chimneys, by finding the tension exerted to pull these blocks apart, and then providing steel to take that tension. The 15th point concerns steel in compression in reinforced concrete columns or beams. It is common practice, and it is recommended in the most pretentious works on the subject, to include in the strength of a concrete column slender longitudinal rods embedded in the concrete. To quote from one of these works, "The compressive resistance of a hooped member exceeds the sum of the following three elements: 1. The compressive resistance of the concrete without reinforcement. 2. The compressive resistance of the longitudinal rods stressed to their elastic limit. 3. The compressive resistance which would have been produced by the imaginary longitudinals at the elastic limit of the hooping metal, the volume of the imaginary longitudinals being taken as 2.4 times that of the hooping metal." This does not stand the test either of theory or practice. In fact, it is far from being true. Its departure from the truth is great enough and of serious enough moment to explain some of the worst accidents in the history of reinforced concrete. It is a nice theoretical conception that the steel and the concrete act together to take the compression, and that each is accommodating enough to take just as much of the load as will stress it to just the right unit. Here again initial stress plays an important part. The shrinkage of the concrete tends to put the rods in compression. The load adds more compression on the slender rods, and they buckle, because of the lack of any adequate stiffening, long before the theorist's ultimate load is reached. There is no theoretical or practical consideration which would bring in the strength of the hoops after the strength of the concrete between them has been counted. All the compression of a column must, of necessity, go through the disc of concrete between the two hoops and the longitudinal steel. No additional strength in the hoops can affect the strength of this disc with a given spacing of the hoops. It is true that shorter discs will have more strength, but this is a matter of the spacing of the hoops and not of their sectional area, as the above quotation would make it appear. Besides being false theoretically, this method of investing phantom columns with real strength is woefully lacking in practical foundation. Even the assumption of reinforcing value to the longitudinal steel rods is not at all borne out in tests. Designers add enormously to the calculated strength of concrete columns when they insert some longitudinal rods. It appears to be the rule that real columns are weakened by the very means which these designers invest with reinforcing properties. Whether or not it is the rule, the mere fact that many tests have shown these so-called reinforced concrete columns to be weaker than similar plain concrete columns is amply sufficient to condemn the practice of assuming strength which may not exist. Of all parts of a building, the columns are the most vital. The failure of one column will, in all probability, carry with it many others stronger than itself, whereas a weak and failing slab or beam does not put an extra load and shock on the neighboring parts of a structure. In Bulletin No. 10 of the University of Illinois Experiment Station, footnote C, a plain concrete column, 9 by 9 inches by 12 feet, stood an ultimate crushing load of 2,004 pounds per square inch. Column 2, identical in size and having 4 5/8 inch rods embedded in the concrete, stood 1,557 pounds per square inch. So much for longitudinal rods without hoops. This is not an isolated case, but appears to be the rule, and yet, in reading the literature on the subject, one would be led to believe that longitudinal steel rods in a plain concrete column add greatly to the strength of the column. A paper by Mr. M.O. Withy before the American Society for Testing Materials in 1909 gave the results of some tests on concrete steel and plain concrete columns. The term concrete steel is used because this particular combination is not reinforced concrete. One group of columns, namely W1 to W3, 10½ inches in diameter, 102 inches long, and circular in shape, stood an average ultimate load of 2,600 pounds per square inch. These columns were of plain concrete. Another group, namely E1 to E3, were octagonal in shape with a short diameter, 12 inches, their length being 120 inches. These columns contained 9 longitudinal rods, 5/8 inch in diameter, and 1/4 inch steel rings every foot. They stood an ultimate load averaging 2,438 pounds per square inch. This is less than the column with no steel and with practically the same ratio of slenderness. In some tests on columns made by the Department of Buildings of Minneapolis, Minnesota, footnote D, Test A was a 9 by 9 inch column, 9 feet 6 inches long, with 10 longitudinal round rods 1/2 inch in diameter and 1½ inch by 3/16 inch circular bands having 2 1/2-inch rivets in the splice, spaced 4 inches apart, the circles being 7 inches in diameter. It carried an ultimate load of 130,000 pounds, which is much less than half the compressive resistance of a hooped member, worked out according to the authoritative quotation before given. Another similar column stood a little more than half that compressive resistance. 5 of the 17 tests on the concrete steel columns made at Minneapolis stood less than the plain concrete columns. So much for the longitudinal rods, and for hoops, which are not close enough to stiffen the rods, and yet in reading the literature on the subject any one would be led to believe that longitudinal rods and hoops add enormously to the strength of a concrete column. The 16th indictment against common practice is in reference to flat slabs supported on 4 sides. Grasshoff's formula for flat plates has no application to reinforced concrete slabs, because it is derived for a material strong in all directions and equally stressed. The strength of concrete in tension is almost nil, at least it should be so considered. Poisson's ratio, so prominent in Grasshoff's formula, has no meaning whatever in steel reinforcement for a slab, because each rod must take tension only, and instead of a material equally stressed in all directions, there are generally sets of independent rods in only 2 directions. In a solution of the problem given by a high English authority, the slab is assumed to have a bending moment of equal intensity along its diagonal. It is quite absurd to assume an intensity of bending clear into the corner of a slab, and on the very support equal to that at its center. A method published by the writer some years ago has not been challenged. By this method strips are taken across the slab, and the moment in them is found, considering the limitations of the several strips in deflection imposed by those running at right angles therewith. This method shows, as tests demonstrate, that when the slab is oblong, reinforcement in the long direction rapidly diminishes in usefulness. When the ratio is 1 to 1½ reinforcement in the long direction is needless, since that in the short direction is required to take its full amount. In this way French and other regulations give false results and fail to work out. If the writer is wrong in any or all of the foregoing points, it should be easy to disprove his assertions. It would be better to do this than to ridicule or ignore them, and it would be even better than to issue reports signed by authorities which commend the practices herein condemned. Footnotes. Footnote A, presented at the meeting of March 16th, 1910. Footnote B, stresses in reinforced concrete beams. Journal, American Society of Mechanical Engineers, mid-October 1909. Footnote C, page 14, column 8. Footnote D, Engineering News, December 3rd, 1908. End of selection.
Section 27 of the Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larissa Jaworski, Brisbane, Australia, March 2007. The Handy Cyclopedia of Things Worth Knowing by Joseph Trinans, published in 1911. Section 27. Principal American cities, with population of over 100,000 in 1910. The population for 1900 is given by way of comparison. New York, New York. Population in 1910, 4,766,883. In 1900, 3,437,202. Chicago, Illinois. Population in 1910, 2,185,283. In 1900, 1,698,572. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Population in 1910, 1,549,008. In 1900, 1,293,697. St. Louis, Missouri. Population in 1910, 687,029. In 1900, 575,238. Boston, Massachusetts. Population in 1910, 670,585. In 1900, 560,892. Cleveland, Ohio. Population in 1910, 560,663. In 1900, 381,867. Baltimore, Maryland. Population in 1910, 558,485. In 1900, 508,957. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Population in 1910, 533,905. In 1900, 451,512. Detroit, Michigan. Population in 1910, 465,766. In 1900, 285,704. Buffalo, New York. Population in 1910, 423,715. In 1900, 352,387. San Francisco, California. Population in 1910, 416,912. In 1900, 342,782. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Population in 1910, 373,857. In 1900, 285,315. Cincinnati, Ohio. Population in 1910, 364,462. In 1900, 325,902. Newark, New Jersey. Population in 1910, 347,469. In 1900, 246,070. New Orleans, Louisiana. Population in 1910, 339,075. In 1900, 287,104. Washington, District of Columbia. Population in 1910, 331,069. In 1900, 278,817. Los Angeles, California, 319,198. In 1900, 102,479. Minneapolis, Minnesota, population in 1910, 301,408. In 1900, 202,718. Jersey City, New Jersey, population in 1910, 267,779. In 1900, 206,433. Kansas City, Missouri, population in 1910, 248,331. In 1900, 163,752. Seattle, Washington, population in 1910, 237,194. In 1900, 80,671. Indianapolis, Indiana, population in 1910, 233,650. In 1900, 169,164. Providence, Rhode Island, population in 1910, 224,326. In 1900, 175,597. Providence, Rhode Island, population in 1910, 224,326. In 1900, 175,597. Louisville, Kentucky, population in 1910, 223,928. In 1900, 204,731. Rochester, New York, population in 1910, 218,149. In 1900, 162,608. St. Paul, Minnesota, population in 1910, 214,744. In 1900, 163,065. Denver, Colorado, population in 1910, 213,381. In 1900, 133,859. Portland, Oregon, population in 1910, 207,214. In 1900, 90,426. Columbus, Ohio, population in 1910, 181,548. In 1900, 125,560. Toledo, Ohio, population in 1910, 168,497. In 1900, 131,822. Atlanta, Georgia, population in 1910, 154,839. In 1900, 89,672. Oakland, California, population in 1910, 150,174. In 1900, 66,960. Worcester, Massachusetts, population in 1910, 145,986. In 1900, 118,421. Syracuse, New York, population in 1910, 137,249. In 1900, 108,374. New Haven, Connecticut, population in 1910, 133,605. In 1900, 108,027. Birmingham, Alabama, population in 1910, 132,683. In 1900, 38,415. Memphis, Tennessee, population in 1910, 131,105. In 1900, 102,320. Scranton, Pennsylvania, population in 1910, 129,8 867. In 1900, 102,026. Richmond, Virginia. Population in 1910, 127,628. In 1900, 85,050. Paterson, New Jersey. Population in 1910, 125,600. In 1900, 105,171. Omaha, Nebraska. Population in 1910, 124,096. In 1900, 102,555. Fall River, Massachusetts. Population in 1910, 119,295. In 1900, 104,803. Dayton, Ohio. Population in 1910, 116,577. In 1900, 85,333. Grand Rapids, Michigan. Population in 1910, 112,571. In 1900, 87,565. Nashville, Tennessee. Population in 1910, 110,364. In 1900, 80,865. Lowell, Massachusetts. Population in 1910, 106,294. In 1900, 94,969. Cambridge, Massachusetts. Population in 1910, 104,839. In 1900, 91,886. Spokane, Washington. Population in 1910, 104,402. In 1900, 36,848. Bridgeport, Connecticut. Population in 1910, 102,054. In 1900, 70,996. Albany, New York. Population in 1910, 100,253. In 1900, 94,151. State flowers. The following list includes all the state flowers commonly accepted or officially adopted. Alabama, goldenrod. Arizona, sequoia cactus. Arkansas, apple blossom. California, poppy. Colorado, columbine. Delaware, peach blossom. Georgia, Cherokee rose. Idaho, syringa. Illinois, violet. Iowa, wild rose. Kansas, sunflower. Louisiana, magnolia. Maine, pine cone. Michigan, apple blossom. Minnesota, moccasin. Mississippi, magnolia. Montana, bitterroot. Missouri, goldenrod. Nebraska, goldenrod. New Jersey, sugar maple tree. New York, rose. North Dakota, goldenrod. Oklahoma, mistletoe. Oregon, Oregon grape. Rhode Island, violet. Texas, bluebonnet. Utah, sego lily. Vermont, red clover. Washington, rhododendron. Height of noted structures. Following is the height in feet of some noted monuments and structures. Amiens Cathedral, 383 feet. Bunker Hill Monument, 221 feet. Capitol, Washington, 288 feet. City Hall, Philadelphia, 535 feet. Cologne Cathedral, 512 feet. Eiffel Tower, 984 feet. Florence Cathedral, 387 feet. Fribourg Cathedral, 386 feet. Masonic Temple, Chicago, 354 feet. Metropolitan Building, New York, 700 feet. Milan Cathedral, 360 feet. The Great Pyramid, 451 feet. Rouen Cathedral, 464 feet. St Paul's, London, 404 feet. St Peter's, Rome, 433 feet. The Singer Building, New York, 612 feet. Strasbourg Cathedral, 465 feet. St Stephen's, Vienna, 470 feet. Ward Building, Chicago, 394 feet. Washington Monument, 556 feet. The maximum age of trees: palm 250 years, elm 355 years, cypress 388 years, ivy 448 years, maple 516 years, larch 576 years, lemon 640 years, plane 720 years, cedar 800 years, chestnut 860 years, walnut 900 years, lime 1076 years, spruce 1200 years, oak 1600 years, olive 2000 years, yew 2880 years, baobab 5100 years, and dragon 5900 years. Eucalyptus or Australian gum tree sometimes grows 24 feet in 3 months. Bamboo 2 feet in 24 hours. Dictionary of Aeronautics. The new science of aeronautics has given rise to many new words, among them some of awkward derivation, and even those properly formed and worthy of preservation in the language are often erroneously used. The following compact lexicon is therefore both interesting and instructive. Aeroplane, a generic term applied in common use to all classes of sustaining surfaces, strictly applicable only to flat surfaces. Adjusting surfaces, commonly a comparatively small surface, usually at the end of a wing tip, used to adjust lateral balance, preferably restricted to surfaces capable of variable adjustment but not of movement by controlling devices. See stabilizer and wing tip, and compare aileron. Advancing edge, the front edge of a sustaining or other surface. Advancing surface, a surface that precedes another through the air, as in a double monoplane. Aerocurve, a proposed substitute for aeroplane. Aerodrome, a substitute proposed by Langley for aeroplane, strictly applicable to a course rather than to a vehicle. Aileron, a small hinged or separated wing tip or surface capable of independent manipulation for the purpose of maintaining lateral balance. Aviation, dynamic flight by means of heavier than air mechanisms. Aviator, the operator or pilot of a heavier than air machine. Aerofoil, term used to indicate lifting surface. Angle of incidence, the angle which a line drawn from the leading to trailing edge of the plane makes with the horizontal trailing angle between the tangent to the trailing edge of the plane and the chord, or a line drawn from the leading edge to the trailing edge. Arc, any portion of a circle or other curve. Aspect, the top or plan view of an aeroplane surface. Automatic stability, applied to lateral or longitudinal stability, maintained by the action of suitable elements on mechanisms independent of any control exercised by the operator. There is a tendency to restrict the term of such stability secured by an automatic manipulation of controlling devices, rather than to systems in which balance is maintained by the use of dihedral arrangements. Biplane, an aeroplane with two superposed main surfaces. Balance, to maintain equilibrium by hand or automatic movement of balancing surfaces, as opposed to equilibrium maintained by stabilizing. See stabilizer. Body, the center part of an aeroplane or other aerial vehicle, in which the motor, fuel tanks, passenger accommodation, etc. are placed. Camber, The camber of the ribs is the amount of curvature which is imparted to them in the same way that a motor car spring or a road has a camber or curvature. Chassis. That part of the main framework of a monoplane to which the main planes and tail planes are fitted, and which contains the engine and aviator's seat. Centre of pressure. Really a line of pressure along the underside of a wing or aeroplane surface, on either side of which the pressures are equal. Centre of gravity. The centre of weight about which the vehicle balances in all directions. Chord. A straight line drawn between the ends of the arc of a circle or other curve. Dirigible. Steerable or navigable applied to balloons. Derrick. A tower in which a falling weight is dropped in starting an aeroplane. Diagonal. A diagonal brace or stay in a framework. Dihedral. Set of wings, pairs inclined at an upward angle to each other. Elevator. A principal supplementary surface, usually of a miniature form of the main planes, used for purpose of altering the vertical direction of machine. Gap. The distance between two main planes in a biplane. Gliding. Flying down a slant of air without power. Gyroscopic effect. The property of any rotating mass whereby it tends to maintain its plane of rotation against disturbing forces. Gauchissement or warping. Applied to the main planes and produces the same ultimate effect as the use of ailerons. Hangar. A shed for housing balloons or aeroplanes, generally the latter. Horsepower. A rate of work equivalent to the lifting of 33,000 foot-pound a minute. Head resistance. The resistance of the surface to movement through the air, closely proportionate to its projected area. Heavier than air. Applied to dynamic flying machines weighing more than the air they displace. Horizontal rudder. A horizontally placed rudder for steering in vertical directions. Lift. The sustaining effect, expressed in units of weight, of an aeroplane or wing surface. Monoplane. An aeroplane with one or more main surfaces in the same horizontal plane. Main plane. Usually the largest or lowest supporting surface of a multi-surfaced aeroplane. Mast. A spar or strut used for the attachment of wire or other stays to stiffen the wings or other parts of a structure. Main spars. Lateral spars upon which the main planes are built. Main landing wheels. In an alighting gear, the wheels that take the chief shock in landing. Ornithopter. A dynamic flying machine of the heavier than air type, in which sustension is provided by the effect of reciprocating wing surfaces. Pylon. A tower to mark the course in aerial racing contests. Ribs. Supports for the fabric, made of ash or spruce, and bent to the correct curves. Rudder. One or more steering planes are invariably fitted to practical machines to control the direction of flight. Superposed planes. Arrangement of one plane over the other, as in the Wright, Voisin and Farman machines. Supplementary planes or surfaces. Additional surfaces which are used for stabilization. Stabilizer. Any surface for automatically maintaining lateral or longitudinal balance. Struts. Fixtures used in biplane construction to maintain an equal distance between two planes. Skids. Long skates on which the machine can land safely. Span. The distance from tip to tip of the main planes in a transverse direction of that flight. soaring flight, the flight of certain large birds without wing flapping. Its solution and imitation constitute one of the problems of aerial navigation. Sustaining surface, any surface placed in a horizontal or approximately horizontal position, primarily for the purpose of affording sustention. Triplane, an aeroplane with 3 main surfaces. Webs, small blocks of wood placed between the ribs which act as distance pieces. Wind warping, a system of maintaining lateral balance by differential twisting of wing tips in such manner as to increase the sustension on one side and decrease it on the other. New York Tribune. College colours: Amherst, purple and white; Beloit, old gold; Bodin, white; Brown, brown and white; Columbia, light blue and white; Cornell, carnelian and white; Dartmouth, green; Harvard, crimson; Indiana, crimson and cream; Iowa, scarlet and black; Iowa State, cardinal and gold; Johns Hopkins, black and old gold; Lake Forest, red and black; Leland Stanford, cardinal; Northwestern, royal purple; Oberlin, crimson and gold; Princeton, orange and black; Purdue, old gold and black; University of Chicago, maroon; University of Illinois, orange and navy blue; University of Michigan, maize and blue; University of Minnesota, old gold and maroon; University of Notre Dame, gold and blue; University of Pennsylvania, red and blue; University of Rochester, dandelion yellow; University of Wisconsin, cardinal; Vassar, rose and grey; Williams, royal purple; and Yale, blue. The claims of osteopathy. Strictly construing the claims of osteopathic doctors, it is an anti-medicine system of practice for the cure of every disease to which the human body is liable. Dr. Andrew T. Still, who claims to have made the discoveries that led to the establishment of the School of Osteopathy, asserts that all diseases and lesions are the result of the luxation, dislocation, or breakage of some bone or bones. This, however, is not now maintained to any great extent by his followers. Osteopathists, though, do generally claim that all diseases arise from some maladjustment of the bones of the human body, and that treatment, therefore, must be to secure the normal adjustment of the bones and ligaments that form the skeleton. They claim that a dislocation is not always the result of external violence. It may be caused by the ulceration of bones, the elongation of ligaments, or excessive muscular action. The constriction of an important artery or vein, which may be caused by a very slightly displaced bone, an indurated muscle, or other organ, may produce an excess of blood in one part of the body, thereby causing a deficiency in some other part. A dislocated member will generally show alteration in the form of the joint and axis of the limb, loss of power and proper motion, increased length or shortening of the limb, prominence at one point and depression at another, greatly impaired circulation, and pain due to the obstruction of the nerve force in the parts involved. The osteopathist claims that pain and disease arise mainly from some maladjustment in some part of the body, and that a return to good health involves treatment for the normal adjustment of the skeleton. He asserts, though any luxation may only be partial, it may cause pressure at some point upon a blood vessel or a nerve of which the patient may be unconscious, and thus be a barrier to the restoration of good health. Osteopathy asserts that trying to heal the body of an ailment caused by a dislocated member, be it bone, ligament, or nerve, by which abnormal pressure is maintained upon a blood vessel or a nerve, would be like trying to operate a machine with an important cog out of gear. To cure it involves the reduction of a dislocation, the breaking up of adhesions, and the arousing of the innervated organ or organs partially or wholly failing in the performance of function. End of section 27.
Selections from General Instructions for the Guidance of Post Office Inspectors in the Dominion of Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Jennings. Selections from General Instructions for the Guidance of Post Office Inspectors in the Dominion of Canada by Alexander Campbell. Section 1. General Instructions. 1. You are required personally to superintend the performance of the routine work of your office and see that it is properly done. 2. This routine work should be suitably and fairly apportioned amongst your clerks, each clerk under your superintendence being responsible for the duty assigned to him. You will, after fair warning, report to the Postmaster General any clerk who fails correctly and efficiently to perform this duty. 3. Carefully superintend the working of the department in all its branches within the limits of your division. As, however, it is important that the operations of the department should be carried on under one uniform plan throughout the Dominion, do not make any alterations in the system of doing work without the permission first obtained of the Postmaster General. 4. Endeavour to instill into all persons connected with the department in your division the importance of a harmonious working together for the good of the service, and of each in his own sphere, performing the duties assigned to him in an intelligent and thorough manner. 5. All letters received on official business should be carefully and promptly attended to. 6. All matters referred to you from the department at Ottawa should be disposed of with the least possible delay. 7. Provision should be made for the performance of the ordinary routine work of your office when you are absent, under the superintendence of your senior clerk. 8. No portion of your work should be allowed to fall into arrear. If it should do so, however, from circumstances beyond your control, you will at once report the fact to the Postmaster General. 9. See that the time bills and mail transfer receipts are properly examined and filed away every day. A separate pigeonhole should be provided for each set of time bills and transfer receipts, the pigeonholes being arranged and labelled in alphabetical order. 10. When fines should, in your opinion, be imposed upon railway mail clerks, clerks in city offices, and other offices in the employ of the department, full particulars of each case should be communicated to the Postmaster General, and his authority for the imposition of the fine obtained. 11. Make once in every 3 months a regular and thorough inspection of all the details of account and general business in each city post office in your division, without any prearranged date or notice of the time at which such inspection will be made. The inspection should, however, take place on the 1st of a month, so that the accountant may be able to verify from your report the entries in the accounts of the postmaster for the month preceding. In making these inspections you must verify the stamp account of the office, personally count the stock on hand, and see that it agrees with the amount stated in the postmaster's stamp account, made up to the last day of the month, to which account you should attach your signature. Satisfy yourself that all other items of revenue, such as postage on unpaid matter, or insufficiently paid matter and on newspapers, also rent of boxes and drawers, etc., are duly brought to account. Certify to the number of both boxes and drawers rented at the time of your inspection. Investigate the state of the money order and savings bank business, and see that the regulations and instructions are closely adhered to. Enquire into the conduct and efficiency of each person employed. See that all work of the letter carrier's branch is promptly and accurately performed, that all the carriers are supplied with and wear uniforms, that an account is kept by the postmaster of the cost thereof, and that the outlay incurred does not exceed the amount allowed by the Postmaster General.
Forward to the Postmaster General the results of your inspection as promptly as possible, giving clear and full information on the several points inquired into. 12. See that all errors and irregularities are reported to you by the Postmaster or Railway Mail Clerk by whom observed, and that prompt steps are taken for their correction. Irregularities of whatever kind should be promptly inquired into and corrected. If overlooked, they have always a tendency to increase. 13. Investigate thoroughly all cases of complaint. Obtain a clear statement of the charges made, and of the facts which can be proved in support of these charges, and from these facts draw your conclusion. In cases where the evidence is conflicting, the characters and antecedents of the parties concerned may probably be important elements for consideration. 14. In making investigations, bear in mind that any person who has been detected in one dishonest act may probably have been guilty of other dishonest acts, and that your inquiry should therefore cover not only the particular case under investigation, but other irregular or fraudulent proceedings which it is possible may have been committed by the party suspected. This point should be particularly remembered in regard to offices transacting money order and savings bank business. 15. You have authority for the purpose of any official inquiry or investigation it may be your duty to make, to apply to any judge of the Superior or Exchequer Court of Canada, or of the Superior Court of the Province of Quebec, or of any of the Superior Courts of either of the provinces, or to any judge or stipendiary magistrate in and for the territories, for an order that a subpoena may be issued from the court or magistrate, commanding any person therein named to appear before you at the time and place mentioned in the subpoena, and then and there to testify to all matters within his knowledge, and if so required to produce any document or thing he may have in his possession relative to such inquiry or investigation. And any witness may be summoned from any part of Canada, within or without the ordinary jurisdiction of the court, judge, or magistrate issuing the subpoena, any reasonable travelling expenses being tendered to any witness so subpoenaed at the time of such service, and any person thus summoned who may neglect or refuse to appear, or refuse to give evidence or to produce the papers demanded of him, may, by order of the court, judge, or magistrate who issued the subpoena, be taken into custody and imprisoned in the common jail of the locality, as for contempt of court, for a period not exceeding 14 days. 16. You have also authority to examine any person on oath or affirmation on any matter pertinent to any investigation you make, and such oath or affirmation may be administered by you to any person you may so desire to examine. 17. You and any officer under you having the rank of Assistant Post Office Inspector have authority to require any postmaster or assistant postmaster in any post offices, mail contractor, or other person in the employment or service of, or undertaking to perform any duty or work for the Post Office Department, to make and sign an oath or declaration in the following form, or to a like effect. I insert the name of the person and the capacity in which he is employed in or by the Post Office. Do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear, or declare, if the person is one entitled to declare instead of taking an oath in civil cases, that I will faithfully perform all the duties required of me by my employment in the service of the Post Office, and will abstain from everything forbidden by the laws for the establishment and government of the Post Office Department in Canada, so help me God. 18. When a formal investigation is necessary, always give due notice to the complainant or complainants, and the party or parties complained against, of the time and place at which the investigation will be held. 19. In your reports to the Postmaster General of the result of investigation, state whether the inquiry was made by personal or by correspondence. State also clearly in the proper order all the facts bearing on the case, and the conclusions which these facts appear to justify. 20. In reporting on cases of a confidential character, in which it is not desirable that the facts should be made public, mark the word confidential both on the report and on the cover in which it is transmitted. 21. In all reports in which a previous report is referred to, state in addition to the number and date of the report referred to, its general purport. 22. In all reports, post offices should be called by their official names, and not the name by which they may be known in the locality. This rule applies especially to the maritime provinces. 23. It is desirable that you should make yourself acquainted, as far as may be practicable, with the general character and financial standing of each postmaster in your division who has charge of money order or savings bank duties. And in any case where you have reason for suspecting the possibility of irregular practices, or a disposition to withhold, even for short periods, post office moneys, a confidential report should be made to the Postmaster General, in order that a close supervision may be kept by the Superintendent on the returns and remittances received from such postmasters. 24. In cases of doubt, always ask for instructions from the Postmaster General, by letter if time permits, if not by telegraph. 25. When absolutely necessary, make use of the telegraph, compressing your message into as few words as are consistent with clearness of meaning. Do not, however, use the telegraph in cases where a letter will answer all the purposes required. 26. Observe in all matters connected with the Department as strict an economy as is consistent with the efficient performance of the service. Do not in any case recommend additional expenditure unless the circumstances appear fully to justify it. 27. No outlay, whether for alteration in a mail service, or for repairs, improvements, or fittings, must be incurred without the specific authority first obtained of the Postmaster General. In every case, application for this authority must be accompanied by a full description of the work to be done and an estimate of the probable expenditure involved. 28. No person must be employed, even in a temporary capacity, without the sanction of the Postmaster General previously obtained. 29. Furnish full particulars of any changes, especially of distribution, to the inspectors of other divisions which may be affected in any way by these changes, and cordially co-operate with them in the consideration and carrying out of any improvements which may generally benefit the service. 30. Make yourself thoroughly conversant with all acts of the Dominion Parliament relating in any way to the Post Office service, and with all regulations relating to the Post Office Department, as well as with all details connected with its operation. 31. You have authority, when you find it necessary, to suspend a postmaster, clerk, or any other employee in your division. All the circumstances, however, should at once be reported to the Postmaster General. 32. When it is noticed that postage stamps attached to letters or other postal matter frequently fall off, or if it should be found that the stamps are insufficiently gummed or badly perforated, the fact should be reported to the Postmaster General, the name of the office at which the posting took place being given. 33. In closing a post office, or in transferring a post office to a newly appointed postmaster, always see that the accounts are made up to the day of closing or transfer, and that the balance due thereon is paid and deposited in the bank to the credit of the Postmaster General. The assumption by an incoming postmaster of a balance due by his predecessor is objectionable. The amount due from the outgoing postmaster should in all cases be deposited as above, to the credit of the Postmaster General. 34. Except in very special cases, the opening and closing of offices should take effect on the first day of each month. 35. In the case of the transfer of a money order office, the transfer receipt should be sent to the Superintendent of the Money Order Branch at Ottawa by the first mail after the transfer takes effect. 36. Immoral publications and other articles, the transmission of which through the mail are prohibited, and which are sent to you by the railway mail clerks in your division, should be at once forwarded to the Postmaster General. 37. All forms, books, stationery, etc., required for your office must be applied for by requisition to the Postmaster General in accordance with the instructions contained in the catalogue of articles in stock in the Printing and Supply branch of the Department, a copy of which has been furnished to you. 38. If any of the regulations laid down in these instructions cannot be carried out in your division, you will make a confidential report to the Postmaster General, stating the reasons why this cannot be done. Section 2. Arrangement of Papers. 1. All papers and correspondence referring to the same case should be kept together. 2. No letters or papers should be put away until the matter to which they refer is fully disposed of. 3. Separate pigeonholes should be provided for all papers and letters according to their classification, so that when required they can be readily found. 4. The following classification is recommended. For papers not finally disposed of. 1. Papers in reference to applications for new post offices. 2. Papers in reference to postmasters' bonds for execution. 3. Papers in reference to applications for alterations in mail routes. 4. Papers in reference to railway mail service. 5. Papers in reference to advertisement of mail contracts. 6. Papers in reference to execution of mail contracts. 7. Papers in reference to arrears due from postmasters and ex-postmasters. 8. Papers in reference to cases of supposed loss of or abstractions from letters. 9. Papers in reference to distribution. 10. Papers in reference to matters requiring personal inquiry. 11. Letters from Secretary awaiting answers. 12. Letters from postmasters, contractors, and the public awaiting answers. For papers finally disposed of. 1. Mail contracts in force, alphabetically arranged. 2. Mail contracts terminated, alphabetically arranged. 3. Postmasters' bonds in force, alphabetically arranged. 4. Postmasters' bonds terminated, alphabetically arranged. 5. Letters from Secretary arranged according to number. 6. Letters from Post Office Department not numbered. 7. Letters from Post Office Inspectors. 8. Letters from postmasters, contractors, and the public alphabetically arranged, there being a separate pigeonhole for each letter of the alphabet. 9. Papers in reference to cases of actual losses of or abstractions from letters. 10. Papers in reference to cases of supposed loss of or abstractions in which the inquiry instituted shows that no actual loss or abstraction occurred. 11. Papers in reference to accounts included in monthly requisitions. 12. Papers in reference to arrears due from postmasters. 13. Papers in reference to railway mail service. 14. Papers in reference to distribution. Section 3. Books and Records. 1. The books to be kept are as follows. 1. Book for press copies of reports to the Postmaster General. 2. Book for press copies of such other letters, etc., as it may be necessary to copy. 3. Record of letters and references from the Secretary. 4. Record of applications for lost letters, etc. 5. Record of actual losses of letters and abstractions of articles of value from letters. 6. Journal of travel and proceedings. Forms bound up. 7. Conduct Return Book. Press copies. 8. Order Book for instructions to railway mail clerks, in which should be entered the address of each clerk. 9. Book for recording number of miles travelled by railway mail clerks. 10. Record of errors made by railway mail clerks, as shown by labels on packages which they have made up, and which should be forwarded to you by the mail clerks or postmasters by whom opened, as also of other errors made by the railway mail clerks reported to you. 11. Record of mail contracts. 12. Record of postmasters' bonds. 13. Record of dates of expiration of contract. 14. Variation of expenditure book. 15. Record of transfer of offices. 16. Salary pay list book. 17. Contractor's pay book. 18. Book for the record of requisitions to the Postmaster General for payment of travelling charges and all other official expenses, with the exception of salaries and mail services. 19. Arrears book. 20. Register of employees attached to your office, including railway mail clerks in your division or under your superintendence. In the book, a page should be devoted to each employee, in which should be recorded name, date and place of birth, religion, class, salary, date of promotion, increase of salary, transfer, suspension, cases in which the employee has received special commendation or censure, date of resignation or removal, or any other particular of which it is desirable a memorandum should be kept. 21. Cash book for entry of all moneys received on a P.O. account, with manner of disposal thereof. 22. Money order check book. 23. Pass book in which to record all registered letters dispatched. 24. Order book with margin to be used in all cases when an order is given for any article required for official use. 25. Telegraph books with margin, on which should be recorded copies of all telegraphs sent on official business. 26. Corresponding offices book, showing name of office with which each office in your division exchanges direct mails. 27. Book for recording changes in distribution. 28. Book for daily entry of time bills on ordinary mail routes. 29. Record of new offices established, of old offices closed, and changes in names of offices. 30. Book for requisitions for printing and stationery, blank forms bound up. 31. Guard book for copies of notices inviting tenders for contracts. 32. Guard book for department orders and circulars. 33. Guard book for time bills of railways, etc. 2. It is very necessary that entries of all transactions should be promptly made in the books provided for their record. The keeping of memoranda on pieces of paper, or trusting to memory in such matters, is very objectionable. 3. All printing and binding required both by your own office and city or other offices must be done on requisition to the department at Ottawa. 4. Further, all stationery required, both by your own city or other offices, must be obtained by requisition in the proper form to the Postmaster General, the number of the articles, as shown by the official catalogue, being in all cases given. Section 6. New Post Offices. 1. In each report on an application for a new post office, describe the locality in which it is proposed to establish the new office, giving name of the township, number of lot and concession stating whether front or rear of the concession, and county in which situated. In places where land is not so divided, give such particulars as may serve to indicate the exact position. State further the number of churches, schools, mills, stores, houses, or other buildings in the immediate neighbourhood, the character of the surrounding land, whether well settled, and the estimated number of families that the office applied for would accommodate, its distance from all neighbouring offices, its estimated postal revenue, the mode and frequency of the service proposed, the estimated annual cost, whether any previous application for a post office in the same locality has already been reported on, and such other information as may bear on the matter. 2. With each report on an application for a new post office should be sent a sketch or tracing from the map of your division, showing as nearly as can be ascertained the position of the proposed office and mail route, and the offices and mail routes already in operation in its neighbourhood. Section 7. Mail Arrangements. 1. The principal object of all mail arrangements is to ensure the transit of the letters and papers to destination with the utmost possible dispatch. 2. The main routes throughout the provinces should connect with each other as closely as it is possible. 3. The branch routes should be so arranged as to form as close a connection as possible with the main lines. 4. Through bags should be exchanged by all offices between which pass a large number of letters and papers, including travelling post offices on different routes. 5. As a general rule, an office has a large number of registered letters for another office with which it does not exchange direct mail, The registered letters may be enclosed in a sealed registered packet, addressed to the office for which the letters are intended. The address of the packet, however, should in all cases be entered in the letter bill with which it is dispatched. When a packet is sent as above, it should be accompanied by a letter bill containing at foot an acknowledgment for registered letters. This acknowledgment should be filled up by the receiving office and returned to the dispatching office by the first post. 6. Where large numbers of registered letters pass between two offices, it is desirable that bags secured with the lead seal should be used. 7. An inspector should always be on the watch to ascertain what improvements can be made in the postal arrangements in his division. It should be his aim to anticipate the wants of the general public, and to combine, as far as practicable, efficiency of service with economy of expenditure. Section 8. Mail Service. 1. It is very essential that a strict supervision should be maintained over the performance of the mail service, that all delays and irregularities should be promptly checked, and when necessary fines imposed and enforced. 2. On all the important routes there should be suitable time bills, in which should be entered the hours of arrival and departure at each office, the names of the couriers, and the number of the mails received and delivered. 3. These time bills should be carefully checked and filed away, the check clerk affixing his initials to each bill. 4. You should be ready at all times to receive suggestions for improvements in the mail service, and if desirable submit them for the consideration of the Postmaster General. 5. Leather bags should as a general rule be used on stage routes. On the outlying routes, where the mails are exposed to the weather, waterproof canvas bags should be used. Section 9. Establishment of new routes, or alterations in routes already in operation. 1. In making reports on proposed new mail routes, or alterations of existing routes, state clearly advantages to be obtained, additional cost per annum to be incurred, present revenue of the offices to be served, increased revenue which it is estimated would result from proposed additional mail facilities. Give tables also of the present and proposed routes, showing offices served and intermediate distances. State also dates on which contracts which it is proposed to discontinue would terminate, provided previous notice were not given by the Postmaster General. 2. With each report send a sketch or tracing from the Post Office map of your division, showing all the offices affected by the proposed arrangements, denoting the lines of existing routes which it is recommended should be discontinued in blue, and the new routes which it is recommended should be established in red. 3. All changes in mail service should, except in very special cases, take effect on the first day of each month. Section 12. Railway Mail Service. 1. This is a very important branch of the postal service, and will require your constant supervision. 2. A distribution book should be supplied the mail clerks on each road, which book should be corrected at least once in each month, or oftener should circumstances render it necessary. 3. Each mail clerk in your division should be examined frequently with the object of ascertaining if he has a proper knowledge of the distribution and of the changes which have taken place in the distribution on the railway on which he is employed. 4. On every railway route there should be a time bill which should pass from one end of the line to the other, and in which should be entered the particulars of all bags received and delivered by the mail clerks. 5. You are not authorized to issue passes for travelling in a postal car, except to a railway mail clerk actually going on duty. 6. No person, excepting railway mail clerks on duty, the conductor of the train in the ordinary course of his duty, and the post office inspectors, should be allowed access to the postal cars whilst en route with the mails. 7. You should make yourself acquainted with the conduct of the railway mail clerks when off as well as on duty, and report to the Postmaster General any railway mail clerk who, to your knowledge, is at any time under the influence of liquor or otherwise misconducting himself. 8. Compensation is made to railway companies for mail service performed in a postal car, at the rate of 6 cents per mile actually travelled by mixed trains and 8 cents per mile for quick passenger trains. Compensation is also made for the conveyance of bags in charge of the company's servants at the rate of from 2 to 4 cents per mile actually travelled by the trains performing such service. 9. When service by postal cars is necessary, the companies are bound to furnish travelling post offices suitably fitted up, and to see that they are properly heated, lighted, and cleaned, and supplied with water. 10. All plans for the fitting up of these travelling post offices should, previous to being carried out, be submitted for the approval of the Postmaster General. 11. No promise of remuneration for services performed in connection with the postal service should be made to any person in the employ of a railway company. For all such services, compensation is made to the company in the regular allowance paid to them. 12. Canvas bags, as a general rule, should be used for the railway mail service. The necessary supplies will be furnished on application to the Postmaster General. Section 14. Travelling. 1. Visit and inspect each money order and savings bank office in your division, and make a report thereon to the Postmaster General on the printed forms, as often as occasion serves, but at least once every year. 2. Visit and inspect every other office in your division as often as circumstances permit. 3. Do not, unless with good and sufficient reason, pass a post office without calling and inspecting it. 4. Keep before you a memorandum of cases requiring personal investigation, so that in travelling you may be able to attend to as many of these cases as may be in the direction of your journey. 5. In travelling, ascertain, as far as you are able, if the service on the several routes over which you pass is in every respect satisfactorily performed, and make memoranda in your pocket memorandum book of any irregularities which you may observe, or of any changes which you think desirable. 6. Note and take down particulars of any locality at which it is likely a post office may be required, so that when applied for you may be able to report thereon. 7. In visiting a post office, the following points should engage your attention. 1. Is the office provided with a sign, a letter box, pigeonholes for letters and papers for delivery and dispatch, other necessary fittings, forms, and other necessary equipment? 2. Is it conveniently situated and provided with proper accommodation for the public? 3. Are the postmaster and his assistants duly sworn, and do they understand their duties? 4. Has the postmaster proper stamps and material for postmarking letters, etc., and obliterating the stamps thereon? 5. Are the letter bills properly postmarked and filed? 6. Are the registered letters and mail key kept in a safe place? 7. Are the letters and papers for delivery properly postmarked? Are they all intended for the delivery of the office? Are they sorted into the proper boxes? Are there any which should have been sent to the dead letter office? 8. Are the newspapers for delivery all sorted in their proper pigeonholes? 9. Are all letters and papers posted for dispatch as well as for delivery at the office properly prepaid by stamp? 10. Are the entries in the book of mails sent and received, and the registered letter books properly made? 11. Are the instructions and circulars received from the department properly filed? 12. Are the notices sent for exhibition to the public properly posted? 13. Is there a notice posted in the lobby indicating the office hours and the times at which mails are closed and received? 14. Is the postmaster supplied with postage stamps sufficient to meet the requirements of the public? 15. Are the mails regularly received and dispatched, and the provisions of the contracts under which the office is supplied properly carried out? 8. In the event of the office being a money order office, ascertain 1. If the entries in all the books are properly made. 2. Whether the cash book at offices where a cash book is kept is made up to date, and whether the date of the deposit receipts agree with the date for which the credit is taken therefore. 3. Whether the postmaster has in hand the balance due on money order account. 4. whether all the numbers of the money orders taken from the order book are properly accounted for. 9. You should take every opportunity of ascertaining and noting down the character and standing of the several parties employed in the postal service. The information thus obtained may be of value. 10. You should also take every opportunity of collecting accurate information in regard to the settlement of the country, the position of the post offices, roads and distances, and with this object you should carry a map of the section of country through which you pass, and mark thereon as much as you can of the above information. Section 17. Conclusion. It is very important that each inspector should make himself thoroughly conversant with the foregoing regulations, and it will be the duty of the Chief Inspector, when visiting the several divisions, to ascertain whether these regulations are properly observed, and to report to the Postmaster General such deviations as may come under his notice. Alexander Campbell, Postmaster General, Ottawa, 1st August, 1879. End of selections from General Instructions for the Guidance of Post Office Inspectors in the Dominion of Canada, by Alexander Campbell.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. To find out more or see how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pi to the first 1,000 decimal places. 3.14159265389327950820979510 5820974944 5923078164 06286208998 62803482 3421170679 8214808651328230664709 384460955058223172 53594088128 4811174502 8410270193 8521105559 6446229489549303819 4428810975 6659334461 2847564823 3786783165 27120190991 546485669 3460348610 4543266482 13360 726 0249141273 7245870 660631 5588174888 1520920962 8292 540 9171 536436 7892590 6905727 310511858 074623799627489127830119491294912 9833673362440656640 86021394946395224737 1907021798 609467027062931767293846766940513200056812712 00685171718960917363717 14685495343 10507922279 6892589235 421958161902196868418159811369974771309960 501-870-211-34509 5034594553344685035 71010000313 78387528886 587533083 814206 1717 766914 7303 5982534904 28755 46873 11595 628638 23537875 9375 19577 18577 8053 217 68066 1300 192787 66 11195909 2164201 989.
End of pi to the first 1000 decimal places.